Futures looking to extend gains from the strongest week of the year. Last week, pretty impressive across the board. Almost 6% for the S&P when all was said and done on Friday. More than that, more than 6% for the NASDAQ to the upside on the week. It was actually the Russell I saw that was the best off, more than 7% on the week. It was higher right across the board after the Fed came out middle of the week and obviously did nothing as far as interest rates are concerned, and also pointed to the fact that things are moving in the right direction. We'll get not one, but two appearances from Fed Chair Powell coming up this week. We have an endless line of Fed speakers as well to go along with that, including a couple this morning already making some comments. Lots to look at as far as what is trading higher once again this morning, including Tesla back to the upside. More details on this. $25,000 Tesla apparently going to come specifically for Europe. It looks like, first off, anyways, we'll touch on that. Coming up, it's Monday, November 6, 2023. Tradertv.live starts now. Yeah, going to be all about these comments coming through, not only from Fed Chair Powell this week, but as I mentioned, a ton of Fed speeches, should be plural there, to come, not only today, but throughout the remainder of the week. More earnings to get into as well. Bonds back to the upside this morning, or yields anyways, trading a little bit higher here after absolutely collapsing into the weekend last week for longer term, specifically the 30-year, the 10-year, just absolutely cracked going into the end of the week. So that also helped the rally. We'll see how things play out this morning. Again, we're going to get not one but two appearances from Fed Chair Powell coming up this week. One on Wednesday in the morning, pre-market. It'll be about 8 or 8:30. He's giving opening remarks at an event happening coming up on Wednesday. And then Thursday afternoon, 2 p.m., will be a discussion, quote unquote, discussion with Fed Chair Powell. So we thought it was over, but there's more to come.
Well, last time he was pretty tight-lipped during the news conference after the second day of the FOMC meeting. So I wonder if he continues with that. But Brendo brought up a good point. We really slipped last week with yields. Let's have a look at how they're doing, because we broke a key resistance level on both. There was a trough here in early October on the 2-year, much the same way here with the 10-year. We made newer lows on both of them, but on a wick, not a closing basis. So I'm going to be really keeping my eye on yields this week.
Yeah, a ton to talk about this morning, obviously. How was your weekend, by the way? Good?
Good. I feel foggy, Brendo.
It's this stupid time change. I don't know why we still do this, honestly. It's just crazy. Yeah, it was 5.8% when all was said and done. But for the S&P, it was about 6.5% going into the weekend for the NASDAQ. I mean, there's a lot to get to here, obviously, this week. There was a note on Citigroup. They were looking at maybe, quote-unquote, deep job cuts going forward. So there's still, I mean, there have been lingering signs of recession kind of poking their head, you know, depending on where you're looking in the economy. This obviously leading to that, but we haven't really seen a follow through as far as any of these numbers are concerned yet.
And we really haven't seen a lot of layoffs from banks. We saw a lot of tech company layoffs earlier in the year and earlier last year, but nothing really coming from the bank side. Even after the regional banking crisis that we had in March, we didn't see mass layoffs then. So an alert here for me to keep an eye on the banking industry.
Yeah, there's more in the AI world as well. Did you hear about this Grok? You guys were talking about that this morning. Tesla and Elon revealing their Grok, G-R-O-K AI. That's it's been released, but on a limited release. So there's only a certain amount of users right now. But he's aiming right at OpenAI with this Grok, guys. And oh yeah, Berkshire has a lot of cash. 157 billion. Their report out over the weekend. It was actually not a great report, but 157 billion, their biggest cash pile yet. Good morning, guys.
Good morning. Look, in their defense, they own a lot of Apple, and Apple's been down. So, you know, Berkshire, I think Warren is just fine. But as Randy Moss said, straight cash, homie. He knows a recession's coming. But look, there's a few people in the chat that are like, why isn't the market open? You know, the daylight savings time. Then this is the one where we actually get an extra hour of sleep. So, you know, my foolish body decided it needed to wake up at 3:30 this morning. Still actually got some good rest. I won't get into, well, whatever. It's that's my quarterback. That's my quarterback. I hate that. It's frustrating. It's sad. But we got the markets here. And the thing about this week is, even though you're rounding down in terms of earnings, you still have a bunch to get to. We're going to talk some Uber. They report tomorrow. You have like AMC, which is always a bit of a runner. So there's going to be some things to look at this week. Obviously, Tesla's going to be in play. Strong week last week. Kind of ended on a sour note because Tesla really couldn't get off the bid on Friday, unfortunately, but it is making a move to the upside. And as Shree said, watch out for some of those yields. Tesla has regained the 200-period moving average. That'll be on the radar, as well as Palantir and Roku, Roku was ridiculous the last couple of sessions, Thursday and Friday. So that one getting into a big resistance zone. I actually like that one here at that 86 level for a short, but if it breaks out and takes out this level, Roku could be at 100 if it were to take out this level.
So many names bounced off those 200-period moving averages. I mean, here's one right here. And hey, what's up to everybody? Hope you guys all had a great weekend. Yeah, like look at Uber. Uber today, not really up that much, but we're up into a relatively flat market. Look at Uber down here at the, okay. Unfortunately, there it is. There's the 200-period right there. Look at this, $40. What a great long. That was up to 49 right now. Uber's been hot, like really crazy the last little while there. So it's a nice move up again there for Uber. And when do they report? November 7th. So they report tomorrow right there. So there's Uber with a nice little move. Watching out for this one here today. But yeah, man, it's going to be a wild day. I'm still very much long biased. We wrote this down last week at the beginning of the week, and there was a 6% week. I still think we're long biased. Obviously, we've talked about where the NASDAQ's been and where it's going. You know, back down here on Fed, we called this 15.8 level, 14.8. Obviously, we took that out. Next level's up here, took that out on Friday. Now we'll have to wait to see about this 15.4, 15.5 area, and then we're back. So. Yeah, the NASDAQ, what a great week, the best week of the year, and we're here again now to see what we can do. So it's going to be, I don't know, I feel like a little bit of an early start today. Still up 0.14. Apple's not going the right way. You know, we'll see. The bank's really hot. I mean, I still think we want to buy. We want to buy hand over fist, but we may have to wait to be a little bit patient here off the open. It's only 8:37, so let's see where this market goes. Wait a minute, NASDAQ up 0.15, ES up 0.15. So right now, no difference in the two major indexes.
It's coming. Wait for it. Wait for it. Something broke.
Well, I meant to point
what forever will we do without a script?
I have no idea. I did want to point this out, and I glossed past it. If we can come to my screen, Bitcoin is holding on to the $35,000 level. Okay, if we can't come to my screen, fair enough. Bitcoin holding on to the $35,000 level. There's a few names that are in play. Obviously, I'm going to be looking at Coinbase. That's one that we usually trade. I hate to say it, but Coinbase is on the verge of a breakout on the daily. Actually, I don't hate to say it. It's just something we don't usually say. But we closed at that key 86 level on coin. That is firmly going to be on watch. As far as small caps go, there's a few to look out for, but there's one small cap that you can't trade today. WeWork has been halted.
Oh, has it?
News pending. Now, I'm not saying I know what the news is with WeWork. However, when you're potentially going bankrupt and then you get halted after you fail under $1, there was a run-up aftermarket on Friday.
Yeah, there's a report that someone wanted to buy them.
Yeah, there was a report, and that caused the stock to rise, only for it to be back at like 84 cents.
Yeah.
And then now halted. So like look, man, I never hope it's a bad thing. I actually hope that there's some kind of a deal that saves some of the shareholders, because the worst thing that could happen if this were to go to OTC. Imagine this went to OTC. After people bought in the aftermarket thinking there was going to be a relief rally. So WeWork, it's halted, news pending, so I haven't seen any indication of when they might open back up. But yeah, here's to hoping for some that it's good news.
Yeah, are we ready to go? All right, then let's go. Republican. All right, there we go. We had a minor technical issue here. We were just talking about WeWork. Crazy story. Obviously, we'll learn more as the morning unwinds here, hopefully. Let's touch on some of these Chinese ADRs to kick things off. Specifically, I'll pass the mic over to my friend here to the left. He'll talk about Li Auto and why it's up almost 8% to start here this morning. I mean, this is it? This is a weekly occurrence at this point. More China stimulus coming, and these things are up, 3 to 8% here across the board.
And they take turns. Like, it'll be Xpeng up 9%, then it'll be Neo, and then today it's Li. No, in all seriousness, though, let me just flip back to Li Auto here because I need the chart to show you guys. We were at a very important inflection point. Number one on the daily chart, and number two on this breakout. So this is a trend line that I have on my other computer. Essentially, it went unbroken here. And when we dipped down on October 23rd, we held it perfectly. Now, this blue line is the 200 EMA. But if you were to switch that to the SMA on Neil's chart, this actually dipped exactly into the 200 SMA. So it holds that critical level. And then, Brendo, we break above that $38 flat bottom break, also a critical level. We gap up above it quite aggressively. $40, still a bit of a top though. Li Auto reports November 9th, so if you're invested in this bad boy, make sure to check out November 9th. They also reported last week, Brendo, with respect to deliveries, up over 300% year on year for October deliveries.
We need a disclaimer for these segments.
I'm involved.
There it is. There it is.
I'm
All right,
in my account.
I was just checking the calendar. That's Thursday, if anyone was keeping track as far as earnings are concerned. So there's that. Big move, obviously, across the board for Li Auto. We had all of these making moves last week as well. And I say these in relation to, I don't know, questionable tech at this point. UPST, Affirm, I mean, all of these had just monstrous weeks last week. We're gapping to the upside across the board here this morning as well. Another 1.5% here for Upstart right now, guys.
Oh, man. Sharif's looking up something on the phone. Look, Upstart, they report, look, there's a few things that report this week. Upstart reports tomorrow after the market, like we just mentioned with Uber. And Sharif says like that whole simple moving average thing as if I'm the only person on the planet that uses a simple moving average on the daily. I don't know. To each their own. Like I've always used it, and maybe it's anecdotal. I've just found stocks tend to bounce. Like the bigger stocks that I'm looking at tend to respect the simple, especially the 200 more than I noticed on the exponential. I could be wrong about that. It's just what I've used over the years. So Upstart, they report tomorrow. It's all about, I don't know what the biggest short float is anymore. This one's 40%. So there's a handful of names that are still in that 35 to 40% range. And with this one out there, there's no question about it. Like with the way that things were squeezing last week, obviously, this did participate in what I thought, it felt a lot like a squeeze rally in a lot of these names. Affirm, Upstart, Roku was an example of this, where they're just going up. And specifically, when you look at Upstart here, it's difficult. Like I'm always thinking, well, if I was in this and I had just banked on this, like if you just took a swing trade off this consolidation going into earnings, would you not be considering taking profit? And this one, if it gets to like $35, that's what really goes ham. It's already broken both major moving averages. It's sitting right above a key 30 level. If it holds on to 30, I wouldn't want to fight the thing. But if it got to 35 today before earnings even came out, like how is that not an opportunity? So, I mean, I would look at that as if it makes another strong move to the upside, someone's going to be thinking take some profit off in before those earnings, to be sure. Now, specifically for Upstart, when it comes to Affirm, that is right at a key level. That 23 level from Friday. It was the one spot the last 2 days where you weren't getting sort of railroaded to try and short it. But even this, if it's failing this level at the open and you're joining some selling, fair enough. But I'd rather these things like squeeze another leg up before thinking about shorting them. But in the case of Upstart, I don't know, if it hits 35 before the close tomorrow, I'd be looking for that level for a short. Someone's got to think take profit.
I didn't look too much at the payment companies today yet. We will be doing that obviously with PayPal, Square, and then Upstart. I mean, what an amazing move. We've been talking about that. We actually did buy some PayPal pre-earnings. We did talk about that as we had that talk on the recap show, which will be back there today as well. $86 here for Alibaba. That's a 200 period. You're already up to 86.50. But the thing is that I want to look more at this closing level here of 85 that we held back there on Friday, and then the open was 84. So for me, any kind of dip buy opportunities, you're still up 1%. I could see Alibaba giving some back there, but as the Chinese government looks to broaden market access, whatever the heck that means, we'll look to be buying some Alibaba down there around 84, 85. So I'm just working on the sticky note. That's the first name on is Alibaba down in this mid 80 area. I think I really like that. So we're going to be there, see if we can get a buy. And then always FXI. Again, another ETF that we've talked about over and over again. This is a buy at 25 and a sell at 30. So right there, and again, this is something that we've talked about a couple times as well. Down there to 25, you had one opportunity back in May. You had another one kind of breaking back in August. There's the move up to 30 in this range right now. Like Brendan said, 1 week we go up, the next week we seem to go down. Let's see what this week is now for Chinese equities back to the big desk. Or not. I'm just working on this.
Here we go. Let's bring in Michael Noss, CMT over at Trade Ideas, to kick things off on a Monday. Absolutely monstrous week that we've been talking about here last week, coming off the Fed, coming off a number of different catalysts.
Anagram.
But 2 additional doses of Fed Chair Powell coming up this week, so more to look forward to on that front. That being said, the market in an interesting spot here as we get into, can we bring him in, guys? Okay. Just stand by, Michael Noss, if you can hear us. We're having a little technical issue right now. But what I was going to mention is interesting spot as far as the overall market is concerned, with not only the huge move that we saw last week, but we're at the end of earnings season. We're at the end of this last Fed cycle going into a brand new week with not a heck of a lot of market moving or potentially market moving data points to consider as far as economic releases to come anyways. Once we have Mr. Noss ready, we'll bring him in. But in the meantime, a few other things to have a look at and talk about this morning as far as tech is concerned. We were discussing this Grok AI with Tesla. It's going to be X AI. This is going to be the AI that's going to be a part of X, it sounds like. But the first batch released anyways, as far as that is concerned. We're having a little bit of switching issue right now.
Yeah, so I don't know. Maybe I'll just talk and people can hear me. But yeah, it's going to be really interesting. It's going to be involved. It's going to be included, I should say, in YouTube. X Premium. So when you subscribe to that $14.99 or $15 a month or what have you, you're going to be in. It's going to be included for you. The other thing, it's supposed to be whimsical, Brendo. It's supposed to have a bit of an attitude. So I think he demonstrated it on X, where he posted a screenshot of him asking, "Hey, can you tell me what the cocaine recipe is for at home?" And it's like, yeah, sure, I'm going to really help you with that. So it just doesn't, reject it outright. It kind of gives you a little bit of an attitude before it rejects your request. Very Elon Musk-like.
I was just going to say that. How Elon of him to make his AI have a bit of an attitude. Let's touch on, seeing as how we're talking about this Tesla stuff, let's touch on this $25,000 note. Once again, not the first time we've heard this story, but potentially going to be absolutely huge for Tesla. Yeah,
you and I talked about this ad nauseum when you came back from Paris, and you were telling me, look, the Model 3 is a giant car there, and I couldn't agree more. The Model 3 is a big car by European standards when you include the size of their roads and the areas where they have to drive. So I think, a Model 2 could really help over there. In addition to that, it's going to be made in Berlin, which means it won't be subject to the Chinese tariffs that they've basically threatened Tesla with. They said, look, you're receiving unjustified subsidies from the Chinese government for all the Model 3s and Model Ys that you're making in the Shanghai facility, and then you're exporting them to Europe, selling them at huge profits, taking advantage of our manufacturing sector. So this won't be subject to that. So it's another good move by Elon here, playing the geopolitical game.
All right, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, there we go. That looks more normal. I think we're good. Apologies, guys, a bit of a technical issue to start the week. It's okay, so maybe we're not okay as of yet, but Michael Moss, stand by. We'll get to him in a second here if we can. As far as what this means for not only Tesla, but X itself, obviously not public, going to be interesting to watch how this plays out. Hey, there he is.
Nope. Hello, I'm here. I
mean,
made it.
It's Monday. There's a time change. You know, the board's having issues. Mr. Noss, we appreciate your patience. As I was saying, overall, the market itself in a very interesting spot here, coming off this massive move to the upside. You know, 6+%, biggest weekly gain for the NASDAQ all year long. What do we do in a spot like this?
Yeah, well, as always, on the weekend, I went through hundreds of charts, and my brain probably felt like the board operators right now, where it's just trying to make something work, getting really confused and a bit frustrated. And I couldn't walk away with a bias. So I'm going to go through the charts that kind of led me to this. I think we're in for chop mindset, neither bullish nor bearish, and then kind of what we're going to do around it, right? We need to remember that the market doesn't go up or down. It goes up and down, and sometimes it does none of those. And the main thing is every chart I go through, you'll see that we're kind of inside of range. Some look bullish, some look bearish, but we're all kind of chopped in a range. So first year is a weekly chart in the S&P 500. Talked about this on Friday morning, talked about it again on Friday afternoon with Neil. We are ran smack dab into the anchored view app from those, I guess we'll call it the pullback highs in, late July, early August. And we bounced off the anchored view app from the October lows. So we're kind of stuck within this range. If you read Brian Shannon's book, if you haven't, I highly recommend. This is just called an anchored VWAP pinch, where we've got support from a major one and below. We have resistance from a major one above. The idea is that it's kind of like a bull flag or something like that. You're stuck within this range and you need to wait for some sort of consolidation to push us one way or the other. The next chart we have here is XLRE. So this is our real estate sector. You can see a big push like everything else, but we're pushing into overhead resistance. This is the exact area we broke down from a couple weeks ago. We're pushing back into that now. Next chart here is XLK, and XLK looks good, but we have this overhead resistance trend line. If we can break this, then technology looks great. Real estate doesn't, right? XLB is the next one here, and we have, again, we're inside of a range. We're bouncing off the low of that range. That's good, but look at all the stuff we have directly overhead. Just a few more charts, but you'll get the theme. Next one here is the IWM. So this is all your small cap guys. 2,000 names in the IWM. So it's good representation of the overall market. Bounced off support, which is good, but look at all the way we have to get to resistance and everything in the way. XLY is the next one. Same kind of thing. We're stuck inside this range. You guys kind of get the theme here. And last but not least here, we have KWEB, which is China, and we are stuck within a range. So the big question is, if the market's going to be range bound and that's going to cause some chop one way or another, what do I do? So I didn't come with any ideas today because for a swing trading point of view, I don't have any. So this is the time where if you are a pure swing trader, in my opinion, you go golfing or go walk the dogs or go do something and let the market digest for a couple days. Now, if you're someone like me who, has the joy and gets paid to sit and watch the market all day, I think you go shorter term. And this is why, again, you guys are tuning into this awesome YouTube channel that talks about very short-term tradings. Because when I am confused and I don't see anything to do from a swing time frame, I don't do anything from a swing time frame. So again, your options, in my opinion, are wait, let the market trade a few days, see if we are going to pull back and maybe break out of that level on the SPY a little bit later. Or again, take a couple short-term trades. You don't have to trade really, really huge. You can just take a couple hits here or there to keep yourself engaged and keep yourself watching the market. Now, last but not least, the very last slide there is we have our test drive going on right now. It is started. You can sign up. If you go to trade-ideas/tradertv, you can sign up. You get 2 weeks of the full program, including the web and the download it, and the AI and the whole 9 yards for $11. You can also sign up for our test drive and compete against everybody. I think it goes live at the open. I'll be placing a couple orders in there as well, and we'll see if you win. It's $1,700 Amazon gift card shipped directly to you.
Yeah, great, a great opportunity, obviously, to test out the software. But I wanted to mention specifically, it's a great time to go back and have a look at maybe how the year has gone, what has worked, what hasn't worked. Just because there isn't, a clear setup doesn't mean you have to force things from a higher time frame.
Yeah, I remember when I was day trading at a prop firm like Day Trade the World, one of my old mentors always says, he says, you'll know you'll make it when you sit there all day and don't take a single trade, because there was nothing that lined up with what your trading style was. And that took a long time. I think I just had to get old and a lot of gray in my beard before I understood that. But it's very much true, whether you're day trading, whether you're swing trading, whether you're a long-term investor, is you have a setup and you have an edge. And right now I can look at the market and say, I don't have an edge right now. So it's time for me to either, again, short-term trade, uh, make some plays there that are fun, and just wait for the market to give me that edge back again so I can get back into trading.
Great stuff. Michael Noss, CMT over at Trade Ideas. Have a wonderful week. We appreciate your patience this morning.
Thank you very much. Have a good one.
And as he said, patience very important for a trader. So
Michael Noss, never heard of him.
no, not at all. But at least one of the ETFs he mentioned there gets a little bit interesting. Okay, maybe today, maybe tomorrow, who knows?
You guys have a good day.
But XLF, I like this one in terms of, if you look at the daily chart on XLF, it's right in a channel trying to break these sort of like lower highs that it's been putting in, and there's room to the top. So it's been bouncing, there's your support levels, and you're bouncing, trying to make a break of this consolidation, which would get you into like 34.80, like 35. And you look at where just a few individual banks. I know for the most part, like a lot of people in the chat, and I've already seen a few people talk about this name, are looking at like a JP Morgan, and this is one where it could be breaking the 50 period today. So you look at XLF trying to break out a channel, you look at individual stocks that are doing the same thing in the banking sector. If this gets through 145, you've suddenly got room to run, the same way the ETF has room to run. It's already been a decent battle off the bottom. Where I'd be concerned is things that are at a top right now, that's what I don't necessarily want to be buying. Can they break out from those highs? Then you could join. Can they pull back and give you dip buys? Or do they have some continuation room? Those are the three things that I'm looking for on setups. And if I think I'm looking for a trend and pullback, then you got to patiently wait for that. In terms of JP Morgan, needs to get through 145. It's that simple. Like if you're not going to be breaking out that level, then I think you probably wait for the 200 period again, or some kind of a consolidation on that particular banking name.
I was just looking at this and I completely kind of forgot to buy it, and I wasn't sure if I wanted to, but I missed it anyways. And that was the IWM here, the Russell 2000. I mean, it's just as these small cap names get going, I mean, that's, especially if we got that jobs number there on Friday, if we're going to have that soft landing, I mean, this already came into such, I mean, I think you could still buy it now, but look at these levels. Go all the way back to June, 164, 162, It's like it's all the way. Also, like in the depths of the summer, or sorry, I guess the spring. Summer, we had a nice run, but right into there, as we head into the summer, we had some nice movements down here into 170 as well that were bought back up to 2 bills. So it's the same way on the top. It looks like the bottom. You're in a pretty good range here. A nice little channel over the last year and a half, up to the top part of 200, and the bottom down here of 160. I feel like this IWM, huge missed opportunity as you approach the 50 period right now. This is why I just think that we had a lot of exuberance last week. Obviously the best week of the year. So I don't know if we buy, it's like what Michael said, I don't know if we buy everything up here right now. Feel like it's kind of like let things cool down. I still think we're up and away. We've called that. I actually gave a note to my dad on Tuesday, let's get in there and buy, like hand over fist. But again, I don't, today's not the day to do that. Today I think it's a hot market. We're up to the top here. I really like IWM and some of those other names that we've been talking about as far as ETFs are concerned. So this is a missed opportunity. I think if we can pull back, another $6-7 back into 170-ish, I think that's a buy for the IWM, especially if you do think that there is this soft landing ahead if we have not already had one.
First 30 minutes of the show brought to you by DX Feed. Calling all traders, don't miss out on this amazing offer from DX Feed. Get up to 20% off your first month subscription For U.S. equities and futures market data now until November 15th, visit dxfeed.com and use the promo code TraderTV to take advantage of this limited time deal. Scan the QR code or click the link in the description. Shout out to our friends over at DXFeed. Let's kick things off here at 9 o'clock. Treef's going to have a look at the overall market.
43.76, guys. That's where we closed off on Friday on the ES. Let's have a look at where we're at now. 43.86, the overnight high. 43.74, the overnight low. Clearly, what we're looking at here is a main resistance level, the 100-point level at 4,400. If we get there, watch for how we trade around there. Do we get wicks above 4,400 and then the closing print south, like I've been talking a lot about on the midday show? If that's the case, start looking for a short setup. If we get above 4,400 and stay above there, look for the double top here that we made back in mid and early October, 44.25. That's a local high, Brendo.
All right, let's talk about all the individual movers that you need to know about this morning. If you haven't done so yet, make sure you grab that. Absolutely free from us to you every single morning. Scan that QR code, go to watchlist.tradertv.live, enter your email address, and you can have that. Just take it. We give it away. Why not? 1.3 right now for Tesla, testing pre-market lows here, back to the downside ever so slightly. I mean, there's a couple of things to consider here. The 25,000, I mean, in this story, they're considering it euro. Tesla is getting closer, apparently going to come from their Berlin factory. According to this story this morning, that equates to about $26,836 exactly US, but hey, who's counting?
It'll be 40,000 Canadian.
Exactly.
Right? So,
60.
no, in all seriousness, they've been really wanting to ramp up production at the Berlin factory. Elon Musk has made statements about the Berlin Gigafactory in the past before, saying that it's going to be making up to about 1 million cars a year. We'll see when that pans out. But yeah, this is a very important step for them. He's been talking about a $25,000 car since about 2018. That's really going to help with mass adoption. We know how hard it was for him to scale the Model 3 when he initially introduced it. He was sleeping on couches, etc. You guys know the story. It's a very interesting move for them because, as I mentioned on the top of the show, it really removes them from the subsidies that the Chinese government has been giving the cars being made at the Shanghai facility, which then are exported into Europe. And that's kind of raised the ire of the European regulator there, trying to add some tariffs. So that won't be an issue with this car.
Will it or will it not make an appearance in North America is another question, obviously. They also kind of reiterated the fact that 20 million cars by 2030 is still their production goal. 20 million cars, which is insane. And this lower priced $25,000 Tesla going to be a big deal when it comes to that.
Absolutely. I mean, to penetrate over in Europe, you just flat out have to have a smaller vehicle, and that's going to be good for them in the long run. Obviously, in the short run, Tesla's been doing something else, right? Like it's been in the midst of a pretty precipitous dip. It just broke the 200-period moving average on Friday. Well, it got to it on Friday and resisted at 220, and you're gapping above it today. So when you're above the look, it's been bouncing. You're back above the 200. It's hard for me not to say above that 200-period moving average. Look for that to be for support. If it can't hold on to 220 today, then I just think it's a sell underneath that price. So like that's the level I'm looking at for Tesla. I don't want to get too crazy about it. Don't want to be chasing. I only really want to be playing off of that 220 level. And it's a simple moving average on my daily chart there. The other EV name, and we'll talk about the Chinese EVs particularly as well. The other one worth watching was the rejection of 18 on Rivian. And look, Rivian, again, there's stocks, there's plenty of things we'll look at that have much more bullish looking charts, I think today than probably these two, especially in Rivian's case. However, you just made a bounce off 15. This is the first sign. If it can close above, like 18 quarter, take out Friday's high, I think it's got room to get back into that 20 level. It's been stair-stepping to the downside. It's attempting to break out this local resistance, or at least it did on Friday. Even though it rejected the 18 level, it broke the resistance, and now it's trying to hold 18. So the same way I feel about 220, I feel about that 18 level. It was a good place to be short under on Friday for some scalp trading, and then late in the afternoon, like it gave you a good trade. But as long as it's holding out above there, I wouldn't want to be fighting this thing. It's got room to run to that upside. So 18 is that over-under for me. If the opening range resolves underneath there, and it's trend, we can look trend down underneath the 18, but this is one where they're trying to play some catch-up here, both Tesla and Rivian, with the bounce that everybody else has been doing.
Yeah, I mean, same kind of talk. I like it down here at 220. I just think that Tesla, again, I added some last week at 205 or the week before. I mean, it dipped all the way down. I mean, how far did Tesla even get down there? I mean, it got down to 190. So like even buying 205 is not great. And then we bought it on the way down, like through 200. And then I was like, nah, I got to stop because like I like the name, but I don't know how much we like it. And it's been pulling back here in the pre-market a little bit. It was up, unfortunately. Will these wicks ever change? Let's see. And it was up here to 224 is what I was getting at. Then you had a nice little move down. And then since we've talked about it a little bit here in the last 5 minutes, it's gone back up to the upside. But again, bouncing off that 223, I apologize for our charts. There's really nothing I can do about this as we have these crazy wicks on there. But just looking back to where we were on Friday, if we can quickly here, this 220 held, and that's where we closed. So I think the market is an upside today. I think it's up. I want to be long bias. It's just for right now. We've been really great being patient and having a bias one way or the other. And we answered some questions on the Q&A on the market recap show about how we get biases and stuff like that. But I feel like right now we need to stay long Tesla. It's up much more than the market. I really like that talk of the new car. It's what we've been waiting for. And then worst case scenario is you get long 220 and you lose it. Well, this bottom right here that was made at noon, and again, I wasn't here on Friday, but it's not like I would have been like watching this stock like a hawk, but that pulled back real nice. Like that high of 226 that happened immediately in the morning, like at 10 o'clock, that's kind of strange. Was that true of the market? Did the market fade all day on Friday? Not really, right? No. So Tesla there got 226.
It was a weird one.
Yeah, so its highest level was the open, and then it almost closed on its low. So I feel like you want to dip by this name. Don't get caught up in some of that exuberance early because hold on a second. Let me just see something here.
Tesla was a trap.
Yeah, it seems like it might have been a drop. Let me just see what the NASDAQ did. Oh, God damn. This is even worse than the other stock. Well, as you can see by the NASDAQ here, it had this huge move down to 280. No, anyways, all right, I'll try to clean this all up. But anyways, I was just getting at that. It's a good thing that you noted that about.
If you want, you can come to my chart to look.
That's not, what is that one?
That's the Q. That's
the
15. It's a 15-minute of the NQ.
Probably a little bit better.
Of the NQ.
So we ripped all afternoon.
We ripped pretty much most of the day. Like
yeah.
Tesla was an absolute trap because there was a consolidation. Like when we made it high, this is what Sean was trying to point out. The chart. Apologies for the chart there, but when we got to that top and started pulling back, Tesla just kept falling, and the market just stair-stepped up. So I think. Like on Friday, Tesla was kind of a trap, but it did manage to close above the 200 nonetheless.
You know what stock I really want to buy? I really want to buy this restaurant brand, which is QSR. Because on the weekend, honestly, like I was at the hockey tournament, at a hockey tournament, it was really busy and it was really great. But like I looked in the stands and like every single damn person had a Tim Hortons coffee. Like honestly, like this stock also owning a Popeyes. I'm kind of just tongue in cheek here, but I said I wanted to look at it because I was talking to some parents about this. And I hadn't known where it was, but QSR, not really the name. The reason why I brought this up is that I really like Starbucks right now, up through that $100 mark. Let's see if it held that on Friday. Yes, it looks like it did. Wow, yeah. Huge move off earnings. We talked about them getting a little bit more exposure in China. So as the Chinese story continues to develop, I really feel like Tesla, like Starbucks above this $100 mark is something to look at as well. And I note that's where the 200 period simple moving average is. So I really, really like Starbucks off the bottom here as well. So just another name there. Tesla, China, Starbucks, China. That's what I thought about it.
A couple of positive analyst notes on Starbucks this morning as well, coming off of that move last week. Quick note here on Disney. They just took Pepsi's current CFO, Hugh Johnson. So Pepsi's CFO going to move over to Disney. It wasn't really doing much, but actually starting to get going now. It took a little while there for Disney. Let's talk Apple. Yeah, there was this note on Apple from Baird this morning. cutting their price target, reiterating essentially what the company said about the holiday quarter and demand going into the new year on Apple. I think the more interesting note, the fact that the market was up, NASDAQ was up 6+% last week. Apple's actually 5%. So for the first time in a long time, we're seeing Apple kind of lagging what the overall NASDAQ was doing.
Yeah, it was the earnings and, the lack of, big fourth quarter coming up. That's usually Apple's best fourth quarter as we go into the holidays, and that was subdued a little bit here, and the market's making them pay. But yeah, DZ Bank coming out with their own coverage day on Apple, maintaining a buy with a price target of 210. So countering what Baird said there. We saw Charlie Munger make comments with respect to Apple over the weekend, saying, he doesn't really care that it's trading around 26 times forward earnings, with its historical average being around 18.5. He still likes the company. And so, they're going to continue to hold that at Berkshire Hathaway, which affected their earnings too, Brendo. They took a bit of a hit there because of Apple's stock price decrease.
I can't get over that. Cash pile is just, if you missed it, 157 billion in cash for Berkshire announced over the weekend, their highest ever. But the report hit a little bit, as you mentioned, on the Apple front. But bit of a pullback here now, guys, but there was a little tiny move there in Disney.
Actually, so just very quickly on Disney refuses to break out, but there's always a but in there somewhere. It's got a nice little interesting triple top. So there's once, twice, and I guess it'll be thrice if it gets to 86.5. And maybe we get that break today. I have no idea. I don't think that's not the catalyst that's going to get it done. At least it wouldn't seem like it, a new CFO, but stranger things have happened. There was one thing I wanted to mention with regards to, before we get into Apple, with regards to QSR, and it's not great for Beyond Meat. QSR declining, I actually read this morning, declining to expand their plant-based offerings. So that's obviously not a great thing for Beyond Meat. I don't know what it means for QSR, but it doesn't really help Beyond Meat at all.
No, dude, nothing.
Apple, you're teetering here. You've done step one, find bottom. Step two, hold the 200 period. Step three, break the trend to the downside. So there you go. It's not the best trend line, but hey, man, I connect the dots, and you got to get above 178. How many stocks are doing exactly this, right? You're trying to break lower high trends on the daily, and until you do, Apple, that 178, that was Thursday's high. It's the top of that trend line-ish. So I'm not really thinking anything, but if there's a short available, 178's out there on Apple. We get up there and we start failing that off an open kind of push, then I like that as the top of the trend. And if we break out, look, if the opening range is above this, I'm not saying it can't do what AMD did because Apple doesn't move like that, but AMD broke a similar trend line and went all ham. So I think if we close the opening range above here, which would be above the 178, I don't think you fight it. I think you just try to join the trend. I'm not just talking about today. I mean, if it gets through this, I'd be looking for longs after that point. And just to emphasize that, like AMD, oh, my trend line's nasty on this one. Yeah, I drew this one poorly. It sucks. It doesn't really matter. It's above like 106 here. Once it consolidated above its trend line, it just started ramping to the upside. That's a poorly drawn one, but you get the general idea. And a lot of stocks do look like that.
All right. Yeah, I wrote down here, just on the sticky note, shout out to everybody who's part of this nation as we continue to be strong. Let's just wait to see. I wrote down Apple up here, 178. Just thought that it can't get going, right? We had their report. I think it was a decent report, but obviously the market got going without it there last week. Apple's still downside. I mean, you can see it's just hovering right now. Nice, I mean, not downside. It's had a nice move, but it didn't get going, and so we'll have to wait to see if it does now. I think it can. I think I want to stay short underneath 180, but it doesn't mean that we can't flip over to the long. It's just there's 178. Right, so we didn't touch it on Friday. It was the close there on Thursday. We'll see if it can get going past 178. So I want to be short until it proves otherwise. So guilty until proven innocent on Apple. That's it. Down today, pretty simple stuff. If it bumps up, like it's complete opposite of the market, down 0.15, up 0.18. Seems pretty simple trade to me, man. You want to trade the weak names, and people ask me what kind of a trader I am, and it's support and resistance, right? And then relative strength and weakness. There's really not much else that I actually look at. There's going to be charting and things like that, like where to go short, where to go long. Obviously, that's where the magic sauce is. But I just feel like if we're going to trade Apple today, it has to be to the short side, and I would like to play it on any pump up, and that's it. I still think Apple's a huge long. It's just right now, it's going to be a short until it breaks that 178. So I just have to be there for that, and that's what we'll do. It's written down on here. I'm going to stay as diligent as I can to try to stick with some of these rules. And for right now, I believe Apple is a short up there at 170. It might not get to 178, and if it doesn't, then we could leave it alone. But where is the long? I mean, the long could be down right here at 174. Where we bounced again on Friday. So let's just wait to see either 174 coming into play or 178. I just feel like right now you are at 176 is in the middle of those two numbers. So we'll stay patient with Apple. I still really like the name, but there's bigger fish to fry here today. Apple short 178.
All right, let's touch on Chinese ADRs here once again. If you're with us in the first 30 minutes, we were mentioning Li Auto specifically, but the entire group to the upside. More stimulus, again, it seems to be the catalyst here this morning. Chinese regulators and government coming out overnight suggesting that they're ready to help the market essentially across the board. There was really not a lot of detail as far as where, when, why, and how.
Yeah, but a lot of money being thrown around here. This article that I'm reading about 1 trillion won, about $137 billion, the recent amount of new Chinese stimulus into the economy. They're going to grow, looks like here, the new projection is around 5.2% year over year GDP. Their goal was 5. We've talked a lot about this on the desk. It's an 18-year high for the deficits that they're running as a result of this new stimulus. So something, uncommon for them. They haven't needed to do it lately, but here we go. What one analyst is saying is Beijing's rare budget expansion marks a critical step in re-inflation because they've had some de-inflation or disinflation there. Morgan Stanley economist Robin Shing saying in a note last week, he goes on to say, we expect growth and inflation to improve, but in a subpar fashion. More stimulus and reforms are likely needed, and existing deflation could be a 2-year journey, Brendo.
Yeah, nice look anyways to kick things off here this morning, guys. Where's the trade as far as China today?
A lot of names that you could look at individually here. Li Auto, Sharif already talked about that one. It's gap to the upside. I'm going to get to NIO here because it's finally, look, on Friday, what you saw, it bottomed at that $7 level, kind of close enough to it, double bottom at 7, took out 8, and held it really nicely on Friday. So it was a wick bottom right at 9:30 and then sort of ramped up off the $8 level. I think as long as that's a base of operations, then this one can obviously get to the $9 level. Every even dollar matters. It's a 50 period. It's a last resistance, like all that good stuff. So if we're charging toward that, I'm looking whenever there's a gap up over all of the Chinese ADRs, at least the ones that we look at, I tend to never want to buy the top of it at the open. I'm usually looking for something along the lines of that first little dip and rip. We closed at the quarter. That's the first place I'd look on NIO. If that doesn't hold, then I look at the $8 level. And if it can't hold $8, then I'm not trying to trade it to the long side. So I got a couple of levels I do like on NIO on some dip buys, but I don't want to be buying tops on this name. Not at all.
I just put a bid in. I'm the same way. I don't want to get too excited about this market early right now. It's 9:17. We'll wait to see what happens. These Chinese names are well up there. We talked about what happens when the Chinese government comes in and buys these names. Now they're not even hiding it. They're just opening market, broaden market access? Yeah, sure, that's good. So there you go, up to 84, 85 bucks. Look at BABA, it starts to get going here off that bottom. Every time we get to 80 bucks, guess what happens? Boom goes the dynamite back up, but it does have a problem getting through 90. You could see it. It did make a nice move up to 102 here. I have no idea when Alibaba reports, not that I would trust the numbers anyways. They report November 16th, so still a while to go. I'm still long this name from a long time ago, so I like it. I don't really like it, actually. But it's just, we'll have to wait to see. I still think the strength is here in this name. If China ever opens up and, some of these names really start going, I feel like if you get a big hedge fund in there, that really clears the way. We had Charlie Munger and all that talk about buying these guys. I think that was up when it was 120, 130. You could check it out, but I think it was It might have even been in the new year-ish, but I feel like it might have been last year sometime. But anyways, it's fallen down. The idea here is that you want to support some levels. $84 is what was a level there where we opened up on Friday. So any kind of a dip into 85 is, I think, where we want to start buying the close there. It's a good story. China opening everything up. Let's see. I mean, billions. I mean, the economy is huge. We don't have to discuss that. So I like Alibaba. We've seen retail strength here in the United States. Why can't it be strong in China? You're never going to get the truth anyways. So I like this 85 bottom there. That's a good spot to start buying, and I have a bid.
Just noting Bumble, basically day lows here. Founder and CEO Whitney Wolfe going to step down and leave the company, quote unquote, early next year. Current Slack CEO going to take the role. So BMBL down 6% here, right back to the lows essentially from last week. Quite the story for her, if you have time, worth a look into it for Whitney Wolfe. So interesting for Bumble. Let's talk about Berkshire Hathaway, or that's not Berkshire Hathaway. I was thinking that early on this morning. I was like, I saw that BIRK, and I was like, I guarantee I'm gonna say Berkshire Hathaway. It's Birkenstock. It's not Berkshire Hathaway. We got a whole bunch of analysts coming out with their opinions on the recent addition here, BIRK. Not really doing a heck of a lot here this morning, but it was up on the week along with everything else. Last week, we were actually back above, or trying to get back above the IPO price here for Berk.
Yeah, no shortage of analyst upgrades here. Jefferies with coverage on it with a buy rating and a price target of $50. HSBC Securities, same thing, buy rating announcing a price target of 42. Citigroup announcing a price target of 52. So yeah, this was the IPO from a couple of weeks ago. The German footwear maker, let's call it that. Yeah, it had a bit of an uneventful IPO. You know, was traded here on the floor. It opened up at the lower end of expectations, which had some on this floor wondering, you know, whether we had seen the last of the IPOs for the season. Maybe it'll take over next year. But.
Yeah, and it's interesting in a year that, you know, IPOs have not fared too well. Let's be honest. This one's still kind of hanging out, guys, where it actually came to market.
Yeah, it's interesting because, I mean, Berkshire did report, so they're an important name out there. But at least Birkenstock has a chance to, oddly enough, break out. I didn't realize this was going to be true, but it opened up at like 41, and clearly for the next couple of days, it got taken out. Didn't even realize that it broke in the 40 level. But I guess it closes above 41. That's pretty bullish for this to take out what will be obviously all-time highs. It's done 7,000 shares worth of volume. So to me, that's not going to be on the radar. But what I get from this is that Brendan doesn't like crypto. And it is, and you know, it's fine. Like not everybody has to be a fan of crypto. It doesn't need, you know, Bitcoin doesn't need Brendan to go upside. I'm just kidding. Obviously, again, with with Birkenstock, I do think it's more of a swing type of trade than a day trade. And anytime an IPO breaks out from its highs, I think it's worth it to look at it at least. But Coinbase in the crypto land, it's in the verge of a breakout here. If I look at what's going on, this kind of consolidation happening in BTC, it's a flag on higher lows all the way through. This is a daily, by the way, all the way through. It did tag that 36. You're back above 35, so you're slightly trend up here. And if that's happening, and coin after the report, rocket ship to the ups. Well, okay, everything was a rocket ship. Pretty much like at the end of the week, so I guess it's not really saying much, but it is a big move in coin, which can possibly take out this 90 level. So on the daily chart here, anything above 86, that holding 86 is bullish to the upside. If it goes dip by and holds 86, it's dip and rip to 90. 90 is a breakout. Don't fight the squeeze on this. I've done it before. It's at the levels where if it's going to fail, I want to see it failing underneath 86. I want to see it wicking 90. But this is one of those names that when it gets going, it can be absolutely nasty to the upside. So Coinbase, it's on the radar. If it holds on to 86, I mean that's the only support level I'd like. If it breaks that, it could go anywhere to the downside if it were to break at 86. But I do like the trend that's been happening. It's got to the top end of the range. You have to be very patient because it's obviously struggled breaking out from levels here. But that doesn't mean that there aren't little quick scalp trades to have. Ideally, the first one would be off that 86 level, and that's what I'm watching. I haven't really watched Mara or Riot this morning.
So, like, I just looking at this, and I just tweeted it out. Like, as if, like this Whitney Wolf, like, I mean, whatever stories there is coming out about her, it's like this is exactly the plan of action. Like now you step down, like you bring the company to market at $77, right, back in 2021. Now, after destroying shareholder wealth and absolutely crushing the stock, now you decide, where do you think she cashed out at? 60s, 70s, 80s potentially. Obviously got a great deal when they IPO'd, right? So, and it's not just her, it's the whole, there's a lot of IPOs that look like this, but it just makes me sick, quite frankly. I'm not even invested in Bumble. I don't know anything. I mean, I know her and I know of her. We've seen her before on CNBC touting how great of a company this is. Good job. Like that's the thing. This is why I've pretty much lost faith in like going long in any of these names that are like just you go on CNBC and you see them pumping their tires. Like wait for earnings, wait for these big stocks to come through. I think ARM is going to be a good one because that's an actual real company. Bumble and some of these other ones, but bunch of jokers. Can't believe that they're going to get away with it. You know, they bring the company to market. It's basically, I don't know, whatever, white collar, crime collar, whatever you want. All right, so BIRK right now. Let's go over and have a quick look. I like this name. I think that this is the day that you're allowed to start to upgrade it. Obviously, this name's been in the market and held pretty good. Very volatile opening. What a good dip buy. This could be a name that actually works, right? You had that dip buy into 36. I'd say you stay long on Berkshire or Birkenstock. I don't know if it has the juice in it to be an all-day trade. But yeah, watch out, see if there's some volume into it. It's only 7,000 now. Are we going back to the desk or that's it? All right.
Yeah, let's talk about some crypto here. I mean, there wasn't really much happening, was one of the reasons I kind of glanced by. But worth a note, I mean, it's a huge week last week coming off the NFP, specifically on Friday. If you missed it, huge print to the downside for non-farm payrolls, which helped the market overall and help crypto too.
Yeah, any speculative asset is gonna really take advantage of that as that kind of shifts away the prospect of more rate hikes, and that's good for speculative assets. All right, let's talk about how crypto is faring. You got Coinbase up 2.3%, BITF, Bitfarms up 5.1. You got the miners, the Riot, the Huts, the Maras up 3.1 to 3.8%. This is all reeling off the prospects of a new spot Bitcoin ETF. It looks as if it's just a matter of when, not if. We're going to have to wait and see when that first comes in. But there was really positive signs last week when Coinbase received questions from the SEC rather than a blanket statement that, nope, we're not really interested there. Coinbase is going to be the holder for the BlackRock ETF. So that should be interesting. But one thing I wanted to mention, and I mentioned this last week too, this might not be good for these exchanges like Coinbase that actually have crypto being traded on their platforms, because if you can trade it all of a sudden from your brokerage, that may lessen their volume, and they make quite a bit of money from the trading of all crypto currencies on their platform.
Yeah, one of their biggest sources of revenue, obviously. So yeah, more to come on that side of things. Here's Bitcoin, meanwhile. Daily chart just kind of hanging out, as I mentioned. Not a heck of a lot happening here. The weekly chart, same story. Getting into, though, some significant areas of potential resistance for Bitcoin.
Trying to stair step it to the upside, which is why I think you got to be cautious, looking for that like a more of a dip buy situation at the top end of the range. If you have to try to play something, don't necessarily buy those tops. I said, we looked at Coin, but why not take a look at Riot? Look, it's a good run, and clearly you can sort of see, like, if it breaks 12, there's some overhead resistance that it's running into right now. So this above the 50 period, so it looks like it's on a stair step to the upside, but there hasn't really been a pullback in a week, and without that, it's hard to look for where the exact dip buy is going to be, but 12.5 is obvious resistance on that one. And then if you look at a marathon here, $10. It's a nice, easy, round number, but I mean, if anybody can look at this chart and see exactly the same thing. $10 is where it rejected on 24th. $10 was the high the day after that. And then it failed $10 on Thursday. Then it failed $10 on Friday. And Mara, I don't know, if it's breaking $10 and holding above the quarter, I think you probably want to join along. But this is the perfect example of its resistance until it ain't with Mara here in that $10 level.
I like a 110 here on AMD. And hey, look, guys, congratulations, whoever the hell bought DraftKings. You guys remember on Thursday before the report, I was like, you have to go in there and buy DraftKings immediately because all of these other names with a very similar pedigree, like the Palantirs of the world, like the Affirms, any little bit of good news pops these damn stocks, and there it is right there. So that was worth barbecuing up there. DraftKings on Friday. We'll see if it hits $35 one more time here today. I like AMD down at 110, 30 seconds till the market opens. We will wait to see 110 down there for AMD. We're bidding. We're bidding Google as well down near 1. These are all on the sticky note. We're also bidding Google down here at 128. That may come in as the market looking to fade out some of these new moves. We'll wait to see, man. You're just under the 50 period right now and starting to make moves lower. We are bidding right now Google 128 right here. So G-O-G-G-L-E as here we go. With only 7 seconds to go, it's Adara on the bell. On the ones and twos we go. 2 and 1, let's go. We're now open. Should be a good day, so let's wait and see. Here we go. Google now open. Apple, Google, AMD. Right now, the stocks that I'm looking at.
Absolutely.
Brendan?
Brendan, already?
Yeah, just quickly, guys, the rundown brought to you by Vantage Point. Dual patented artificial intelligence has revolutionized the way investors approach their trading decisions for over 30 years. Scan the QR code or check the link in the description. Shout out to our friends over at Vantage Point.
Yeah, and almost immediately off the open, like you've got a decent sized bounce to the upside. I mean, it tries to get to the overnight highs. I looked over, did Apple make a move? Nope, Apple did not budge whatsoever. Rivian's doing battle with the $18 level, but look at that sideways action. This is where you got to be patient, or at least I look to be patient. But there goes Meta. Meta on, yeah, there's the one going. Meta on the breakout. This is what's actually carrying to the upside. I was checking NVIDIA, not much of anything, but Meta's definitely going. That looks like it's going to be the strong one. I thought on a pop-up we'd be looking at Apple giving you an entry to the short, but that's not happened on that name at least.
Yeah, Meta. Maybe Meta does want to go. Maybe this market is not waiting around. We were trying to buy some dips. What about Meta at 317? I think that could be something here. Let's try it. Meta 317. We'll give it a little go right there. Meta's high. I thought I saw a 317 tick somewhere out there. Maybe it's not on these charts. Here it is right here on a 20 period. You have to go back to the morning of the 2nd, which was Thursday, right? So we got up there to 317. We'll see if we can wick out a little bit higher than that. Now you're only at 315, so starting to come back in a little bit. Not sure why, but there it is. The market's still going up, and Meta just dropping just a little bit right now, back into 315 and change for Meta.
AMD dropping into, it looks like it's going to come back in here into that 112. I got a bad wick in there, but it's at 112.30. Afternoon support was at 112, if you remember from the afternoon show. If it can get off there, I think that's a solid one. Microsoft's also making some power moves. Rivian holding 18. That looks like it can be strong off that level. I want to be patient with AMD, but Rivian holding on to that 18 off the open. That looks like a good go zone. I said I only want to be long this above the 18 level, and if it can't hold it, then it's still the short it has been, unfortunately for Rivian. Now NVIDIA is starting to go, but it's weird. NVIDIA is bouncing up while AMD just went red, so a lot of patience probably for AMD on dip buys, as it's now relatively weak.
Yeah, I mean, I'm into a first position here. We just got more. We're long at 315.50 right now on Meta. So this is really the name for me now. It started to get going. We got excited about it, and now it's fail city right here on Meta. I got to try to give this one at least. I mean, I was going to give it to this 314.50 area. Right into there. I mean, I'd hate for us to break that, obviously, and then we'll lose $1 on it. But we got to be here for the dollar first. So 315.50 right now is what we're long on Meta. Try to give this a little bit of room. Because we're risking $1, I think at 316 we could take a little piece out. Right there, we'll take out like 15%. How about that? If it gets back up to 316, and then after that, 316.50 and so on and so forth for the next set of outs. So we're flat on Meta right now. As my hands, I don't know, they're really freezing here. Long Meta early. Let's wait to see if there is a fail coming on that one. The number one name that we had on this watch was going to be Alibaba. Probably should have bought that up on some dips there, but again, it's only $9.33. So there it is right now, 5 cents, 20 cents in the money. Well, it was for Meta. See what just happened to Meta there? We got up and then we just faded right back again. So let's see where we go here with this one. META long 315.50, first position of the day.
Yeah, the other thing that's flying is definitely Microsoft. So I noticed Meta there, but also Softies going. I was just in and out off of Rivian is it couldn't really hold on to that 18 level at first bounce. There's still pre-market, well, sorry, not pre-market lows. There's still Friday bottoms that can be in play, but I don't want to be fighting this thing. If it's underneath the 18 level, we want to back off it. Roku, it's not at 86, but it's trying to get up there. Remember I said, like, the 86 level, if it fails that, then that's the only place other than 97 to 100 that's even worthy of some kind of a short. AMC reports this week, so shout out to everyone that's actually interested in it. This is approaching Friday's high. So AMC on a breakout at 11. 11's been that level. I mean, 11. This is 11. This is 11 a quarter. Once it's above Friday's high, I'd be looking for dip and rip because that is a wide gap on this daily chart for AMC.
Okay, we're just trying to be as patient as we can. We already have one out.
AMD's still falling, by the way.
Yeah, AMD's falling to 1150 or 1180 right now. Meta, so we actually took 25 cents there and got out at 90 like we said, but here's the dip down again. This market is trying to fall back. So let's go over, again, Meta was kind of like a new idea when we saw it rip up and we're like, let's take advantage of this pullback, but the pullback seems to be holding a little bit right now as the levels on the NASDAQ, 15,200 is actually where VWAP is, so I feel like we'll be able to look at that. Google drips down. We wrote down 128 long. Right now my bid is still at 128 and a quarter, so any kind of a dip down on Google probably needs to be looked at as well. I put another offer on Meta in case you guys were wondering what's up with that, near 316. Again, just to get another piece out, it's at 316 even, so if that can get back up, good for that. As now it's starting to go. Again, another 20 cents in the money, but we're waiting for more. The spread on Meta alone is 20 cents, you know, so it's like that's pretty spreadable right now, actually.
Spready.
Yeah, 356. What is the high on Microsoft? I thought it was 360, not because of Office 360, but I thought Microsoft's high there was that. Let me see here on a daily chart. Yeah, there it is, high, 366.78, made back in July. That's not going to happen today, but wow, what a nice move up for Microsoft as the moat around that thing seems to get bigger with great report there from them and Azure. So watch out for Softy and these charts that are off the rails right now for me. So
yeah, they're super, super strong. I'm into Intel off 38. Looks like that one. And again, Intel, this is pretty much the level from Friday in the afternoon, and it's coming right back in here. So if the market's going to be green, I'm just looking for what support levels are holding. I'm not getting any chances at the fades. And when I say fades, I'm talking about shorts at highs. They're not coming into play yet. Obviously, Apple would have been one. There's AMD making a little bit of a bounce. So it holds on to 111.5. Let's see if it can make a higher low. That's what I would like to see with AMD. NVIDIA is also going to the upside. Tesla's running to the... I mean, Tesla's running higher. I took the shot on Rivian 118, and then it looks like Tesla's the one that wants to go. So I'll slap the fail on that one. But as we just got into Intel, we'll be scalping it to the top of the range because this market is now absolutely flying. Well, you want Apple? I think we get Apple today because here comes 178 on Apple as we speak.
We're back in the building, baby, so you know what that means when we're here. Let's go. It's Dollar Club time. Nice move upside, obviously, for Meta. As there it is right now, another one for you. But you know what's going upside right here that I didn't pay attention to because we sat there. There's our 178 on Apple. So let's take a little bit out here because honestly, man, we don't need to put too much risk into this play. We already got the banger on board for you right now, and that's going to be Meta. Like we said, there's the Dollar Club for you. Again, on that name, we will take a little bit more out here on Apple. We took the L already out of half as it broke through 178. Now let's see if it can push down a little bit lower here on AAPL, but the fly already happened. There's 316. Yeah, what's up? We're going to do that again. There's 316.50 right there as an out for Meta, and there goes Apple. We marked down 178 as the short. We took it against us up there. It's my bad because I should have been watching it and watching what the market was doing and maybe gotten away from this. But we're in the money now a little bit on Apple. We just took some profit there on the move back in through 178. So it's actually kind of a nothing burger right now. But the one name that's really starting to go up here is going to be Meta, which we already have the Dollar Club right there. So I hope you guys are enjoying it so far, as that's going to be a good play for me there on Meta. And like I said to you guys, man, we're trying to be as patient as we can. There's the dip buy on Meta. There it is at 316. There it is at 315. So a nice move upside for Meta, as now $1 plus in the money. So we're going to just try to hold on to that. And then honestly, we only have a quarter left of this Apple, because this market is way, way higher than I would have thought it would have been right now. Up another 0.5%. This is insane. So let's just continue to watch out for Meta and get out of Apple, because the Apple short right now does not appear to be working. If anything, we should go back over and see what's going on with Alibaba at some point here.
Yeah, Apple was a clean entry, but it's also an obvious exit, right? It wicked 178, got to 178.14. I punched the evens on the way back in, put my stop at the high, took profit when it beat 1-to-1, and then just got out. So sometimes when you stand in front of a level like that, you got to get in and out quickly, because either it works right away or it shows you failure right away. In that case, we'll at least stay green by being patient with it. One entry, 38 Intel. It's now at the high. You just got to the pre-market tops. I think we got room to 38.30 on this bad boy. It's just about the trend. Every trend is, I mean, what isn't trending to the upside? But until this gets to 40, I think it's going to follow said trend over and over again. NVIDIA looking super strong, but Steve G, not all is rosy. I forgot to show you guys this. This is SoFi. I'm pretty sure I probably mentioned this one in the chat this morning. But channel, fail channel. This is looking pretty weak underneath that $8 level. So SoFi actually fails a breakout on the daily when literally everything else has been breaking to the upside. Underneath $8, now you're on the ish list, SoFi.
Oh man, what's on the good list here today is now $1.50 right now in the money, as we shout out to Hydration Nation. Right now, shout out to Shakib and all the members out there. Look at this, man. There it goes, Meta. We just got an out at that 317. We got 316.80 right there. I feel like we could just chill out, man. The market's nicely done to the upside. We're back into the money now on Apple. Let's see how far this one goes down. Obviously feeling bad for taking some out in the first place, but you know, this one did go against us there a little bit. So we'll put a bid down here in the 60s, see if we can get it. Almost able to feel my hands right now. So it's pretty good. But you know what? When you're ringing the registers, all you need to do is put out one key, offer. So we did that on Meta. 315.30s, again, if you guys are looking for one trade, we've talked about this, how we changed our style up. There's Meta, it's a dollar club there. And then Apple, if we just followed our own rules, basically, we may still be in this one, but it did go 20 cents against us. We don't have any outs up there. My best out, or my worst out on Apple is 178.09. And right now you are nicely in the money on the back end of this trade, but we only have 20% left of it. So, oh, we got that. Oh, look at that. Okay, no wonder why. I was like, why don't we have more shares? We just got filled there at 60s. So there it is. My worst out is 8 cents through that 178, but we are short at 177.90, remember. So here we go. Nice move coming back in. We still have 60% of this Meta, but look at the spread. Well, we just got filled. But look at the spread on Meta. The spread on Meta is 40 cents at some points. I don't know why it's that large, but we're large and in charge over here, Brenda. What say you?
Relative weakness here, guys, for energy stocks this morning. This is XOM, straight southbound, now red once again. They were all gapping up. Oil positive so far this morning, but energy specifically looking pretty weak. Little penny stock, VRB, up 50% right now. Not seeing much in the way of news. That Bumble, BMBL, 9% downside. Earnings tomorrow for Bumble. She's stepping down ahead of earnings tomorrow, guys.
Yeah, because that's usually a good sign. Bumble's bottom is more or less right here. Like you're looking at a flat bottom break, which kind of already did it in the pre-market at 12:30. So, look, if it gets through that, I don't see anything good. It would be short sell restricted in about 2%. So it possibly has that going for it, even though I wouldn't necessarily call that good. AMD and 112. In light of being patient, it held on, but it did not hold 112. It held 111.15. But if it can make a higher low, that's where I try to step in off that 112 level. I'm only into Intel. I got out of Apple when it took out the top. And then I want to be short SoFi. If I see relative weakness like that, and shout out for pointing it out there, should have been in this one, maybe here, not the breakdown, but maybe here on 790. I'm looking to short the next pop on SoFi. It's a channel breakdown. When that happens, I'm going to look to want to take that one short. Going to need some kind of a bounce. And Christopher, you're right, that DBGI, I should say. with a current halt is doing absolutely no volume. So be careful with this. 100,000 in volume. Current auction price is saying 629, and it's halted at 587. So this is, again, not a lot of volume, not a lot of liquidity. Be very careful when you trade names like this.
Ooh, man, still can't feel hands, which is weird. Okay, so 316.50 right now. We took another piece out on Meta. Okay, so now we're $1.10 right now as we go. So we'll just keep on running it back, but it's the same stock, so we got to wait for some more moves. We're 30 cents in the money on Apple, so that's happening at least for us. Let's just check out on AMD quickly here. Oops, that's not a German stock. AMD.de. It seems like there's something there. What is that? Okay, so there it is right now. Here goes AMD NQ. Oh God, yeah. Like so. There we go. It's going to be hard to look at this again with these damn wicks. 111.50 looks like a nice little bottom as we come back in and bounce off one more time VWAP. So we'll probably have to start thinking about taking something out on Apple next time it gets down there, because we've had a couple moves into the 60s that we've just held it. So yeah, my out's going to be at the high of the day. I don't think we really want to reload this. Apple relatively strong, I guess. Obviously, look at the move, up 0.6 versus the NASDAQ 0.27. So I'm not loving that at all, but again, it is a mover, that's for sure. What's happening here with PayPal right now, $55, $56. Another possible name here to look at. Down today, PayPal, now bouncing off. Yeah, okay. I guess I don't need to be zoomed in that much, hopefully, for this stock. PayPal, all right, so what are we looking at? That's 55.50 bottom there on Friday, looking like it wants to break that level. Again, PayPal and Square definitely had its run over the last couple of days. This is where I could definitely see some sort of gusto come out. These names aren't operating well. I mean, we know that. Square came out, like what is operating well is Meta right now, by the way. But Square, again, look at this, another move down here. Not down as much as PayPal, so we'll have to wait to see. Can Square bounce off this level of $48? Looks like it may just be able to do that. And I'm waiting at 316.85. We just got to 316.80 right there on Meta. So one more, there we go. One more little push. Why do we care about 10 cents? Maybe we shouldn't, but that is why right there, because that's what we're doing right now. We smoking today, baby. Nice trade, it only takes one, and that's the one for me. So far, so good there. On, wow, now Meta $2 in the money on this one. So good one there.
Just over quickly, I just got Roku in here. This one is going to be, remember, this is a short squeeze special, but it is starting to break down. Looking for that relative strength, relative weakness. AMD back above 112, so getting on the bid of AMD at 112. Every trade so far has been pretty easy in terms of like in, out, holding the levels, but I should have been there for the reversal on Rivian. Looking for some other weak names. I did put SoFi on my radar when I saw that breakdown, but Rivian failing the 18 level. That's why we had exactly one place that we wanted to buy that dip. Now it's absolutely flushing. So I just want to note how ridiculously weak that name is. Maybe we'll get a chance on some kind of a pop. That's why we got over to Roku. It failed 86, or at least didn't get to 86. Now you're putting in some lower highs. It just rejected the pre-market lows there, so the stair step down on Roku, which is a squeeze potential name, looking like it's emerging. It was so strong the last 2 days. There was just, I mean, to me, people taking profit made a lot of sense. The higher low just got put in there on AMD. Sorry for that wick. I tried to clean it up. It came back like that bad cat. But if it gets up to 113, I will be taking profit on the way to 113. This NASDAQ is having trouble holding on to this 15.2. Like we bounced off it once. I mean, this is a 60-minute chart. We bounced off it once, already got a break of Friday highs, and then right back into a consolidation. So if you like the longs, fair. Just make sure you have yourself a bit of an out, because we are struggling to follow this one through.
Yeah, I think Apple's really helping this market, man. Apple just took it out. So by the way, like Apple just took out 178.20. So like I was saying, we probably should be getting something out there at the bottom, but well, we got something out, but then we got the rest out right there as it popped up. So there goes Apple. And then Meta kind of did a nice little dance as well. Remember, these are the only two names that we're in right now, Meta and Apple. And Meta just went up to 317. We only have 30% left on Meta. I feel like if we break below now, we can just get out. So let me change that. Let's get out if this breaks below 315 because honestly, we don't need that smoke right now. So we'll just get out of it 100% if it does break through 315. We don't need it anymore. It's fine. It was a great trade. We're out of 70% of this, but the market is looking a little bit weak right now. And I feel like we may want to short this AMD breaker through 111.50. So let's watch out for that. It is a new trade idea right now for AMD, breaking through that 111. The very bottom of the day, the stupid candles, honestly, 111.47 there on the break. So I feel like that's going to be a good short. 111.44, so on a breaker there for AMD. Let's try it back up to 212 or so.
Yeah, I just got out of AMD, and we had to take our profit in Intel. That took out the 38 level. Very quickly, we're going to go to Brendan, but I already had my stop in there at that higher low. We looked for a higher low to be able to buy the dip off of it. Couldn't maintain it. This is the reason you take profit on Intel and then do not hold it past your stop. So we're only in the one short now, and that's going to be Roku. We're back underneath that 15.2 on the NASDAQ, but I am trying to get that SoFi. SoFi, that was a missed one on the short side. If we can get back to the 80 level, we're going to start in on that one. And I'm still on the bid of Neo, despite the fact he doesn't want to get there. Brendo?
A bit of a late note here for Coinbase guys from Bank of America, raising their price target to 66 from 60. Not much of a reaction yet, but Coin still positive here.
I was going to say, because Coin's still positive, but it just pulled back into pre-market low. So yes, it's up on the, obviously it's up on the session, but that's putting in a lower high as we speak. So I'd watch out for this one if it cannot hold on to this level. 86 is the support on the daily chart there. Roku, we were able to just short another pop in there in front of VWAP, see if we can't get some to that bottom. And again, Roku is a squeeze name. I do want to acknowledge that one. If it does break out past VWAP, I'm not going to hold forever. AMC battling the $11 level. Looks like that one's starting to give it up. I'm seeing a lot of pullbacks right now. We're going to get down into that low at 15.2. But what's weird about this is as the market pulls back in, I mean, Apple's actually stair-stepping to the upside. So it's cleared 178. You know, very suddenly, I mean, Apple's broken this channel to the upside, so I'm not fighting. I said don't fight because it's breaking a channel at 178. If it holds the opening range above 178, I should be thinking long is what I told myself. So I'm going to listen to myself there. And it's not alone. Amazon is on the verge of 140 here, but it's got a bit of a rejection candle. So this is an Apple story. It's certainly carrying the market through. Amazon strong as well, but it seems like Apple, that's the one clearing out highs right now. Maybe Microsoft is too, I don't know.
Yeah, I wish it was Meta. It's not Meta right now, but look what else we did, guys. You know, we're still here. We're back, baby. Right there, nice little 20-cent win on AMD right now as we shorted that 112 area. Let's see if it can continue to work. I don't know if it's going to, but it's a new position. It's a light one. We're trying to get, we didn't even get out. We're trying to get more up here at 112. And I just want to give it to this 112 area. 112.20, it could be an L. View up at 112.23 right there. But there it is again, man. Another one happening for us on Meta. We got something out at 316. I'll wait for 317 now. I don't even have an offer there. If it's going to be relatively strong, then we are going to be in that one. When Neil mentioned Apple, of course, we are well away from that right now as that is off. We may even have to punch long through 180 on Apple as that continues to work. Let me check out the professor stock for him over here, just because I want to go over into Alibaba. Li Auto professor, nicely done right now as that's a cash cow here up to 40. We'll wait to see what happens with LI. And then, of course, I wanted to look at Alibaba in just a couple of seconds. Down now, see, so we're still bidding this 84.50 level for Baba, so hopefully that can come in right now. AMD, like, where's my bids? There it is. There's 20 cents on AMD right now, so that's a nice little trade. Hey, guys, we're just going to slowly put some damage on the board here again today with Meta, with AMD, the Apple short. We're out of that one, so let's wait to see what does happen right now with AMD. I'm just going to clean up this bad thing right here, and then that will hopefully, that'll hopefully make it look a little bit better. But we are going short AMD if it breaks that 1140 area, so watch out for that one on AMD.
I will not clean up that wick because it's going to make it. Here comes Rivian at $17. Wow. That has fallen like an absolute rock. So rejection of that 200 period. If you get to 1680, on the chart, that's a support level, but obviously 17 is going to get there first. I just missed a fill. Roku's got a bit of a spread at time, but I just missed a fill up there at VWAP. I'll see if I can't. I'm on the bid down at 83s, but I was trying to catch something at 84 there. I might have just missed it. Palantir was the other even dollar name. Stick to your notes, man. Palantir Friday, if you were trading 19 Friday was a short, 19 this morning, it also did the same thing. If it's going to try to stair step it, I'd look for this pop back in a previous close at about 1890 and see if we can get that. Now, obviously, with this market coming back in, NEO is still falling. It's getting close to that 820, looking at that $8 level. Did not want to buy any tops on any of these Chinese ADRs, but I don't mind the dip and rip off the $8 level here for NIO. Tesla now starting to give a little bit of a reversal. I don't want to chase on Apple, but if we're going to hold 15.2, if we bounce off 15.2, that's a little support level on the NASDAQ, then Apple above 178 actually looks relatively strong. And as said, I probably missed out on opportunity on Roku there. It wicked VWAP, but that was very, very fast. Like, it got above 84, it was right back underneath before I could even get an order out. So like, it's whipping around. That's how Roku's going to trade sometimes. Going to get a bid at around this low and see if I can't rinse and repeat this short. But you got to be sitting out there to catch a fill in this stock.
Yeah, we're still here waiting for AMD to go down, man. We got short at 41s. We got like a 36 fill or something. Other than that, it's not doing anything. And that fill came early. So we are going to have to wait for this to come through. Now, we do have a decent amount of shares right now on AMD as the market kind of just hovering around right now. I may get out now, not out of everything. It's just, it's not, I mean, we got to sort of breathe a little bit here. Let the stocks work themselves out. I mean, my main problem is the NASDAQ is still where it opened. Like, we're right at open level right now. We're a little bit higher, actually, despite being under VWAP right now. So we opened up down here at 15,205. Now we're at 15,210. Hopefully trying to make a little bit of a leg lower as my big position. Forget about, honestly, guys, really just forget about Meta at this point. Doesn't even matter to me, as it's only right now AMD. We're only in 20% of Meta and pretty much the full load here, obviously. There it is. Yes, sir. Let's go. Now we're starting to cash out right now as there goes AMD, and we just talked about being shorted. We just got some decent fills down there. My best fill there, 23s on AMD. This is what scalper life is all about. So take it while you can, because there's the move right back up to the upside again. So wow, it's been a pretty violent day, needless to say here, if you're trading some of these tech names, but it doesn't mean the fun is over. The fun is just beginning. So we're gonna wait right now. I do have a lower bid. There we go, AMD now into the 30s. We just took another fill there at 33, believe it or not. So hopefully, as it keeps on going, the spreads on some of these names, man, I know we're still in this one, so we'll still do that because we love the graphic. But we're still in Meta. Meta's still $1.30. We're hoping that AMD can make the move down now. It's down 0.62. Obviously, if the market tanks, we'll be in good hands, but we're already out of half of this trade, and it's not really working out for us. So we're gonna have to hope that AMD can figure itself out here. And this could be a stop out situation where if it does take this 212 or so, then I think we need to get out of AMD if it gets back up into 212, because again, 50 cents of risk, too much. The most we ever got was 20 cents on this name. So 50 cents is probably a little much, but let's hold it because we're under. I like the name short. But AMD, as you mentioned on Friday, I mean, it's had some huge moves up, so we got to be careful.
Yeah, it was a really good long, but it was an easier, I think, trade, on Friday a little bit. But Roku made a higher low here off of this 83 bounce, so it gets 83.25. I just got out and trying to get back in something at 84, see if we can't rinse and repeat this trade and stay net short that name. As long as we're underneath VWAP here, I'm going to try and take some pot shots at it. SoFi doesn't even want to, like, this is ridiculous, SoFi. SoFi is down 4% and really not showing too many signs of slowing down. Like, it's a little bit crazy. It just got Roku, but SoFi, I'm not sure where that bottom's going to be. Rivian, not quite at 17, but it is making a little bit of a bounce here. At this point, when you miss a short at $18, a reversal at $18, or like $17.80, I'm not going to chase this at 17. I'd be looking for a bounce play at this point. And I'm telling you, Apple, Apple, it's about trying to find a place to join the long. Can accept, hey, that's wrong, it broke out, but there was no real dip into 178 there to pick me up. But this certainly looks like a strong one. So I'm still thinking SoFi is weak. Roku at VWAP, although we just got out and then try to get back into it. As long as it holds underneath VWAP, I want to be short that name. The other one should have been mean, it is what it is. You pick one, but I don't pick 23 on Affirm. I pick Roku, and Affirm rejecting that $23 level again because that's what it does. It's underneath, as long as it's underneath 22 for that opening range, which will be like any second now, I think that can be a stair step in. But this is a time where I'd look for it to bounce off this level, and if it's going to be a short, I wanted a short on some kind of a pop. So we like the short pop on Rivian. Sorry, we like the short pop on Roku. I want it on Affirm, but I'm not going to chase it. Rivian getting really close to that 17. If I'm buying a dip, it's literally the 17 level that I'm interested in and pretty much nothing else.
All right. Count it up, man. That's $2 now on Meta. Hopefully, we just took another piece out right there at 317. We got the level that we wanted. We talked about Meta buying all these 315s. It's $2 in the money right now. We'll take it out at 317 actually. We got right there. So we got 316.98, something like that. So right there, it's going to be a nice fill for us to get out of Meta. Good trade there. Let's wait to see how far it can go upside. But as that continues to go upside, then we do understand that we will be in. I'll take some more now. I was waiting for 90s here. I don't know how far this is going to go. We'll take some 69s there as it just hit us again. And I'm just waiting for the 10 o'clock update so I can go get a coffee because I need warmth on these hands of mine. It's funny, you spend all weekend in a rink. I guess the rinks are a little bit warmer. Okay, so there it is right now. It's the other position right now. 111.45s, 47, sorry, right now for AMD. I just put some bids, low 40s, now that I realize we got this average price. It hasn't been nice. AMD rate. I mean, it's been fine. We're up on AMD. It's hard to say a stock that you're up on it hasn't been trading that well, but I thought we could go more to the downside. So that little reload there was kind of a jokes reload. It did give us a little bit of a better price, but honestly, we were waiting for something. There it is. We were waiting for something near 112, but we'll take the 20 cents on the reload right now and watch to see how much lower we can go. Good outs on Meta, obviously. And this is the thing. Like getting out sometimes, you'll look back and you'll be like, I wish I would have held that. But then there's some times when this happens, where you get out at 317, you look over and this thing's at 316.50. So saved ourselves 50 cents on that one as we need AMD to retrace a little bit back into the 40s in order to make some serious cash here today. But, it's been a pretty good morning so far. So without any further ado, let's go over to the desk and get an update with Brendan.
Hey guys, 10 o'clock overall, holding on to gains is the overall market at this point, 30 minutes into the session as we look ahead to more Fed talk to come, not only today, but throughout the remainder of the week. If you missed it early on, we were discussing the fact that we'll get not one, but two appearances from Fed Chair Powell coming up this week. Fed's Cook, meanwhile, set to speak today at 12 p.m. That's the next one we have to keep in mind if you're with us in the pre-market as well. We were discussing a whole bunch of things, a few of those, Apple, Tesla, Alibaba, all the Chinese ADRs to the upside this morning on more talk of stimulus to come from Chinese official Tesla, if you missed it as well, looking at their Berlin factory potentially for manufacturing and production of this $25,000 cheaper model coming from Tesla. There's Alibaba, still positive, but right back to the highs or the area of the highs from Friday's session. Yeah, these energy names still a little bit weak, but trying to bounce here for XOM. Oil not really doing much, hanging on to a positive session so far, but energy stocks individually a little bit relatively weak to kick things off. Brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million, keep up to 90% of the profits. Program has simple rules, no time limits. SurgeTrader.com/TTV for 10% off.
Yes, sir. And guess what just broke out? Coinbase is now on one. I saw someone say Mara, but Coin just took out the local high as the market is making a little bit of a reversal. Like if you are tracking spot Bitcoin, it's basically at 35.18, not really doing much of anything. So it's like a Coinbase kind of move here. And Mara also making some power moves. It's at that $10 level. I mean, I don't have to tell you, $10 is a big psychological level. It's got some overhead resistance at 10.20 or so, but both of these names started to run kind of on their own, and here comes SoFi. So this is our chance, I think. I mean, the market bounced, broke 15.2, and then put a reverse. That's the best that SoFi can do in terms of going to the upside. So it just topped out there at 776. I want this short into 780. like I said, maybe should have been short this one, an $8 break, but you get in when you can. Roku, I had a bit of a keystroke error and punched out of Roku when I was trying to put an order in another stock, but I just jumped right back into it. Pretty much at the same price. We got 84s in both ways. So short Roku, short SoFi, and the market now starting to roll over a little bit more. Brendo.
At one point they said they weren't going to be doing this anymore, but APLS Citron unveiling a quote-unquote major investigation into this one. APLS downside in a big way.
Was it them? Okay. I always get them confused with the with one of the other ones out there. I know they're supposed to. One of them is only supposed to be long at this point, but it doesn't really matter. I always have the same thought. I never want to chase a short seller report, at least not too early on. So I'm going to probably sit this one out unless it starts bouncing somewhere. If it were to bounce, there's 45 is a good level. You can't even think about that at this point. Yeah, this is way too far down. Down 11%. Once it's SSR, I always feel like you don't want to get caught being exit liquidity for shorters when you get one of those reports. That's just too nasty of a way to deal with things. So Roku, I just took some out there in front of the bottom. If we break 83, I think this can get to 80. So I want to continue shorting 84s, looking for this to break down in a bigger way. DBGI, that's that halter. Bye-bye. We always say be careful chasing these. This is very, very, very illiquid. Okay, it's halted multiple times. It's done 250,000 shares and it's 10 o'clock. This is not going to, okay, it might not do 1 million shares today, and it's already giving everything up. I do not like trading these ones because they can't even stay open, let alone having an exit liquidity for you. There's plenty of liquidity on SoFi, which means if you get on the bid, you have a chance of getting filled, which I'm going to do right now. But just rang the register on that Roku trade. It's now down around 83.40, so about 50 pennies in the money we took, and then looking for a bigger flush to the downside. I still want to take a shot. I mean, this market's weak. I still want to take a shot at Rivian off the 17 level. But I think we got to be really careful about this. It barely bounced. It's trying to make a double bottom here at 17.08, down 3% already. That got heavy really quick on Rivian. And Tesla as well. Tesla, that 220 level is being put to task. So you got to be careful. Tesla breaks down, Rivian's probably not going to hold up. Tesla barely green right now.
Oh, man. This is why you never want to go to the bathroom / get coffees while the market's open, because we did have a really nice winner there on AMD, came back, and it was against us. So AMD, we shorted 112 pretty good there. And then it went all the way down into the 50s, and we weren't able to get anything out because we weren't here. So now we're going to try to do that again right now, as here it comes back into the 60s and 70s. I was talking with my guy back there. I said, we're going to short the chips. And then we come back, and we're hella short the chips. So good so far on this one. There it is right now. Yes, sir. No matter where we are, we're coming back with a vengeance. Right, there it is. There it is right there. How do you like that, Patrick? Nice little move to the downside right now. As you're starting to come in here as we get to the downside on the chip name. So there it is. One more time, ring in registers is what we do around here. Face slap a little bit, and that's what we're doing. And then again, it's about having some kind of faith in your stocks, right? I mean, obviously it comes back, and we were in the 50s, so let's take some money out here as we get into the 60s. One more time right there. What a good out that was for us on Meta as well, up to 317. So we'll take that one right now. But for here, AMD, I like the short. We've talked about that. It just bounced off VWAP up there at 112. That's where we went short. So again, like what we're seeing right here, market underneath, you know, we're here. We're going to see what happens. Hopefully not this, as there goes AMD back up to the, we're still short 95, so we can put a couple bids out now and take some out. We did put on a lot of shares there, so again, as this starts to, look at this, as this starts to dance around, let's just get some more on the bid and start to take some out. There has to be a problem with me, because I don't know if there's any doctors out there, like if you can't feel your hand.
I don't want to say anything, but I'm actually not as cold as I usually am.
No, I know, that's why.
But I'm wearing a sweater, so it's, again, I usually prepare. And for those that are like, why is it always cold in the studio? So like, it's renovated. It used to be like a loft, the building that we're in, like the ground floor, and it got renovated. I think like the circulation is just poor. And so it's never perfect temperatures around here. So it gets too hot, it gets too cold. But I want to get to DraftKings. There are a lot of questions about DraftKings. It looks like it's going sideways because it's basically holding 34. But when you pop up the 3-minute chart, like this is wild. To me, it broke 34 even, rejected the 34 break, and is now finding resistance. If you like the market to be weak today, it almost feels like liquidity grabs here at that 34 level. Also, this is the daily chart's resistance level. So it looks like it's failing on the daily chart right at that 34.5 high. And if it cannot hold on to 34, this could be a short and pull back into 33. Not terribly dissimilar to what Roku looks like. So SoFi, that just got the bid. If SoFi gets underneath and breaks 765, you got all the way down to 735 as the next bottom on SoFi. So if this starts filling in the gap, I don't think it's going to, look, that's obviously a better short at $8. I'm not here to tell you that it isn't, but if it can make the move down to 735, I think that's definitely capturable.
Yeah, capture.
Sheesh, that's a tough one out there. Every now and then, like, I back myself in a corner with like a tongue twister. Tesla's still holding 220, so I guess this Rivian, it's going to be right here at that 17. I want to make sure that Tesla wasn't breaking 220 if I take a shot at this 17 long. It's right here at 17. Looking for a failed breakdown, and then I can get back in on the way up.
All right. I mean, I know we normally bring the energy and everything like that. I think we've done a really good job today of doing that, but we're trying to bring the pain on the trades right now. So here's 30 cents. We're relaxing here with AMD, and then we're just going to do a little look right now on what we, you know, what I consider for myself, my own personal holy grail. Let's go check out the sticky note. So right now we had Alibaba, AMD, Google, and Apple. So those are some names that we were really trying to look at, right? So let's go over and have a quick look at those names. So
I know what
right now, Apple up to 178.50. Man, we were short this name. We took a little bit of profit early, but we wound up negative as we took out that day high there of 178 in change right there. So not really a great start there for Apple on the day. So we'll pass on that one. As we still like to short, again, I thought relative strength would not be in this name. It was weaker to start. We saw not a great report, but again, not a fantastic one coming through from Apple there on Thursday. So, you know, good move, bad move. Back and forth there on Apple. Check on current position. We knew AMD up there at VWAP. Again, now we're finally back into the 40s, so let's go. We're actually bidding 41 right now to take 50 cents on this one. And like I said, it doesn't take much to get going, right? So these are the two big trades here today, and they are really the top two trades, AMD and Meta. Both of them really starting to print out as there goes AMD. We're at our highest spot we've been at all day now, and it's just off these two trades because we're red on Apple. So there it is, man. We got the bangers on board. We stuck with what we wanted to do, and it's AMD, and it's a good one. So far, so good on this short right now. Now 60 cents in the money. I wish my coffee break took a little longer because then I would have came back with more shares at a much lower price. So there it comes right now. AMD starting to go down. I don't have any ideas to get this out, honestly. I mean, 111 would be, I mean, we bounced off there. What's the bottom? We're at the bottom right now. We basically shorted the VWAP. We got it back in. Now you're near the bottoms. We don't have it feel better than this. Right now in the 20s. Oh, man. I was sad coming back, and it was in the 60s. Wow. Now wow. Okay. Like I said, man, whatever. This is maybe I'll take. Actually, on that note, it's a good thing because I'm taking off this Friday as well. I was going to say maybe I need to get more days off because we're coming back in refreshed with the bangers right there. So there it is, man. Hit the siren alert. We've already given you $2 winners. Here comes another one for the Dollar Club. We're short right now at 112 on AMD. And there it is. It's a nice move down. We'll start to cover a little bit here at 111 flat as we just did. Let's see if we take this down. Next stop, 110.50 for, unfortunately, everyone's friend in the last couple weeks there, or last week anyways, is AMD if you've been long.
Oh, there's no question about it. If you were long AMD, it was one of the better trades going into last week, but today is obviously a bit of a different day. So Roku's trying to hold underneath that 83 level. We're still in that one to the south side. But I'll tell you, Rivian, and again, when you're trading, everyone can do you. But if I'm taking this, I've had it long twice, but these are really tight stops. And if I'm going counter trend, I'm always going to favor tight stops. People can hold on to that longer if they want, but it doesn't bounce off to 17. And wick 17, I got in pretty much 17.5 on the way back through and stopped out underneath 95. We're hanging on to our shorts, and we're getting in and out of our longs pretty quick because this market is looking a little bit sick and a little bit heavy to the downside. Actually, it's just not that cool. It's weird. Like, most days, I'll tell you this right now, if Sean was blowing his hands, I'd be freezing my butt off because I'm usually like that guy. But today, it's not quite that bad.
I told you I need medical assistance.
Well, it's actually giving me like a little concern. I'm like, what? It's really not that cold.
I mean,
but here on Neo, I did take. I said I would be on the bid of Neo in front of $8. That's the other one. I just got that position. I just got sidetracked there, but it just got down to 8.05. So I am dip buying in Neo. It bounced off 8 on Friday, held it pretty nicely. I got offers in front of 10 and 15 for obvious reasons. Long 5s in front of 8s. You know how I'm going to make that trade pretty much 10 times out of 10. There was something else I wanted to get to. It'll come to me in a second. Affirm. What goes up must come down, and now down 4%. Yeah. These squeeze names, okay, most of these names that squoze on Thursday and Friday are giving a little bit back today, but just watch out for this 21 area. If you're looking for an obvious sort of support level to come in, 21 Thursday high, 21 breakout price on Affirm. That's where I think this one could be headed to. Just double checking in on SoFi. Yeah, it's stair-stepping to the downside. I don't know where the next in's going to be unless it comes right back and gives VWAP, but I might just get on this bid of 750 on SoFi. I can see that one. We did have to chase it late, but risking 72s into 75, I think taking it out at 50 is going to make a heck of a lot of sense here. So the shorts are definitely coming into play. You are getting some support levels here. I mean, Neo's almost a gimmicky trade at that 8 level, but if you look at what's going on in this market, I think if you're trying to buy any dips, either you're waiting for the perfect price, you're taking something like scalping in front of an even dollar level, the holding your short trade is definitely working a heck of a lot better than trying the dip buys here. BABA 85 also coming in. Just noting, BABA 85, big level.
yes, sir. I will definitely acknowledge that one from Neil because we are exactly doing that, man. We are holding our shorts. We got another dollar club right there for you as AMD. So again, one stock, cup of coffee, we out. It's Apple. It's Apple's back down, but we are going to be red on that name. But here it is, man. Your second dollar club member in a row right there with Meta. Then it's AMD. We just took profits down there, man. It's too bad. It's too bad because we did have more shares up there. Unfortunately, it just kept in, and because we had so many shares, it was easy for us to take it out right there. But again, I always said this, man, this is the worst job for this. You don't want to have too much hindsight as you go, but you just don't want to ever forget those simple rules, right? Stick with what you're trading and just understand what you're trading. I feel like that, to me, is one of the most important rules that I'm trying to do is like trying to figure out what stocks are hot, what stocks are not, and then try to honestly just stick with that because so far so good here as we go in this market today. So nice move right now, and we'll just see if we can continue some of these upside talks here in this market, but I don't know, like
upside.
No, it's moving up right now. I don't really have a great feel for which way this market wants to go right now, to be honest with you. So you're still back into the open. I mean, the open's right here. We opened at 15,205. We're at 15,198. So the short, as Neil mentioned, has definitely been good. And, we've got that one, so we'll go back and forth with it. But still, waiting for a little bit more here. And I don't think we're being too greedy. Let's see if AMD can get going. Our Meta stop is still at flats, 315. We've already taken $2 long on Meta. If the market does want to be strong, then we'll hold this one and see if we can get another move back to 317. But we are short. We're getting out, man. Like, we had a bunch of shares now. Now we only have 20% left. So unfortunately, it's been a good ride to the downside there for AMD. And it'll be a trophy raiser, but it's not great right now. It's my number one stock. We'll be AMD, but it's unrealized. So hopefully it can continue to make this move back in. But there's the bounce, and that's why we have a bunch of covers down here at 111. Nice bounce back here for AMD.
Yeah, speaking of bounces, I mean, Apple right at that 178 level. So plan for Apple was trade 178. It was a short at 78. We stopped it out. Like, you can say that's a bad stop out because it does come back in. But again, like, everyone has to trade their own book and their own rules. Like, for me, if I'm taking that short counter trend, I'm going to get out and I'm going to look for the next trade. It held 178 throughout that entire dip. So I looked for that little bounce play. Wick bottoms like 90s or so. But if this can get back into the 30s, we'll take some out on the way to the top. I don't know what else I like to the long side. Like, you're getting higher lows at least here. And the market, this is the NASDAQ. I mean, you're bouncing essentially like right off overnight bottoms, pretty much right where we closed on Friday. So as long as that's a support level, there should be longs that come into play there. Apple's just the one that I found. Neo's more of a gimmick trade. I am now trailing Roku. If the market bounces from here, I can get out. It's got a hammer bottom through 82.50, and I'll just get out of this one and take my profit and run. Microsoft's the other one going. Yeah, Microsoft's stronger than Apple. See, the thing is, Apple was at the 178 we liked. And, obviously, yeah, this is way stronger than Apple. So we could be in this, but 78 was the level I liked on Apple, so that's the one I took. But this is on a collision course, maybe with that 360 you were talking about. I don't trust that wick. I'm going to check my trade ideas for the actual 52-week on Microsoft.
Low?
High.
366.
66. Okay, so we have that's a ways to go.
Still,
that's a ways.
Still a minute before there. Give it till Friday. Okay, so right now AMD. Let's try to find some other names because I'm just in these ones anyways. Let's double check BABA. We know we wanted BABA long, but we never were able to get into it. Maybe that's the price right there. We talked about 85. I don't know, man. I was being very, very patient. I just canceled my 84.50 bid because we kind of wanted in the middle there. But again, I feel like the short, I'm not in love with the longs yet. Although we've already hit Meta, we've already talked about that one, but I'm not yet. I'd like to see this at least come to 85. I know some of you guys in the chat there are talking about why let's look at Alibaba, but I'm not going to. I just did, but I'm not going to trade it right now. So we looked at it, and that's about it. We looked and looked away real quick. The trade that I really like, and I do have a bid down here. It's not filling. And again, another name. I'm trying to be specific on the names that I'm trading here today. You can put some in the chat and I'll have a look at it. But Google right now, that 128.50 dip buy opportunity again into this name for Google. So that was a good opportunity that we definitely could have taken advantage of, but did not down there at 128.50. So we want to have another look if Google can get into maybe even 129 right there as a bottom for Google. So again, I just feel like there's been lots of opportunities today, but the futures are right where we opened. The market, although it's been up and down and given some opportunities, obviously, we have $2 club winners there. One is a $2 one. So there's been lots of opportunities, but at the same time, you're still floating where we are. And I mean, that part of that reason here, if you're going to look, I mean, we can try to update this. And again, I don't know. I apologize if this gives some sort of an ad or something, but look at the US dollar right now. I know 105 is nice. Obviously, it's come back in because of the moves in the NASDAQ over the last couple of days. But at the end of the day, the US dollar right now is pretty flat, just as the markets are right now. So we'll have to wait to see where we go from here. We don't have our monetary talk until 10:15, but that's a little bit of a look at the dollar. All right, we're ready at the big desk, I believe, with Miss Adara.
Brought to you by Benzinga Pro. Use the link in the description for Benzinga's Black Friday deal, which is the greatest deal of the year and includes 75% off Benzinga Pro, the everything terminal for retail traders. Lots of news, lots of updates. You can just visit pro.benzinga.com and use the coupon code TTVNOV to save 75% off now. New subscribers only and conditions do apply. In terms of small caps, we have this one, which was also on the watch list this morning, Organigram, OGI. This is actually a Toronto-based cannabis company. This one's trading higher after they announced a $125 million investment from a big tobacco company. This is definitely of note. Keep an eye on this one. We also have Verb Technology, VERB. This one is trading higher after announcing new technology integrations for its Market.live platform. We also have, last but not least, Hub Security, HUBC. This one is forecast over 10 million in new contracts for 2024 based on a larger contract with the top US AI firms. So lots of stuff to keep an eye on going into the rest of the day, guys.
So we're going to power it up, but I am out of Roku. It's 2.5% to the downside. I don't know. It obviously could go more just given how ridiculous the move was on Friday. Thursday and Friday, but if it does go higher, remember the market's actually bouncing here, so I want to keep things in perspective. If it's going to stair step up, I like that entry off of Friday's afternoon support level at 84. If it bounces through 85, we'll look to reshort that. Apple just bounced through 178. We'll go back to the 3-minute chart. Got right into the 40s. That's as far as it got, but this market's still trying to go higher. So I like that VWAP 178 level on Apple. Just going to go rinse and repeat off of this. NEO's still holding. It's at like 7s. I'm long at 5s. Again, just off that even dollar level. Nothing too crazy. SoFi, trying to get these 50s here, and it looks like it's already bouncing off 50. So SoFi was a great shout out for relative weakness. I'm just mad at myself because we were talking about all these stocks that were breaking channels. Well, the one that didn't break this lower high channel was definitely SoFi. So I'm favoring short in this stock until at least a 200 period moving average, 735, and then from there we'll kind of play it by ear. But for now, ringing the register on this one. The market just bounced and got back to the highs. I'll show you that in a second, but that's me. I'm not looking at any gift horses in the mouth. You're bouncing off 750. We're going to take that trade out. This is what the NASDAQ just did. You have a very, very range-bound day. So take the profit and ran on both SoFi and Roku, though I do like the trend short on them. You're watching the market bounce here, so I'd rather not fight any of these names as they start to get back in to set upside. Be patient, wait for your re-entry, and then go from there. And then the other long that we took, there's Neo, actually bounced, wick, it holds on to 8 even. I just got 810s, going to be offering 815s, and then out in front of 820. If I get a VWAP bounce, I'll be pretty happy with that for Neo. I'm going to make the assumption. I'm going to look at it now, but Bob will probably bounce off 85.
Oh yeah, well you already.
Yeah, yeah. So I mean, like you could take in either one of those. If I'm picking between $8 and $85, I like those even dollar levels on NIO, but a good bounce into VWAP on Bob as well.
Yeah, Meta almost $3 in the money. I mean, that's been a strong one. It's obviously a $300 stock, so $3 is kind of like $1 on a $100 name, you know, like so. You got to sort of look at that and understand, like that's the whole point, right? Is that all these levels, no matter if it's SoFi or Nikola or DraftKings, you kind of follow the same rules. So you got to wait for levels to break. And Meta just went to 318. I still think we can get a lot higher on that one. Looking to reshort AMD, but potentially not, as this market is pretty strong. What's up, Brendo?
Not the first time we've heard this, but these Chinese EV stocks specifically, kind of weak today. 2.3% for NIO downside here. There's another round of, there's a potential Mercedes partnership floating around right now between NIO and Mercedes.
I mean, meh. That's I don't know. I guess I should have a better response than meh to that. Let's go somewhere. We just talked about, I'm gimmick trading off the $8 level on NIO. I don't know if that's going to move the needle. But we did mention the payment processors, Square's down 0.5%. It is giving you the old barcode, but look where it's doing it. Previous high, that's 47.5. 50 period, that's 47.70, close to 48, and showing you some support. So this just fell all day on Friday after gapping up. It closed just over 48. Now it's showing support, which is at a level on the daily. So longer, if the futures can hold on here, we don't make a fresh low, look for a stair step up off the 48 level. Once that comes into play, then I think it's worthy of a defense. You had to be so patient with this if you're looking for dip buys on Friday, because it just kept falling and falling and falling. So now I'm seeing some signs of 48 looking pretty decent. Roku, maybe it doesn't want to pop. Okay, maybe it doesn't want to pop. If the consolidation is 83, then so be it. Like this has room to get to like at least 78, 79 today. I'll look for a place to join. And the other thing I thought was going to pop in there when the market popped was a firm. Nope, not so much. This is just falling like an absolute rock, down 4%. We'll look to get into this one. We were never in a firm, just Roku and SoFi, but I want to be short this name before the day is done. Hopefully a bounce into 22s in play.
All right, no hands, no problem, because we are... right there, we talked about that with AMD as there it goes. Nice move to the downside. We just took 90s, or what do we get? 85s right there, back in. Not a huge move down. We got some 73s back in. Then we took some 50 period to 75. Then we got 73s, and that's it. So now we'll have to wait. Our stop is 112. So hopefully it doesn't get back up there, but that is where we're stopped out at if it does get going. So again, taking 85s and getting out in the 70s, you know, gives us that 1-to-1. You could take it right now if you wanted it for a dime. But again, we're going to wait for a little bit lower on AMD, and we're still going to try to watch out for that Apple. Shopify, let's check out AMC because, you know, sometimes if you do this, you can get in a little bit of a run. Let's see what, wow, 111. Okay, was not sure that we were up there, but we are, so that's nice. Nice move upside for AMC today, up a nice little 4%, looking to break through, right? There it is. We're right here right now, 111.11 basically. I mean, that's a good little spot right there. If you're going to look higher, though, that's going to be 1350 for AMC, but yeah, nice little break higher right here on the daily. What are we looking like right now? It's 111.30. Okay, so that's, 111. 11.30 right there for AMC, looking like that could be a break as well. So I actually don't mind that long with the markets really excited today. So any longs could work out. AMC, just another one. We did double check on trade ideas what the short flow was, and it's now sort of, AMCR. AMC. It has sort of corrected itself, I believe. Yeah, 8. So 8%. I believe that's close enough to being right, but I don't have to believe anything. All I know is what's happening right here in AMD, as there it is, another move back into 70s. We just tried to buy some 71s and missed, but we want to buy some low 70s right now in AMD to get this trade back down into 1-to-1 for us. AMD hopefully making a little bit of a move down, but again, these futures guys, honestly, the fact that we've been able to spin some wins here, I feel like pretty lucky because the market's not doing anything. We've definitely picked the market is right where it opened. So yeah, take your profits where they lie until this market really starts to dance. So we should have taken some more out on AMD right there at the bottom of 111.70. We'll see if it comes back there.
So a new position for me is going to be Carvana. I'm looking over all the squeeze names because Roku just broke back down to 82. Obviously, I never got into a firm. I covered SoFi, got out of the SoFi trade, got flat on it. And now I'm looking at Vana. And Carvana, it's not too complicated. Double bottom in the afternoon. So this 31.80 level, it just bounced back into it. So I'll take first leg in front of it. If it does a liquidity grab off VWAP, I'm looking to join this trend to the downside. If it flat bottom breaks, all the better. Apple's making a bounce. Whoops. Again, it's the last stock you look at. It's on New York, and you get enter too fast, Neil. You know what's going to happen, and I still do it. So bouncing off VWAP there. I didn't get filled on the way back up, 178, but if this gets to 179, we'll be pretty happy with that. 178's been our litmus for Apple. In front of it, we're trying to get that long trade and then see if it can't trend to the upside. B. Reed just put OMG Lilly.
Yeah, Lily's up 5%.
Yeah, I mean
3%, I think.
In fairness, okay, that didn't go to. There we go. Yeah, 3%. You just got to keep in mind where this is coming from. Like it's still got room. The best part about Eli Lilly is it's actually held the trend to the upside post earnings. So I think a retest of these 600s can come into play post earnings. One of those names you want to calm down, and it's calming down the right way. Well, I mean, if you own the stock, it's the right way.
That's good.
Let's go to the desk. Adara's got crypto.
XRP is a cryptocurrency on watch today, up over 10% right now as we're seeing a lot of institutions adopt Ripple. There's also the news, too, with the ongoing SEC suit. They have until November 9th, the SEC and Ripple, to come up with a briefing schedule. So that'll definitely be on watch as this kind of issue continues. Bitcoin up right now as well, just above that 35,000 area as well. So we're seeing a lot of those crypto stocks move positively in reaction to that. In terms of the overall picture for cryptocurrencies, Bitcoin up right now, Ethereum up over 1,900, up almost 2%, Ripple up about 12%, lots of other increases for a lot of these names right now, guys.
We got, we'll have to look at some crypto in a minute. I mean, I hope people aren't using AMD chips to mine because right now AMD is testing its higher spot there, and we're taking some outs, man. We're now short right here. It just dropped into the 80s again right now. LIFW shares halted again.
This is insane
right now. So we'll see what's happening up to 734 as down goes AMD. Let's go AMD. Get back into the downside. We're short 111.95 right now. Hopefully that can come in. So 750 on LIFW MSP Recovery Inc. Resumed trading up nicely, obviously. I mean, you get back down here into October, you were 16 cents. So that must have reverse split. Then obviously as reverse splits happen, it goes all the way up, then comes all the way down.
What else would it do? And
then right now, a nice move back up to the upside as some kind of news. Well, we can get that maybe from Brendo, obviously, in a second. As LIFW, we've probably already had the news today. Resume trade LIFW to the upside. I mean, I could search it, but what the hell does that matter? Okay, there goes AMD right now to the downside. I'm still bidding in the 70s, but again, man, with this higher market right now, I feel like just taking some profit might be the right play, but being patient has worked, man. We've had some big bangers the last couple days just by waiting. I mean, you don't get $3 winners just by hanging out. So there it is right there. There's Meta. You got to pick the right plays and then get against yourselves. Like, this was 50 cents out. We talked about this. If I got out on this 315, we're going to get out at 314.50, that bottom right there. So 50 cents of pain to get $3. Well worth it. There goes Meta back up to the high of the day. And just because we have to talk about our outs, We cannot lose on this one, baby. And AMD will actually come close to mirroring the same profits as Meta on a P&L wise because Scalp City. So one you hold because we know Meta has legs. The other one, AMD, because it's kind of following the market. We know that it's not doing anything, so we will scalp out of this one. So there we go. It's a little bit of a different style both ways. Right, that's how we're doing it. Show the flexibility, have multiple different ways to trade. But AMD, we kind of, again, we got coffee right there. We talked about that. We came back. We were disappointed that it made that move, but then we held it all the way back into day's low. This is why AMD for me is a pretty top stock. So we'll continue to watch it, see what happens right now, but we probably need to get some out if this floats back into the 80s as the market, for some reason, just wants to hang out. And honestly, being short such a strong name in AMD could be a recipe for disaster if this market takes off.
Yeah, well, in terms of skepticism for the market, I'll give maybe a bear case, even though we're bouncing and holding green. TLT here. If you look at TLT on a daily chart, which we don't do very often, you're getting a little bit of a rejection and a pullback today, and then you are slowly trending down. But you're on the support. And I understand like the market's bouncing off support. If this breaks to the downside, I'd be looking to enter short trades if I could off the highs. Now, just remember that on Friday, this relationship didn't hold. You were stair-step down on TLT, and the market continued to go higher and higher and higher. So it's not a clean relationship, but if this does break down next, I'll be looking to enter some short positions if we aren't already in some. Palantir, I just saw David Beach say double bottom on Palantir. It's not at 18 yet. That is a double bottom. Palantir was the one I keystroked in right here. I got in and out. I paid the spread. Again, did not mean to be in it. Obviously, that wouldn't have been a good long to hold, so it was a good out. But that was just an accidental trade. $18 even on Palantir, I think, can be the next stop in that low. Apple might need to take profit. If I'm thinking that on Apple, execute first, flip stocks later. I have another level 2 up. You know, just based on what I just saw on TLT and then looking at the futures, holding underneath that breakout on the NASDAQ, and then Apple's doing this rinse and repeat game, I'm going to back off of Apple, just sort of be happy to be up on it, and I don't necessarily love the longs unless we clear out that high. So if we clear out the top on the NASDAQ, I'll look to rejoin the long somewhere else on that particular name. NEO, just more of a gimmick trade anyways. It's still holding on to 8. It's given one fill at 10s. And then coming right back into 8 even. So if it doesn't hold on to 8, I'm just going to get out. We're long at 5. It's giving you a dip. It could always bounce off 8 again and then try to get like 1s and 2s, but it's not a very big move whatsoever. Our B. Reed just reminded me of something. He says, we appreciate you guys, and he put WE in all caps.
Oh, thanks.
We appreciate you too. However, we also appreciate this.
Yes.
Like, subscribe, and share the show that takes you into the heart of the market every day.
Yeah, Neil, you're so predictable.
I don't care if I am predictable, Sharif.
On Neil.
That's a level of predictability that I will be happy to take credit for. Life W apparently. No, but seriously, if you enjoy the show, if you like the show, like the show.
Yeah, exactly.
Because Sharif just told you to in a very eloquent fashion,
Hell,
just
Sharif.
like he always does. Life W opened back up. Your low float extraordinaire is still going. Personally, I'm not chasing this, but it is one of those. Like, how many times is this setup going to work? Reverse split, find a bounce, actually off $1 on this stock, break out, and then rinse and repeat. I'm going to just double check to see what locates are in case this thing breaks $10. Probably, I'm going to guess 8 cents per share. I'm not even logged into Metro.
Yeah, I don't know. That seems high, but could be.
It does.
All right, we got stopped out of AMD because it did take it, and now it's all the way down. So that's why you got to take profit when profit's there. So we get stopped out on that 112 break, and then it goes right down to 111.75. We're still him, but that was a bad call. I get it. Well, not a bad call. We have to stick to our rules. You know, you can't have big winners. That's why. You stick to your rules, you try to stay up on it, right? So obviously we are up there on this name. We did enter a new position here, and this one may go against us right now, DraftKings. So again, nice, okay, you're gonna dance around 03. We'll take a little bit there if we can. But you know, these wick high, I just wanna see about this. I don't wanna hold it this much up to 40s, but I was kind of thinking like this 20, 25 area. This could be a bad call. DraftKings short. It's just kind of hovering around VWAP right now. I'm definitely not in love with this trade.
Oh, you want to zoom out the chart?
As much, but why does it still say AMD at the bottom there? That's AMD. I was just looking at that again because thinking that we did a bad out there on AMD, but here it is right here. It's DraftKings is the one that I'm talking about. It looks very similar actually, but 314, 315. You have some tops right there as well. This could go. They had a great report. It's DraftKings. It's upside. Ugh, that's too bad because it's going up as AMD came back down. So we flipped the position there, and it doesn't look like DraftKings wants to go down.
cents.
But there it is. Nice move up for DKNG. We'll try one more, man. 34 here. We'll just short it again. 34.25 was going to be my out. So now we're loaded up. 34.03. It'll be a 25-cent hit or so. It's DraftKings, and it looks like it does want to just continue to the upside. Bad call. It's only gone up since we put this trade on. Let's give it to 34.30 because of where we are. That top wick right there is 34.30, 34.26. So it's too bad because Meta was at its highs 50 cents ago, and Apple's still going as well. All right, yeah, not much to do here other than wait for DraftKings, see if it can sort itself out as we're short right now at 34.04, 16 cents against us.
So glad I looked at TLT and then told myself to take profits on Apple.
Nice upside move.
Yeah, I know that Apple's breaking out, but again, it's sort of, it was making lower highs. Something I've been using as a bit of an indicator was looking rather heavy and a little bit weak. And look, it's, whether you get in or out for a profit, that's still a bad exit, right? Because it was clearly going to the upside. I thought we were going to resolve back into 178. That hasn't happened just yet. But on this spike, we're probably going to get a chance at some things here. We're going to get to DAR in a second. So here comes SoFi. Now, I like SoFi, trend down, all that good stuff, but it's getting into VWAP here. So I'm going to look for the 770s to try and get the shorts here on SoFi. There was a note about DraftKings that I'm just going to say because Sharif said it on Friday, and we didn't mention it at any point today. As they passed FanDuel in market share for the first time by 1 percentage point. That's one of the things that we noted. So pretty good for them. But let's go to the screen. Adara's got Sector Watch.
Board is pretty mixed week in a lot of ways right now, except we do have some mega cap strength. We have Microsoft in technology services. This one actually, there was a leak that OpenAI is soon potentially going to allow users to create and share their own GPTs. That's definitely of note. We'll see if how that ends up coming to fruition. We also have a lot of strength in electronic technology, notably mostly not the chip names, but NVIDIA is very strong and Apple's very strong, despite actually getting a price cut from Baird's this morning. In terms of other sectors of note, we also have a lot of strength in health technology led by Eli Lilly, which had earnings last week. We also have a lot of weakness in finance with Berkshire reporting their earnings on Saturday, so they're down right now as well. Retail trade, Amazon and Costco trying to lift up this sector, but other than that, we have a lot of weakness. Commercial services looking pretty flat right now. Health services trying to pick up, and a little bit of mixed energy here in energy minerals, guys.
Well, we did want short Affirm, and here comes the market to the upside. Yeah. So screaming to the upside is the market. I just got into, I'm already in.
I mean, Apple's still.
Carvana, I didn't hit that. Already into Carvana. Now we got Affirm underneath that 22 level. The only long we have on is, after getting out of Apple, is going to be NEO. Should have taken Palantir. Didn't quite get to 18. That might be close. That's probably close enough. 18.08, Palantir just bounced off of. Again, keystroke error, we get out of it, pay the spread, always do that. Well, okay, I always do that. I don't think you want to fight a stock if you make an accidental entry. But Palantir off 18 is probably headed for VWAP. Super, super strong name to the upside. So I saw a few people talking about this one, and I was like, wait for 18, did not wait. Should not have waited for 18. The other name, which is, I heard Sharif give the pump it. Microsoft to the high of the day. That's my Sharif impression. I got nothing better for you. I don't know what's so funny about that. I don't think it was very good. But I apologize for this chart. Microsoft make a run at the high. The high's 357.5. Maybe this will do it. Like the 15 minutes not going to be that much better because it's got that same wick. But you are a nice stair step up into a breakout. This is one that we try to buy on dips, I think. I didn't realize there was that much room to the 52-week high on Microsoft. I actually thought it was like $3 or $4 away and not 10 on Softy. So I was picking the wrong horse by looking for Apple longs. And if we get back into VWAP, I think you dip by Microsoft. The market is now clean to the upside. Life W, Tisha, we did mention this. I went to pay for locates, and they were like 21 cents a share. So, no, that's not ridiculously expensive, but unless it's actually giving an indication for a trade that I would want, I'm not going to pay it. So I wouldn't pay that in advance of it getting to $10. But if it gets to $10 and it's still that price, fair enough.
Okay. Meta's still $3. AMD's gone. We could probably short that at some point. We're back into DraftKings, but we've had a couple good segments today, but we haven't had everyone's favorite. So let's do it right now. What is for lunch? Okay, so today, although we've had some chicken dinner winners in front of you, but if you're hungry and you don't like chicken, then today's not going to be your day, because today's menu, once again, is creamy pesto chicken with rice pilaf and steamed gourmet vegetables. So not bad, but that's what it is right there, as the board likes it. So they will be having
They like everything apparently
and
today.
Fabian will go and get Ramin her lunch, which is very kind of him. Creamy pesto chicken with rice pilaf and steamed gourmet vegetables. That is what's for lunch. All right, so I don't mean to get everybody hungry. We
There
don't
was
get
a
it till
bowl
about 11:30.
There was like a pasta with a bolognese sauce on Friday.
That's
And my comment, because people were talking, so we ended up talking about pasta a little bit, and I was saying how I like pesto,
Yeah.
but my problem why I never end up liking it when it's given to me is I find people just use too much of it.
Right.
So like that's and Ramin just said that there's no such thing. No, there's always, you can have too much of any sauce or flavor, like give me a break. But so I'm guessing I'm not gonna be stealing much of the pesto. I'll just eat my salad and be happy with it. We'll see what we get with that. I just added to, go back to the market for a quick second, because apparently if I talk trash about pesto, Ramin's just gonna just keep hating on me. I don't know why you're so passionate about that. I don't understand, like, it's, okay, so she loves it. I just added to a firm, is it just wicked above VWAP. I was thinking it would break VWAP, give some fills at 22. It got to 21.93 and pull back in, so I shorted it back underneath. So we're short this. Neo doesn't even want to bounce. I hate you, Neo. I feel as if I should have been at some point, like back into, I thought Roku was going to get back into 83. It just didn't happen, so we're not into Roku anymore. It looks like that one's going to be a fail to have exited that trade, but still falling to the downside. We took our buck and ran. What else is there out there? There was something else, long on pesto. Really? Okay, so I've run into the pesto police, apparently. I just think it gets overdone, man. That's all I'm saying, it gets overdone.
People are loving pesto, man. I don't know what to tell you. All right, I agree. I mean, I think you can get a little excess pesto on anything, which is not great. All right, just one last move here, man. If DraftKings takes out the top, I'm going to be light into this because, again, it's been a huge move up. Look at the market falling down right now. Not the all clear by any stretch of the imaginations in DraftKings. It's we don't actually. Now that I think about this, I actually don't really trade this name that well, to be honest with you. DraftKings, I feel like. So, yeah, we probably should not have gone into it. But DraftKings, again, took our lunch a little bit there, as it's still doing it, back up to 34.40. Look at the market coming down now, right? And that's not the case whatsoever. I feel like Intel has been a top stock for me for a couple months right now. We've really traded it well. So, Intel, let's go back to it and have a quick look. We should maybe short is the market a short, though? We could have reshorted AMD, but I just feel like I said, we've really done well on Intel. And then Intel is not really moving that much. It is red barely today. How much, what does this look like? So it's at the 200 period, right, which is why I like it.
Wow, Apple just pulled back
AMD
big. This
sort of
market's
is
coming down.
as well. Yeah, the whole market is right back to VWAP. So yeah, there comes AMD back up. AMD is still the top stock. Well, the top stock is Meta, followed by AMD, but that's going to be a close look there at 112.50 for a possible reload if it does come up there. But I'm thinking Intel, well, now it's dipped down a little bit, but in and around this area, 138.10, 138.15-ish. Again, but the market is right where we opened. So unless you've got some kind of a banger on board, I'm not really sure what. DraftKings does pull back a little bit. We could have just taken something out, but let's let this one get below 34.30. It's not doing that. It keeps on bouncing right there, so which is why well, that's 25. Okay, so if it gets down, I just want to take some pressure off this, that's all. If we get back into the 20s, let's take something out. It just keeps on hitting and then bouncing back up. So if this market does continue south side, I'm pretty sure we can get some DraftKings love back in, but pretty sure it doesn't do anything. So let's take some profits out there as we'll ring some registers at 28 and change. Now let's go to the downside here as it's starting to print some more 28s. So that was good. We're not ringing the register as in making any money. We're just getting some back because we were just at 40s right there on DKNG. So trying to stay Greensville there, but right now DraftKings definitely taking that chicken for lunch right now and shoving it because it is holding upside right now. Meta, nah, still doing nothing. What about TSLA?
Tesla is holding 220 like an absolute champion.
I liked that level.
It is a good level. It's weird because for like the third day in a row, it's been a while. Every time I look at Tesla, I end up trading Rivian instead. And really at Rivian, I should have reversed. We'll get to that probably in the lunchtime show because I definitely see some trades there. But NIO, someone was saying what happened to NIO, broke $8 out. It didn't give a bounce. I would have tried to get back in, or not get back in, like get back into what we took out at 10s if we had bounced off 8, but it did not. It just cleared right through. So I stop out. I'm going to always stop out at a level like that. If I'm playing in front of 8, then I'm just going to get out of the trade. The new trade is another short. I don't know. It feels like we just put in lower highs. It's a weird day because the NASDAQ's up 0.2, but it's like shorts have been better to hold on to. I don't know why that makes sense in a day where the market has had some good bounces, but that's just the way that it's been. The shorts are coming a little bit easier, and that could be anecdotal. It could just be what I'm trading, but you guys know what I'm feeling here. So we reloaded SoFi, going to get some out in front of that low of the day. We got Vana and Affirm. And Uber was the other one.
Oh, yes, Uber.
Yeah, like Uber. So for myself on Uber, I know they report, but this was going to be, I don't know if it was going to be whatever. It didn't break out on the daily. So this is $49 on Uber. I just thought going into earnings, you had a chance to break that out. Clearly, there's no breakout to be had here. And if it's going to be a dip, I look at where it was on the daily chart. Come back to my daily chart. We only 10 minutes to go. I thought you'd dip back into this previous resistance level, which also has not happened on Uber. So 47 and 49, it's done nothing but chill out in the middle for Uber. So this is a name that I really thought was going to present you with a trade in one direction or the other, doing absolutely nothing. They don't report till, I think it's tomorrow.
I said already.
Tomorrow after.
Tomorrow morning, I think it is.
Is it in the morning?
I believe so for some reason, yeah.
Okay,
That's check.
Yeah, we'll double check.
Market tomorrow.
Pre-market tomorrow. So there you go. But I thought it would be testing one of those two levels. I guess not. Let's go to the desk with Adara.
Yeah.
More weakness for the USD. So this is the DXY on the day. Not moving too much, but we are slightly down. We did see a lot of decreases last week as we continue to see the lower yields. We had the Fed rate decision, which was to not increase or change the rates. And then we also just have the Fed speak coming up this week as well to keep an eye out on. We also had lower NFP data on Friday. Basically, lots of things moving this USD to the downside. Also, the sterling continues to rise on the US dollar, partially because of the USD's decreases, as I just mentioned. But we also had growth for the Great British Pound after the Bank of England late last week decided they were going to increase rates. So we have over here this movement down here, a little bit steeper on the USD to the Great Britain Pound right now, guys.
So I keep saying, look at AMC, look at AMC. We have looked at it.
30?
Well, it can't break it.
Right.
It cannot break out.
That's the level.
Like, I don't know, like, what do you do here? Like, for me, I know what I do. Like, I wait for it to, like, I just want to see this thing take out the top and then trend higher. Like, if you're scalping long off 11, I guess that's a trade, right? You could always do that. Maybe like dip by VWAP, something like that. I want this taking out that resistance at, up through that 1130 level. And then if it's a squeeze name, I want it squeezing. I want it, breaking backs of shorts. But anybody that's short that level is still feeling relatively comfortable. At least that's what I think. Apple is trying. That was a big pullback. Well, it wasn't that big of a pullback. It was a decent pullback on the market. Apple didn't get to VWAP, so it's still holding the 178 level. This looks like it's still going to be a long. So Apple, Microsoft still look strong. Most of everything else I like for the short trade. I want to go back to Rivian because I was just talking about this. I got out trying to take that 17 long, and then 17 ended up being pretty decent. If it can put in a higher low, the longer I see Tesla hold that 220, the 17 might have actually been good after all. It's a bit of a missed opportunity for me there. SoFi still kind of barcoding off this bottom. So it's giving you lower highs. It just hasn't retaken that low. Down 5% SoFi. Not a great look for them. Had been a bit of a runner, but it failed a big channel on the daily. Just checking in on JP Morgan does not break, and again, another stock that I was like, if it breaks 145, I like it. But JP Morgan turning red. The chances of a breakout on JP Morgan today are pretty much now like 1% or 0 or whatever you want to call it. But that was another idea I liked if it could have broken this channel. But we're not getting that kind of a day. No real big, strong continuation after strength on Friday.
Yeah, no, we're not getting anything. Well, as far as my accounts are concerned right now, we did get a good one. We'll go props up a little bit to DraftKings because it did come back in and we got 13s. But again, that was just on another 10%. So it's like what goes up here must come down, but it's like, well. Unfortunately, we took the L right there in the middle. So we need to get this name. Like if we took it all back out at 13, different story, but we didn't. So now that DraftKings continues to climb higher, I'm still going to try to support that 50 take. And if it breaks through that, then we can rinse and get out of DK and to the G. It's 10:53. I want to thank everybody for watching. And the one thing that you guys can do, of course, is do this.
Like and subscribe today.
We have Obi coming through in just a couple of seconds. It'll be Obi and Sharif, which would be really nice. Then Adara will come through at about 12:15, so that should be good as well. It's going to be a good one. People have been buying all day JPM. Yeah, I mean, I think right now, I think there's an all clear in the market, and we've talked about that a little bit, where I'm very, very bullish moving forward. Just a matter of today, the market's kind of
very sideways,
up and down. So it's not really doing too much. You'd like to see it break. I mean, we could draw the IB high and low right now, so that's going to be the high, obviously up there. And then the low just was made, not just, but made right into there at 15,185 and 15,260. So the top and the bottom only 80 handles there today in the first hour and a half of trade. So what is after and before market? Join me every single night as we will go over the closing stocks that report after market. So today looks like NXP should be a good one. We've talked a little bit about the semis and things like that. The Diamondback Energy FANG, symbol FANG, TripAdvisor. There, if you're looking to go somewhere, go to TripAdvisor, get some reviews. Planet Fitness should be good. Celsius there, the drink. The drink maker there, the energy drink. So Celsius has been on fire. Look for a good report from them. And then I really like Uber. So again, lots of reports coming through tomorrow. Earnings season winding down for sure, but still some big names on tap.
Yeah, no question about it. Like we get some more. Actually, I mean, we were just talking about AMC. They report this week as well, but Uber is the big one, big fish out of those names. I will be looking at least at Diamondback. The energy names tend to have been underappreciated, I think, this earnings season is not by everybody. I'm just saying, speaking for myself, kind of a lack of opportunity, taking the opportunities in the energy names and not being aggressive enough there. And I was going to say this on JPM, but I'm back on the bid of Apple in front of 178. I did want to mention about JP Morgan. I've got a bad wick there. So it's kind of accumulating under VWAP is what I wanted to get at here. Like this is 143.25 is the high. I know it's kind of tough to see. And then underneath you have 142.80, like a 30 to 40 cent range underneath VWAP. And why I call that accumulation is like when the market is bouncing, it's just waiting. Like nobody's buying it unless it's underneath the even dollar. And then the buying allows it to hold the low. So it's not making any fresh lows. And you're getting sideways consolidation at the same place that it was sideways consolidation all Friday. Like the entire day Friday, JP Morgan was consolidating here, and it's doing it again today. So it looks to me as if there's a ton of accumulation at the 143 level. To be honest, that makes me like a 145 break on JP Morgan even more, because now it's reminding me of that Meta 300 accumulation, and then the next thing you know, the stock was at like what was the local high, like 330 or something on Meta like a week later. So I'm seeing the same kind of thing on JP Morgan, so a good point there. Jameson Barna in the chat just mentioning Upstart. They report after the bell tomorrow. That one I'm 99% sure about. It's not really, short 30 is not that bad. Actually, I mean, I flipped it open and then remembered $30 on Upstart. It wicked 30. It's holding underneath VWAP at 30. But I'm short Affirm, short Carvana, and short SoFi. I don't think it's necessary. I mean, Upstart, like, what would be the point? It's essentially the same trade as the Affirm trade I have right now. So, but it's, you know, like 30 here on Upstart. It's not going to look exactly the same, but I mean, it's pretty much exactly the same trade. Like, broke that support there after running for a couple of days and then short the pop, already in Affirm. But that's basically the same setup. So I couldn't say I don't like it.
Man, I think the Streamlabs is broken. I can't win. I think I've honestly lost pretty much like 4,000 points or something today. So we're going to see if we can
Oh,
get
but
one
I
more
was
win.
complaining about the fact that on Friday, I was complaining over how you were winning every day in the week because I just kept losing again.
Yeah,
So
I
that just
mean,
tells me I'm going to
I
spin
wonder
right
if there
now.
is like a sheet where it shows like a chart, like how much you made this week on Streamlabs.
No whammy, no whammy, no
I went
whammy.
0 for 35, as someone just said there. You don't have to bet 200. Yeah, I know. I am betting 200 every time. But okay, so just real quick, there we go. Yeah, people losing again and over and over and over again. So, all right. Just in case you wondering about what's up with DraftKings, it is still going. So we just shorted again right there at 39. It did drop down to 29, but we're not trying to take a dime. We're trying to get a little bit back. We're not in a big position, any stretch of the imagination, but if we can get up here into 50s, I think that's where we'll put some more on. So we'll wait for that more on. Maybe that's what I am shorting this DraftKings here today. It doesn't seem like it wants to go anywhere but upside. I did want to look at Intel on that short again at 38. It's now upside. So again, it's getting close. And the only reason I'm looking short is just because the market is closer to the high than it is to the low. So if we're going to have this kind of mixed up day right now, that might be something. But you do always want to trade relative strength and relative weakness. I'm getting some hits on the scanner for Roblox. Wow, $35. That's been a nice move upside there for RBLX over the last little while. But this is why it's hitting on the scanner, just because it's bouncing back and forth doing nothing right now.
Also, it's like a VWAP
Yeah,
scanner.
off of VWAP. So it's just saying, oh, it's at VWAP. No, it's not. So that's what it's doing right now, 35.65. Good little level there. This might be another short name, but I don't know if it's right to short these sort of high growth names here. We already got rinsed a little bit there on DKNG, which is now back.
In
So it's
fairness, I'm just going to point, because I don't know if you pull up the daily chart on DraftKings. Like,
well,
this
I have
is,
it up, yeah, but-
yeah, this is the high. Like, it's
Well,
if it takes out this double top, I mean, it is what it is. That was one, I think, you know, on Friday, obviously taking a shot at this like late in the day. It was a tricky opportunity for a short, but you look at a level like that on the daily, it's hard to ignore some weakness in that name. I forgot about this, and we have like seconds to go here, but Amazon, we went over Apple. I still like the 178 level, but Amazon broke out Friday's double top-ish, 139.5, now holding that for support, 139.5. I'd put this in the strong camp. If we hold on to 15.2 and break higher, I think Amazon can be a long. And if you look at the daily chart, broke the 50 period, trend up. It has not had a bad day yet. Seems like it's headed for 147 or for 146. Check that. So Amazon, put that on the list of names that I would like for a dip buy if we hold on to this higher low. It's already 11 o'clock. That means we're sending you on over. I see Obi, I see the professor. We'll be back at 2, but for now, let's get to the midday. Get them, boys. If you're enjoying this video, please take a second and hit the like and subscribe on this channel. And never forget, do not put pineapple on your pizza.
I gotta tell you the truth, I want that sweater.
How's it going?
Fantastic navy-looking sweater. What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to the Midday Show. That's your boy Obi. I'm Sharif, and we're brought to you by Search Trader. Account funding of up to $1 million. Keep up to 90% of the profit. Enjoy relaxed trading rules with an 8% max trailing drawdown on all new accounts. Shout out to the folks there at Search Trader. Mr. Kenobi, happy Monday, my man.
Happy Monday to you as well, and happy Monday to all of our fellow viewers and traders and everybody as well. I hope you guys are doing well. Fabian from the back. Speak up, Obi. Yes.
Speak up.
I am mumbling a little bit here. But yeah, no, some crazy strength there, Sharif, that we saw out the open. Some wildness. Caught a little bit of a long on the Amazon right there. A bit of a dip buy out the open. Don't really have as much as I want. Don't really hold it for the move that I'm really looking for. I was looking for this 140 to kind of come in, and I did have a short bias in and around this 140. Clearly, as you can see, I shorted the hell out of this price action here above this 140. But it seems as if we are kind of slowing down a little bit here. So I did piece off I don't want to give it too much. I don't want to get too aggressive, right? This is a lot of these shorts are quite aggressive, and I didn't necessarily take it when I was a little bit in the money, and we are holding well within some of these highs. But yeah, that morning action was very, very crazy there, Sharif, and I was watching some of these large caps as well, kind of leading the way there. AMD, Apple, Softy, Google as well, very, very strong on the day. But yeah, how's your morning been?
You know what? This is it right here. What you see right in front of you. This is the beginning of the morning. All right, guys, let's talk about what's moving. I'm keeping my eye on Solar Edge. Another bad day for this company and a not so good, like, let's say, quarter for solar, all spurred by Tesla reporting, mentioning that solar installations down 48% year over year. A plethora of companies have reported since then in the solar game to mixed, results, but mostly negative. Sedge getting a double downgrade today. Let me just tell you from who. Solar Edge, HSBC Securities, and Wells Fargo not liking Solar Edge after they reported about, let's say, last week, and they actually mentioned their pre-report, or they came in the interim quarter, and they said that they were going to miss big in Europe. HSBC downgraded. Wow, listen to this, OB. Price target downgrade, $243 to $80 for HSBC on Solar Edge. Wells Fargo, not much different. $190 price target down to 82. Solar Edge, almost SSR. It's down 9.12%. When I sat down here, it was dancing with 69. Nice. And then I said to myself, yo, Sharif, look, ride it short. You'll take another 50 pennies. I didn't punch the buttons because, well, I just didn't. And now it's already 40 pennies removed off that level into that 68.60 level, Mr. Kenobi. So Solar Edge, another bad day. In exactly the opposite way that Solar Edge is having a bad day, the opposite is happening here on AAPL, 1 1/3 now to the good as it knocks on the door of that 179. We got a 179.06 HOD, but it is on a bit of a reversal candle. And then it moved down about $1 or so into that 178.25. But it is making higher highs and higher lows. It held VWAP quite nicely on that dip into 178. And I think this is one of those days, if the NQ can rally and maybe touch 15.3, we could easily see AAPL at $1.80. And I would not be opposed to that at all, Mr. Kenobi, for the long-term portfolio. AAPL getting a nice little bounce here. It was on the receiving end of a price target downgrade and a price target upgrade, so some conflicting results today. I'm going to go ahead and suggest to you this has something to do with China, with more economic stimulus coming there and possibly more handsets being bought by the second biggest market for Apple's products, that is none other than China. So Apple having a good day today. Let's bring in the side charts and talk about some, they're not really all small cap gappers, that's not fair, but one of them is, and that's Life Dub. Oh baby, 185%, 25.5 million shares of volume, about 1 million done in the last 5 minutes. Let's talk about the deets on this name. I'm talking about LIF Dub. 2.1 million share float micro. Let's go here and look at the daily to figure out what the situation is on this stock. Uglier of a chart I could not see. Look at this consolidation area here at 250. Then Huadunk went the dynamite back on May 24th, 2022. That looks like an earnings print if I've ever seen one. And then it dipped all the way down into that $25 area. Been trying to make higher highs since that time. Hasn't really been successful. Had a let me see that here. 1 to 25 split back on October 13th. And it's been hanging on for dear life ever since. Does it have a catalyst though? Let's have a look here. I'm not seeing a new catalyst on LIFW. At least not showing up on my blotter today. Let me look back into last week. See what was said. MSP Recovery is the name of the company. Some filings, I think, an 8K. Okay, so nothing really standing out with respect to a catalyst. October 31st, on Halloween, there was one. Shares are trading higher on Tuesday. This was Halloween, October 31st. The company announced that it's in compliance with, okay, so the reverse split really kind of got them back in business here as they recovered to above $1. I guess that's really all that it is. It doesn't really matter though, because we're going to look at the actual price action. And there does seem to be some support around that $7 area. This is the 5-minute on LIFW. Sure, there have been wicks south of 7, but they've been all bought up immediately. And I would suggest to you that all the closing prints subsequent to 1025 have all been north of 7. And it's given you some good opportunities through 8. In fact, you had the latest wick there into 8 1/3, Mr. Kenobi, with the high of day being that 945. Let's switch to the 1-minute view here and see what's what. So we've got a double halter to the upside. First and foremost, that first halt level. And if you'll know that I always chart halt levels for areas of support and resistance on these small cap gappers. 586, that first halt level. Second level here comes in at 7 1/3, around that 733 area, which we've been holding for a little bit of time. But I'm going to go ahead and suggest to you that that $7 area is interesting. Now, with respect to what it's been doing lately, it's been putting in higher lows, but it's also been putting in lower highs. So we have a bit of a compression pattern forming ever since that last halt that caused us to go up into the high of day around 945. So we'll have to see how this one resolves. But if you believe the textbooks, this typically resolves in the direction of the trend, which just a cursory view at the percentage up on the day is up a big. You can stay on the chart. Up big, up 190%. And looking to take more right now, that $8 level coming in, and it's stair-stepping up a bit more slowly, not less erratic, I would say, than it has been in the past. Now let's have a look at the trading screen for this bad boy. Ooh, Apple's going too, oh baby. All right, let's just have a look at Life Dub here real quick. LIFW. What's going on? The level 2 is not loading, that's fine, but let's have, okay, so I'm gonna have to send that to you because I have to figure out what the deal is with this level 2.
Yeah, as Sharif kind of figures that out here, I am watching some of these names that are kind of in play. I got DraftKings up here, kind of an earnings day 2 play. We saw how strong it was on Friday, kind of a little bit of a continuation of some decent earnings reports. And today, coming in today, VWAP is holding quite strongly, and we're attempting to continue in towards this 35 mark there on DraftKings. But yeah, knocking on the door of day highs potentially kind of coming in, maybe getting a little bit of that tailwind from the market as well. It would seem. I'm a little bit short here on the Amazon, a little too early in my opinion. I did chase the 140 kind of a little bit here, but the idea is lower highs on some of these other equities, and I'm watching the TQs here as well. TQs making relatively lower highs, a bit of price compression into this range. This 38 level definitely a little interesting. 39, 38 as well, a little interesting there. So let's see what Amazon will do with that 140. We are a little short in and around that 140, but yeah, back to DraftKings here, kind of the opposite story, pushing towards these highs. This what's the high a day right there? I see at 34.68. So yeah, we're only about roughly about 12 pennies away from that price here, pushing up into there. And yeah, no, people were looking at some banks as well. BAC on watch as well. Again, these are some of the volume leaders on the day today, and I'm just going through some of those as clearly some of these are definitely going to be in play. We saw how it was doing some crazy RVOL. And what is that, Sharif?
Upgrade.
So BAC got an upgrade. Okay, so they did get an upgrade today, according to Sharif, and we are getting a little bit of a sell-off here. Couldn't necessarily follow through past Friday's highs. Let's take a look at this RVOL again. I want to mention significant RVOL that this price action was defined with. And today, coming in today, we are trading below this, so maybe a potential heavy VWAP going forward on BAC. Now I know people are definitely interested in Dish. They had earnings this morning. I'm watching this one as well.
The company's
Kind of-
still alive?
Yeah, man, they're still very well alive. They're doing they made some money, I guess. They reported some decent earnings, 142% above expected there, but it was only from 0.1 to 0.26 kind of reported. But fading off of that news, I guess maybe it was their guidance, or maybe it's just their revenue here. So I guess they didn't make too much money there, Sharif. They lost about 3%.
I don't mean to laugh at anybody involved in this name.
No, it's
When's
fine.
the last time you had a satellite dish at your house, Kenobi?
Oh, I can't even
It's been a
remember.
minute,
It's been forever. It's been
Yeah.
forever. I can't even remember the year that it was that we had a dish. Yeah, no. Now it's all just subscription services. It's all
IPTV.
streaming.
It's
Yeah.
all
I've heard of the
Not
IPTV.
even the illegal one, but the technology. Like even like my cable, like with the Rogers.
Right.
It's not a cable box anymore, bro.
Yeah, it's all
like
over
this
the internet,
little
right?
box, IPTV style box that connects to the Wi-Fi, and that's how I get my cable. There's no coaxial input into the box anymore. It's all Wi-Fi based, and it's all internet based.
Yeah.
That's just, and there's things I like about it and things I don't. The sports games are they're not laggy, but they're delayed. So when you watch like direct cable using the coaxial, like the old style cable, it's like, what, 2-3 second delay from the game? This one's like 15-20 seconds.
Wow.
Yeah, and if you're betting, I mean, I think that's probably important for you.
Yeah.
But I digress.
I mean, are you an avid sports
You know
bettor?
me,
Or?
I have never bet once on an online game.
Okay. Yeah, I haven't really been too exposed to sports betting. But again, like I said, I'm not really an avid follower of sports, so it doesn't necessarily make much sense for me to put money down in something that I have little to no knowledge in, right? So so we were covering a little bit of these volume leaders on the day, and I saw Nvidia out the open, man. Nvidia out the open was quite strong there, but inside day it would seem as we did kind of push very strongly out the open, and then you come right back in and you're just chopping within this. What is this? I was looking at 460. 460 can't even come in. 459 comes in. Opening kind of range low here at 452, 453-ish area as well. Kind of holding. Wow, take a look at this, Sharif. Friday, Nvidia was super strong. Coming in today, take a look at how cleanly we're holding Friday's highs right there, just in and around that 453. And now we've reclaimed a VWAP, but still, yeah, exactly. Still an inside day, but definitely higher lows on the larger picture frame there on Nvidia. Now, of course, Amazon is also here in today's volume gain, like largest volume gainers. And again, we had the idea to get long off of into that 139. We saw what happened at that 139 on Friday, but it seems like we are just holding in and around VWAP here, just on top of this 140. But yeah, if VWAP is going to stay strong today, we'll definitely be wrong on this short that we have. But I do like a little bit of that failure to follow through past that 140. We are holding in, and the market is kind of cooling off of its morning volatility and momentum that we've had. And like we said, the trend is your friend until the end where it bends. And the short-term trend, it definitely started bending quite early there. This was the momentum. This was the strength out the open. And take a look at that flatness here. We're just going sideways. Since then, kind of defining some of this range as well. So we've lost a lot of that momentum that we had out the open here. So yeah, that is what it is. Tesla quite different from the rest of the market there, more towards the downside and holding underneath VWAP as well. We know that they had news this morning, right, Sharif? Something about
25,000 euro.
Yeah, 25,000 euro car at the German plant.
It's just.
Yeah, so it's a speculation. So, but we did kind of do a little bit of a gap up.
Model 2 for a while now.
Is this the Model 2 that they speak?
You have
of?
one has to assume.
Right.
But he didn't.
He didn't specifically say this is the Model 2, right? Okay, cool. That makes sense. But here, just looking at it from a technical perspective, Tesla gaps up, fades out the open, kind of tries to continue, but take a look at that. Friday's high a day fails to follow through Friday's high a day. Can't even get to some of these pre-market levels, and then straight quadrunk back into this lower end of the range. Bit of a triple, quadruple bottom here at that 220, 219 level here on Tesla, and we're just knocking on the door, consolidating above that. So I think that if we are to kind of continue this this momentum we've had on Tesla, a little bit of a pickup that we've had after a strong sell-off over the past couple of weeks, you can see we've been bidding up since last Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So in order for this to kind of continue the move, I would expect this to kind of sustain some of these prices here, as we have been stepping up every level here, whatever levels have been defined on the daily kind of support and resistances, just step up. And it seems like last week's support and Thursday's resistance turned support on Friday is holding right now, continues to hold as support on Tesla. But yeah, I know Sharif talked about Life W.
Have a look at it right now,
Apple
Obi.
as well. Sure, I can take a look at Life W. Wow, yeah, man. Some crazy movers indeed. Now, have you seen this name called CERV? Is it CERV? CREV? Yeah, that's the one. Take a look at this one, man. You showed me that name. Take a look at this one. What did this do in the pre-market? So after hours on Friday, traded in the 50s, comes in. We pretty much test 400 in the pre-market, and then it's dropping back down to 145, 150 right here. So this is a wild name for sure. Kind of a very low float here. It hasn't really done much volume, but definitely kind of halting up and down. Volatility galore. But I was kind of talking to the boys in the back there, saying that maybe SPACs are going to maybe catch a bit of a spark, because one of their friends here definitely caught maybe a little bit more than a spark. This one caught on fire this morning. Oh, yeah. The squeeze definitely coming in real hot. And very few shares probably to trade, kind of bringing in this price action here. But yeah, it's barely done any volume on the day, but the price action is quite significant. The RVOL as well there on CREV. But yeah, let us know in the chat. Have you guys been interacting with some of these crazy movers today? If you have been, what has your experience been like? I'm just curious to know.
All right, well, here's Life Dub, guys. We are halted at $11.13. I will tell you the top in 1 second for this bad boy. You can come to the chart. Life Dub is halted at $13.14. Sorry, $11.13, and the top is $15.85. Now the top's going crazy. It just went from $15.85 back down to 12. So yeah, if I give you a data point, take it with a grain of salt. But it is going to open, at least for now, above the halt price at 11.13. That is the third halt to the high side. You had the first one here at the 586-ish level. The second one is at that 7 1/3, 733, and now the third one to the high side. We're talking about a compression pattern resolving in the direction of the trend, and oh, did this ever. Good move up for Life Dub. We'll keep an eye on this name. The other good mover continues to be AAPL. It is like a couple of pennies off day's high, 179.42. We're trading at 179.37, 38, percentage and a half. When I sat down this morning, Apple was decidedly red, and it was the only one of the Mag 7 that was actually red on the day. And I got to tell you, now Apple looking to be the best performer on the day, and somebody is calling me again from Toronto number, so we're going to have to send them to voicemail. You know the new iOS, you actually get the voicemail on your phone. So it's pretty cool. Oh. Yeah, it doesn't send it to the carrier voicemail. Okay. So you can actually listen to what they're saying. And then if you like them, if you like what they have to say, you can pick up the call. It's like the old answering machine at your house, right? Yeah. Which I kind of like that, I'm not going to lie. I like to be able to make decisions. But yeah, Apple continuing to run now. If we get into that 180 area, I'm going to be really interested to see how the short will pan out. Yeah, we have been at that 180 area as recently as a few weeks ago, so it is a recycled level. However, you know, those $10 areas, especially on AAPL, always seem to interest me. So going to keep an eye on this one as well. The other I don't want to call them small cap gappers because they're not, but on the side chart, here's what I was looking at here. So we talked about Life Dub. We'll leave Life Dub for the moment, halted at 11.13. DraftKings, Obi already talked about this one. We saw what DraftKings did on Friday. If you didn't see, here it is. There's the Thursday after the market move when they reported. We pop up through that $31, and we continue to run on Friday, making a high of around 36, come on, dude. 34 bucks and change. We got about 34 1/5. Let's look to see if the high from Friday acts as a support level today. Obi was just showing you how that happened for, what was that? The previous day's high was support today?
Tesla.
Was it Tesla? Okay, yeah. So that is something in technical analysis to keep an eye on. But what I'm going to be looking for here is a 34 defend or 34
Tesla,
general area.
It wasn't Tesla, sorry.
Who was it again? DraftKings?
Not DraftKings.
That's the one
we
I'm on
looked
right
at a
now.
few names there. NVIDIA, sorry.
It was
NVIDIA was very strong. Yeah.
That's right.
Very strong hold above Friday's high, yeah.
Yep. So with respect to DraftKings, I'm really interested in a dip trade on this. If it comes into 34, I will be very interested in the name. So let's have a look. There, we're not too far away from it. 34.29, 34.20. 34.30-ish area, DKNG, awfully strong. And there goes Life W heading up into the, I was going to say the afterlife, but that's just too much, bro. Come on, I can't be making those kind of puns. We are flying here on Life. It looks like we're going to halt again, 1337. It's 2.1 million shares.
Oh.
Yeah, Life Dub. Micro float. It's not like one of these Chinese like education companies that has 400,000 share float, but it is a very small, 2.1 million shares, very, very small. Let me look at the short interest, see if there is any.
That's definitely going to be.
Yeah, I'm having a look right now, Mr. Kenobi. Let's find out. It's not negligible. It's 8 3/4.
Okay.
So for now, we fake halted, and there we go up again, Mr. Kenobi. 14 1/3 HOD. We're at 14 1/4. Forget about that. It's 14 2/3 now, which is a high a day on Life Dub. Only up 414%, but retracing now, but $1 off the highs. Guys, it's very spready. Very dangerous. You could find yourself on the wrong end of this super quick. You know, I love these type of stocks, but they have to make sense.
The triangle or the wedge you have formed there, like, did you just drew that in right now?
No, I drew that before, and remember what I said. Typically, wedging or what are these called? So compression patterns.
The Illuminati triangle.
Yeah, the compression patterns typically resolve in the direction of the trend. When you have lower highs and higher lows, usually they continue to head up, and this one absolutely held up.
I was going to say there that 8%, you said is an 8% short float, but that data is probably a couple weeks delayed, not including the short float intraday that's been formed by that wedge that's forming. Because like to me, that's like that looks like a good short until it doesn't, right? Like you want to keep in consideration that you're holding above the $7 level as well into that push. But yeah, when that fails to follow through to the downside, definitely a lot of intraday short float is absolutely clocked in the move, and we're seeing that come into fruition.
But we need to talk about wedge patterns for a second here.
Yeah.
Because a very wise individual in the chat just wrote, the only wedge pattern that matters is the rebel pilot who survived the assault on the Death Star. So, you know, those are the kind of things that keep me up at night. He's killing it. Neil, look where we just touched 16 on LIFW. Wow, this one's headed high. 16 and a half. Yeah, I know. I think it was a good long, right?
Bit of a
Are we going to halt here or what? And like, guys, let me just tell you something. Let me give you a little bit of a tidbit here. There are algos intelligent enough up there and with enough money that they'll be able to keep it at its halt level and prevent it from halting, right? And I mean, there's really no definitive, I think, evidence of this, but you know,
we've been seeing that algo a little bit more kind of come in,
absolutely.
Like on like crazy halters, like it'll hold the halt price, so it like refreshes because halt price has a timer, so it'll hold it till it refreshes and then kind of continue the move. Very, very interesting kind of behavior that we've been having on a lot of these. Like these tickers are clearly manipulable.
Absolutely, with a 2.1 million share float.
Yeah,
of course.
very easily. And like that's like the claimed free float. Now anybody can see that kind of pattern forming, and you can accumulate that $7 level quite aggressively. And if you're really serious about it, you can buy up a good amount of that float and just hold on to it, right?
Oh,
and
yeah.
it seems like a little bit of a short float cornering happening on that name. Yep. For sure.
1650 the high. Yeah, and so essentially what, just to build on the point Obi was making, these algos will know exactly what the halt level is based on the current price action. They have enough resources to move it up into that level. And then they have it just as much resources with the shorts that they've secured to be able to push it down, to sell, or to initiate shorts either on another account or its own, whatever the case may be. They're all connected to keep it from halting. And that often has an objective, which is to absolutely get people in the long and then flush and then take advantage of them. So you really need to be careful with these type of stocks. They can absolutely make or break your account. Any event, 1650 the high. Now we're barely holding on 215 as we do a bit of a pullback here. But you chart the halt levels, I would say, and then if we get into the halt levels, have a resting order for something in and around there. And if you're long this, have profit takers set up. They don't typically spend too long of a time period in the particular price or the price location. And then they usually retrace after that. And we're already $2 removed off the high right now on Life Dub. Let's have another look here. Every time I come to talk about these other names that I have on the chart, Life Dub makes a move, and then I have to end up talking about it. All right. So DraftKings coming in towards highs, guys. 34.69. We're at 34.50. Keep your eye on DraftKings. This one could get going if things turn around here. Square, another name that I kept my eye on. You know, it got an upgrade. Was it an upgrade today? Let me just double check for you guys here. Square. No. I believe it was a downgrade.
I saw the spray on Burke right there. The initiation, like the coverage.
Well,
everybody's interested in Burke today, based off of.
Well, you know why?
Based off of that. No, I don't.
Because they hold off, analysts and rating agencies will hold off.
Okay.
Rating or covering with like coverage on an IPO until a certain amount of days, and then they all pile on.
Today's that day, I guess.
Exactly.
Yeah. I was looking at like the upgrades, downgrades, and coverages this morning. I was like, damn, these guys went to town on Burke.
Yeah. Well, it's like everybody got in Deutsche Bank, Goldman, Citi, JP Morgan, Baird, Jefferies, Piper, BMO, Stifel. Everybody now has something to say about Burke, and that's just not a random thing.
Yeah, so maybe some VWAP interaction going in today if a lot of big players have kind of perked up interest on this name and are initiating coverage on I guess some sort of position rebalancing. Maybe is that what happens with that kind of coverage initiation? Like
Can you say that again?
Are they're building positions? They're building into and out of positions with that, or what's happening there?
I think they're just rating agencies. What they're doing internally, I don't know. We find out after when they file, obviously.
Okay.
Because they're subject to regulations, but I don't know exactly. But they rate it as a buy. Like, for example, all of them have it buy or higher. Nobody has it. Okay, so there are initiates. So the ones that didn't like Birkenstock are HSBC Securities with a hold. B of A has a neutral. UBS has neutral. Morgan Stanley has equal weight, and Exane BNP Paribas has neutral. So those ones were non-positive about Birkenstock. The one that were, like I said, Stifel with a buy, BMO with an outperform, Piper with an overweight, Jefferies with a buy, Robert W. Baird with an outperform, JP Morgan with an overweight, Citi with a buy, William Blair with an outperform, Goldman with a buy, Deutsche Bank with a buy. So, you know, and there's really like, for example, yours could be, your rating could be buy, mine will be outperform. or overweight. They're all like synonyms in one way or another. All right, every time I start on these side charts I digress. All right, shout out to Reliable Rudy for showing me this. CDIO, sub $1 name, looking real good though. The chart pattern is yelling volumes here. We're at 64 pennies. We're up 71.25%. We could see $1 today on this bad boy. Calm down there. The Katina man was he's throwing a dig because Dallas lost yesterday. He's like, is it like CD Lamb? CDI. Man, the Cowboys should have won yesterday. I'll go off on a tangent later, but anyway, a couple of bad plays by us. Dak getting his foot out of bounds, and the wide receiver, the tight end, falling on the half-yard line rather than on the end zone line. I didn't blame him. I'm just saying it's a stroke of bad luck. Yeah. Yeah, but anyway, we had a couple of plays there. Could have sealed the deal, but we didn't seal it, so. What am I looking at here? CDIO, this is a really good one, reliable. I kind of was teasing you earlier about your love for sub $1 names. Looks like I may have that love as well. We're going to pull CDIO on a trading screen here, Mr. Kenobi, and get it ready.
Yeah, I'm watching this Apple here, kind of, again, market leader. I want to know what it's up to. I'm watching TQs as well. Bit of a pullback there. That 180 definitely very, very, I guess, a lot of people are definitely watching out for that 180. But coming in today, that 176 and 177, also that 178. All kind of these even dollar levels. Very, very nice hold and nice push off of these levels, and now we're holding above VWAP, so maybe a potential kind of reclaim there. I do have this bit of a trend here. I'm curious to know when I drew this in. I'm sure you guys were watching when we drew this in here. Right. Okay. So this is kind of a trend from the end of the end of October. There, we had earnings last week, and we are kind of holding above this earnings kind of reaction close. Not the reaction high just yet. High is up here, just underneath that 182 level, but very peculiar kind of day one earnings holds and turns up. That 174, definitely a key level area. We played some longs off of VWAP on Friday. Coming in today, I will be continuing to watch this VWAP area here down at 178 to see if it continues to get defended, as Apple is quite strong on earnings. You saw the type of action we've been seeing out the open, kind of across the board. The whole market very strong out the open. But yeah, PLTR not so much. Earnings day 3, I guess. I don't know if they had some sort of news this morning, but definitely, yeah, no, I don't think so. It's not even doing that much RVOL, but it's pretty much failing day 2 prices. Look at that clean fail to follow through out the open. You attempt to push, what is this, 1920, 1911-ish. The high here from Friday being, what is that, 1907. So 1907 was the high on Friday, and today you get to 1908. So literally, you push it by 1 penny, you fail to follow through, and then take a look at this fail here, straight to the downside. Definitely has some more room to go, I think, especially if we take out this kind of 18 level here. We see that it's being used as previous resistance, day 1 resistance, turned potential support. But again, day 3, we've lost a lot of the volume that kind of came in with this move. So if we break any of these prices here, I have the 18, 17 and a half, and even this just above the 17 here, a lot of longs will be underwater if price gets below this level here, as it is kind of failing to follow through. So I think I'm going to be watching it in and around here. Again, the second largest volume gainer on the day today. Yeah, Life W, man. Life W, that's a wild one for sure. That thing keeps on rocking around. How much volume is this thing doing today?
Look at CDIO,
35.
man.
What's going on with CDIO?
It's pumping, bro. Here we go. We're about to get filled here at 68. We went long 65s. It's continuing with a squeeze, and there it is, Kenobi, man. We get a nice little move through that 68. We're looking for some 70 prints here. It's up 80% squeezing. Let's talk a little bit about the details of this name. It hasn't even shown up on my scanner yet because as viewers of the show will know, I filter everything south of 85 cents. That may be a good idea, may be bad. If I was trading reliable style, then it would be bad. 15 million share float, essentially 14.964 million. The short float, you ask? CDIO, let's go trusty trade ideas. Not negligible, 4.82%, almost a 5 spot there on CDIO. But oh baby, here comes 70, and we're gonna continue to pump to the high side on this bad boy. But CDIO going here, it's going fast, it's going furious. It's at day's highs. It's knocking on the door of that 70 penny level. And there it goes, Mr. Kenobi, through that 70 area. 88% to the good now is CDIO. Do we see $1? I mean, that's the dream here, right? You get in at 60-something pennies, and you ride at 30-some-odd pennies into that dollar area. We're going to start trimming smaller sizes here now as we get another beak wetter at 71 pennies, up 87-some-odd percent. Just, I'm waiting for the huadunk on this, such as my...
oh, it's coming.
Thanks, Obi.
Oh, on coin?
No,
Oh,
on
CDIO. Okay,
Like,
okay. I thought you meant like a market-related name. I'm like, oh, it might be coming here. We're pushing back into that 15 too. But
you want to talk about coin? Because I want to talk trash about coin in a minute too. If you're ready, you can start it off.
I mean, we could talk. I can talk about coin. Yeah, sure. If you. Okay, I covered a little bit of the Amazon there. Just on this structure break, I do want to kind of capture a little bit of these profits. But we were watching this VWAP hold, and now VWAP has cracked. So the next kind of a bus stop here will be this consolidation range out the open. Kind of lows here at that 139.60s coming in. Take a look at the TQs. Take a look at the NQ as well, and the ES. A little bit of a fade there happening, but we've been sitting short for what's been almost half an hour here. We've been sitting short, kind of waiting for this move to potentially come in, and finally we're getting a little bit of the move come in here as we accelerate to the downside. I do want to cover a little piece of this, like Neil likes to say, you don't want to look a gift horse in the mouth for too long. But yeah, you know what? Thank you. Come again. I will ride the rest of that. Kind of, let's see how close we can get to that 139. All right, so Coinbase, here we go. Coinbase. Sharif wants to talk some shit about this name. So let's see how much we can kind of see what it's been up to, right? So yeah, earnings day 2, huh? Yeah, interesting. I totally forgot about that. Today's earnings day 2, and take a look at this. Earnings day 1. You kind of you wipe that whole earnings reaction move and hold, but today we attempt to push through that earnings reaction high once again, and we're kind of struggling to do this, right? Earnings reaction high kind of being at that 87.44, call it 87.5, whatever. But this area right here, you can see out the open on Friday, earnings day 1, you attempt to you hold the support very, very well off of this earnings reaction low area. And it gets pretty much front run in the pre-market into the open, and the open VWAP holds for a potential push into that earnings reaction high, but it fails to follow through. Coming in today, we're still trading within that range, that upper area of that earnings reaction, but we're holding underneath VWAP. We've already struggled twice to push past this 88, 89, or into that 89 level. I guess we got one candle that was a very sharp push, but take a look at that selling that came in off of that 89. So I just want to do a quick look left here on the hourly. Wow, take a look at that, Sharif. Right away, you can see that this price, this area has some significant resistance, and we could potentially see it coming in. But the thing is, maybe earnings was good. Maybe this is just kind of waiting for like releasing that sell pressure, right? As we hold the bid, if that sell pressure is quite heavy, maybe we hold VWAP, maybe we hold a trend into that 90. So definitely this price right here, this 89.44-ish area, definitely an interesting area for me. If we can slowly grind up and continue to push that price, we could very well get a little bit of a squeeze on our hands there, Sharif, because again, coin, I don't know how much it's shorted, but I'll let you speak on that.
Yeah, we'll reserve my vitriol for coin maybe to a slower time of the day, because right now CDIO just touched 75 pennies, and we just had a 10 penny winner here on a 60 penny name, so kind of pumped about that. Retracing a little bit now into 73.5 pennies, but it's up 95%, guys. It looks like it's gonna hit 100%. Where we get the top, I do not know. All I know is this one can turn on you in a dime, right? 14.5 million share float for a sub $1 name is microscopic, and can be thrown around by many of the traders on this floor over here. Can throw that kind of movement around on a name like this. So here we go, just taking profits where I can, layering the profits here as we go through that $0.75 range. Now I was talking to Reliable in the chat, and he's like, look, man, you know, I like the possible reload here at 60 pennies to around 58 pennies, and I couldn't agree with Reliable a bit more. And here's the reason: you have a bit of a double top, an area of clear resistance just south of that 60 pennies. So you tried to break that 10 penny resistance level on its way up. It took 3 attempts, once, twice, and then OB thrice over here. And then guess what? You come back into it, and lo and behold, you're holding 60 now, former area of resistance, now acting as an area of support. So that's kind of what you want to see from a technical analysis perspective. And here we go, right back into highs. We're knocking on the door of 75. We're going to take a bit of a beak wetter here if we blow through that 75 penny level. But it looks like we're encountering at least momentary resistance here into that 100% area. But going back to what I was saying before I digress there, if we come right back down into my area, I'm not going to let any part of this trade go against me. I will get out at 65 pennies, but I will be looking to reload or re-enter, not reload, re-enter between 60 pennies to 58 pennies, so long as it acts appropriately at those levels. And by acting appropriately, I mean it doesn't break them too aggressively to the downside. If it's a perfunctory break, a superficial break of 60 or 58 pennies, you want to see it bought up immediately. You want to see the body of the candle close above the resistance level, or the support level, excuse me, and not just, who cares about a quick wick below. And there we go, Mr. Kenobi. We're still heading to the high side, 106% now on CDIO. It's a gift that keeps on giving, at least for the moment.
Wow, that's a wild trade, man. Good stuff. Holding on to your shares there.
All shares.
But yeah, that 15.2 kind of coming back in potentially. We talked about this kind of range. We talked about how the momentum has slowed down. I covered a good chunk of my short position here. So now we just got a little bit of our last entries right here. This is the entry I really wanted, above the 140s, the 140.30s, 140.40s. We did kind of violate this price by about 20-30 pennies, and I did short. I shorted all of those prices, but finally we're getting the move here off of 140, potentially being a little bit heavy here. But yeah, something else I am watching is this low right here. This is what I'm covering most of my position kind of off of. If we're going to come right back in and hold and reserve in and around this structure low, this consolidation low as well, I do want to piece off. We could very well continue the move to the downside as I'm saying that. Oh, there it is, bing bang. Here it comes in real hot. Okay, so we kind of just grab that piece right there in the 60s. So let's see what we do with this consolidation structure. Again, I expect there to be a lot of interest in and around these prices. So I did cover a good chunk of my position for that. I'm more than willing to get short. I'm still very short biased on this price action right now underneath this 140 as well. But yeah, these 55s, I guess, was the area I was looking to cover the rest of this, kind of into a push through this previous structure low. Happens to be a little bit of structure from last week as well. Kind of last week's high, Amazon is right at that 139.5, and we are knocking on the door of Friday's high now. So I think just covering a few pennies above Friday's high. We saw how NVIDIA is holding Friday's high. We saw how some of these other names are continuing off of previous levels, from Friday, especially want to talk about Apple, especially want to talk about Softy as well. Take a look at that, holding, kind of stepping up and really pushing higher. And again, we saw how strong last week was, right, Sharif? Last week was quite significantly strong there. Let's take a quick look at the weekly charts on some of these large caps right here. Take a look. Apple, not as strong. Apple was relatively weaker than a lot of these names.
That downtrend, if you were to draw a downtrend there from the high, we haven't really broken that decisively yet.
Yeah, decisively not yet, but technically we have broken it. We're holding a bit of this as well. So, but this is definitely the dominant trend. Sharif is right. We could just kind of push, look like we're gonna hold, and then come right back in, and it'll be like a lick grab on the weekly of this weekly trend here, right? So like lick grabs and like that kind of price action exists on all sorts of time frames, on all sorts of price action, and here we go. We're getting a little bit of a pullback here. So the question I'm looking for is VWAP going to stay kind of strong there? Amazon coming right in, man. Like I gotta learn to hold a bigger chunk of my core.
15.2 breach.
Yeah, 15.2 right there. 15.2
breach.
Yeah, I'm watching that. I'm watching it real close because I'm like, yeah, 15.2 definitely a level of interest.
Very interesting.
We saw how messy it kind of some of these levels were last week. And they magnet. They're not very clean. They're not going to be like, okay, I'm just going to bounce off this and then continue. Oh no. If it's messy, you can almost bet on it to come right back in and magnet around or use those prices as a core. And yeah, I'm just scalping based off of that idea there. On Amazon there, but clearly I should be scalping something like a Tesla here, because Tesla making brand new lows, testing that triple bottom kind of area we talked about earlier this session, this 218-ish level right there. So is this level going to hold? A bit of a resistance turn support from Friday. Is it going to continue to hold? But if this market looks hella weak and we start trading and pushing below this 15.2, I think we're poised for a little bit of a sell-off. I start typing in poised. But yeah, so Apple and Softly. We're taking a look at the weekly charts. So let's go back to that. Look at how strong Softy was, right? Softy, not unlike Apple, it has distinctly broken through its trend, right?
That is a monster.
This is a monster break on the weekly. So clearly, any of the shorts that have been accumulating since early July, all of them are sweating.
Oh yeah.
All of them are sweating.
Oh yeah.
Definitely a change of draws potentially coming up into play if we break this 365.
Did you actually say that?
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, no, definitely. Like shorts are definitely sweating at those prices, man. Take a look at that.
You didn't say shorts. Oh yeah, no, shorts as in short. I thought you said draws, like people were wearing their underwear.
Yeah. A change of draws, definitely. You know what I mean?
That's what I thought.
You like again.
And then I thought you were trying to make it PG-13 by saying shorts, but you meant something different.
No, exactly. No. There's draws and then there's shorts, and yeah. Anyways, and then there. Okay. But yeah, you get where I'm coming at with that type of strength there. Softy, super strong. Same thing with Amazon. Amazon, I was looking at this trend here. You guys can already see it. It's been drawn out on the chart, but breaking through that trend and actually holding it as support. Some great longs last week off that 128. Oh boy, some swing longs as well off the 130 break, and we're pushing that 140. Definitely, when you break a multi-week kind of a downtrend here, where you're very, very strong for multiples of weeks, and then all of a sudden you fade for a couple of months. Definitely, shorts are piling in, being like, oh yeah, this is it. These are the tops. Here we go, right side, and then you get a week like this. Oh boy, are they definitely the people who are chasing, right? Is I think that's what most of this buying pressure is kind of made off of here. Let's see, kind of a bit of a bid here. I do want a piece off of this Amazon short. Thank you.
Nice.
Come again. That 15.2 holds, right? That 15.2 holds. You can't even break that 139.5. Yesterday's high. You start reserving and pushing into the 70s. I'm watching it from the corner of my eye. I do not want to be in that trade anymore.
15.2 hold, by the way, for
Andrew, now. Yeah, 15.2 hold. Andrew Ditter. Thank you for the $10. 2 coffees for the boys. Tesla dead battery candles. paying the bills. Nice.
I like that.
I like that. A little bit of a follow through on some candle jokes we were having last week. I like that for sure. But yeah, no, definitely some strong sell candle right there out the open. You fail to push through these highs. That's a very strong, I guess, bearish 15-minute candle right there. Very strong wick, but you can see how we rejected. Go down to a lower time frame. You can see how heavy those VWAP sellers are right off the open. Definitely on a little bit of significant R-vol, not out the open, but in the pre-market. So I do want to consider those prices. I do want to give some weight to those prices for sure. But yeah, nice. Tesla dead battery candles apparently paying the bills there for
hilarious.
Andrew.
Dead battery candles. I mean, come on, that couldn't get better than that. All right, CDIO. We're retracing now near my entry. We're coming into that 67.5 pennies. We're long at exactly 65. Best out we had was that 76.25. I'm not going to let any part of this trade go against me. If it comes into 65, I'm going to flatten it out, and then I will look to re-enter if it's appropriate between 58 pennies and 60 pennies. That's the level of support that I like on the intraday chart. And I don't need to hold the entire amount. Why? Why would I hold it when I can get back in? So if we break through 65 pennies, that will be the end of the trade for me on CDIO. We're only holding 26%, yeah, exactly, 26.3% of the position left. So, you know, a smaller amount, no doubt about that. But, you know, want to keep the foundation for this trade solid. And to me, it is getting out at my entry and then re-entering back between 60 pennies to 58 pennies if it's appropriate at that time. And by if it's appropriate, I mean it holds that general level and doesn't give up the ghost. If it wicks a smidge below 58 pennies and then it's immediately bought back up with the body of the candle north of that level, that's kind of what I'll be looking for there. But now retracing aggressively off that 78 penny high that we made, exactly 77.5 pennies, in fact, and coming back down into 60, almost 66 pennies here. So we're about a penny and a third from getting stopped out. Here we go. We're about a penny as 66 is getting eaten up here on the bid. My eyes are fixated on level 2 just to make sure that, you know, everything is kosher on this end. I don't have a stop in place here, so it will be a flattened key, which is a market order. Here we go, right into 65. We're awfully close to getting stopped out, but I will be very interested in this name again, like I've mentioned, between 60 pennies and 68 pennies. And there we go. We flatten out, right? In fact, I actually made money on that last little bit there. That's nice. That's always nice. So we make a smidge of money on,
it's always nice when we make some money,
right? On the stop there. But yeah, coming into my area, I'm gonna put an alert at that 60 penny area in case I'm looking at something else. I get the notification. Here we go. So let's go ahead and put it at 60 pennies. In fact, I'm going to put it a smidge above 60 pennies, 60 and a quarter pennies, so I can get the whole idea in there. No, reliable. I didn't have 80% trimmed. I had 26.3% exactly left, and don't ask me why I know that. I just know that, just based on the share size that I had. All right, let's look at AAPL.
Oh,
Mr. Kenobi. AAPL today.
I'm charting AAPL right now, man.
Look at the higher highs on the 5-minute chart on AAPL. This is what I like to see on, you know, a more, let's just call it the truth. It's a less of a volatile name. There we go. We get that higher high, higher low, upward channel with a 179.43 high. So if we make another high above that, you have to start wondering. I mean, this is probably going to be the day that we hit that 180. And I've mentioned this already. This hits 180 intraday, I'm going to be looking for the short, right? Just because, you know, just because it is what it is.
Comment?
T blank, $5 super chat. Sharif, you have a VCR, question mark? I would love to give you this VHS tape from the last time the Cowboys won the Super Bowl. Funny. I already know when it was. It was 1995.
Damn.
Yeah, it was. It was a long time ago.
That was a long
You know,
time
the
ago.
DVDs were they were probably around, but they weren't mainstream at the time. But yeah, hey, look, man. Look, I don't pretend like the Cowboys are recent winners, but at least they've won a Super Bowl. Which, you know, the individual that's going to come on in a second, he's giving me a real dirty look. You see this guy? He's giving me a dirty look. I love him. They haven't won a Super Bowl. So, and ask him, just, you know, friendly questions to the Neil. Ask him which team was the one that resulted in his team not having any Super Bowl rings. And I'm sure he'll tell you as well. But we always... Neil and I, I'm looking right at him. He's setting up. I feel like he's setting up. He's like, he's going to get me.
Yeah, you better watch out.
At Lunch Money. We're about 3 minutes or so from Lunch Money, guys. No, I already know the Cowboys haven't done anything of note in the last 2 decades. It was a decade prior to that. Hey, it's tough, man, being a Cowboys fan. It's tough being an Arsenal fan, too. Arsenal lost on the weekend, shouldn't have lost. Cowboys lost on the weekend, probably shouldn't have lost, and that's the way it is. I mean, if I start crying about it, it's gonna be tough. How about them Dolphins? Oh, the Dolphins got a big dub yesterday. That was interesting. Dolphins are a hit and miss team, though, man. Sometimes they're real good, sometimes they're I don't know about that Tua guy. All right, let's see what else everybody is talking about. 1995, there were VCDs, video CDs. Remember those?
Like
I
just
remember
like a
those.
regular CD?
Yeah,
Like,
they were actually
yeah,
a CD-ROM.
like a DVD.
But it wasn't a DVD. Because
Oh, I remember those.
has
yes.
higher capacity
Yep. I
than
remember
a
those.
CD.
Yeah, because you'd have to watch movies on like multiple CDs. I remember that.
Exactly.
Yes,
You're right.
Yes. And then
Bang on with
DVDs
that.
finally came out, and we were like,
Did
okay,
the Dolphins lose? I thought they won yesterday.
This 15-2, man. We talk
lost.
about how
Yeah, my
messy
bad.
of a kind of a level this is, and take a look at the price action off this 15-2, man. Good thing we covered and used some strong reasons to buy to get out of our position there on the short, as that 15-2 clearly doesn't want to be around for too long, as we were wiping right back up towards some of those highs there. But that action gave us some decent price action here on some of these constituents to follow along on a potential short there. But Apple, oh boy, very, very strong on the day. This is the kind of I was just marking off this trend right here. You guys can see it in the light green right there, holding above VWAP, just an intraday kind of trend. We're still holding very well above that. So if this kind of continues up, very well poised for that 180 test coming in potentially as well. I know people were talking about Meta there. Damn, Sharif, we were talking. We were looking at this name in and around that 300 mark, but yeah, this held that 300 quite well, stepped up onto that 308, and now we're stepping up once again and potentially pushing towards this 320, this 315 holding as of right now, as of today on the Meta there. 140 coming back in here off of that bounce, off the 15-2 bounce there on the NQs, brings back in the 140 here on Amazon. The 38s again on the TQs. Again, we were talking about lower highs happening on the TQs, and a little bit of higher lows as well if you're looking at these extreme lows, but maybe some price compression there. But yeah, we don't want to really mess with that. But as long as it can give us some temporary direction, I do want to stay involved here. But yeah, that 140, I'm still going to stay short biased in and around this 140 going forward today, unless and until it proves me otherwise on that day. Again, reasoning being, you guys got to hit up the Friday show there. We had some strong reasons to kind of interact with Amazon there. Some unusual players showing up on the tape in and around some of these prices that we're now holding there, Sharif. So, yeah.
Okay. All right. We'll let you log off because we're about to send it to lunch.
I'll
Money.
see you guys tomorrow. Take care. Happy trading for the rest of the day.
Big bully, big desk.
Thank you very much, and welcome to Lunch Money on this Monday. And before we get into some ideas that will take you into the afternoon, what are the key levels, what are some trades available to you, I'm just going to point out that Dallas has played Buffalo twice in the last decade, and both times the Buffalo Bills won. So you can go ahead and talk about stuff from when I was actually a young man, but times have changed. And we're going to get a chance to see that. It'll be 3 times in a row come December. You guys know all about it. I think we've settled on some kind of I'm pretty sure one of us has to do a bunch of burpees depending on who wins. And we have a nice stage for Sharif to show off his burpee form for you guys. That'll be a heck of a lot of fun when it does happen. So on to some actual trades here and what is setting up. Gonna start you off with a little Coinbase. Why not? Crypto has been moving, holding on to that $35,000 area for BTC in particular. But Coinbase and its 13% short float was doing what things did the last couple of days, which if you had a short float, you were going to the upside the last couple of days. Whether you reported it or not, in this case, these guys did report last week. Nice bounce. The only downside here is no punch through the 90 level. So this is what I was looking for this morning. Kind of taking out this high on the daily would have been fantastic. But what you do have in play at least is if you come back, these wick highs right around 86 and then looking at where we close right around 86. So we throw back in the daily chart, sorry, the 3-minute chart in here, and you are trending down into what level we bounced off of? 86. So if 86 holds, it's still a relatively bullish chart, at least in terms of the higher time frame. A breakdown under there, if the market gives it up, that's flat bottom break central in terms of giving you some potential move to the downside. So I think that's the current level. You can take that for scalp trades. If it breaks down, I think you got an afternoon short off of that level as well. I guess we don't get our 90 break, but that's the thing about breakout trades. If you're looking at a higher time frame and you're looking for a stock to get past a big weekly level or a daily level, then you don't have to trade until it happens. So the good part about it is, okay, well, Coinbase wasn't strong enough to get through that level. I didn't have to fight any longs today on it. That's the good news. But I do think that 86 gives you one chance for this to bounce. If it fails, then Coinbase is doing that thing it does where it gets into the mid to high 80s and turns right around. So that's your level at 86. I would trade that and pretty much nothing else because I don't think we're seeing 90 today. If Coinbase gets to 90, I'm suspecting something has to have happened in the afternoon. And I'm not talking about just a little bit of a rally in the market. Something has to happen in BTC. Some kind of news or something would have to come out. So we're not seeing that 90 level, at least not today. Now, I can slap a fail on myself for not following my plan on Rivian. Let's go to the daily chart because a lot of times, like I'll go in on a key price level and be willing to play it in either direction, right? Like Rivian has been trend up. Last week everything was bouncing, but Rivian had been trend off the bottom at $15. And I've generally been of the short mind in Rivian, but if we're gonna hold on to 18 and start breaking away from it, I like the chance that this could give you an extension. But the 18 level was my over-under. I like the longs over. I said if it fails that, well, you're failing the 200-period moving average, you're stair-step down. So it can break out from here, but underneath 18, the stock should be a short. Well, I got half of it right in that I did not fight the stock long. There was one little tiny chance that it held right away at the open. It was bouncing off 18, never even got more than 18, 15. Then you resolve lower. Pretty much every other name that I liked to the short side that broke down, I joined the trend, even if it was joining the trend late, with the exception of Rivian. Even if you're short, even if you're not short, like 1780 or 1790 or wherever the first consolidation or bounce play even would have worked at the 35 level, never jumped back in when it retested that level. So it's a bit of a fail because I wanted trend down underneath 18, did not do it. All of that said, you've got a clear resistance that did form at this 1735 now. And until you break that back out, when you reject the level like that 18, like that 200 period on the daily, I am thinking I only want to be going for the short unless I get a gimmick bounce long. That would have been around the 17 level. Now I'm looking to join the party back into the short side. So it's giving you this clear resistance right in the mid 30s. Look for that for a short trade, and then just join the trend. At no point has this been a relatively strong name. Even if the market gets to the upside, I still think you want to play the trend here. And it's because of that failure on the daily chart that I feel that way for Rivian. Just to throw it out there, might as well do these two back to back. Tesla is also stair-stepping down, which that puts things into perspective. I never really want to be. It's not that Rivian and Tesla have to follow each other. Quite frankly, they don't. It doesn't really matter, but it does help if you are looking to short something like Rivian, what's going on with Tesla. because if that starts going absolutely nuts to the upside, you can get some kind of recovery plays in some of the EV names. In this particular case, Tesla on the daily, it was trying to hold this 219, 220, the 200-period moving average. It was holding above pretty much all Friday. I mean, that was all it was doing. It was holding above because it was a trap on Friday. Let's be real about this for a second. The entire market was going to the upside. I was trying to be nice about Tesla for a second. But really, if you think about the way that Friday played out, it was a very, very frustrating session because it was very strong early with the strong market, and it looked like it was going to go scream to the upside. But this entire time when it's falling for the rest of Friday, this is like the first half an hour it made a high. The market's just consolidated and stair-stepped to the upside, and Tesla just kept coming down in. So when you see the kind of double top failure that it put in today, all it's doing is holding on to the 220 level. And when you consider what that is on the daily chart, just going back into the daily here because I digress, when you consider what that is on the daily, it's just trying to hold this 200-period moving average into a lot of weakness. So a ton of relative weakness going on in Tesla. It's why I favor shorts in Rivian. But if this doesn't hold on, if we actually break down 18s or so, I mean, could Tesla get back to 200? I mean, that's what it feels like. So if there's no close above this 200-period moving average, I'm thinking it's probably short to 200. Until then, all you are playing off of is this support for the last 2 days. You can scalp trade it if you want. I got no qualms, with you if that's what you want to do, because 19 is held. It held the bottom. They held the bottom on Tesla all of Friday pretty much, and then the bounces got more and more shallow. It's literally doing the exact same thing. So it's giving you these little scalp trades off of these lows. If you want to take it, fine. But if this gets under 18, I think it gets pretty nasty. And Rivian's out there for a short as well, if that is your flavor. What isn't weak today, well, outside of Microsoft, Apple. I mean, there's no chance I was going to talk about the market without getting into Apple. Super strong name. Now, this is one that I got away from. So, I liked the long. I liked it off 178. And the experience of the morning was interesting because a lot of the longs I was out of too early, and then the shorts, it was kind of easier. The ones that were working, it was easier to hold on to them. So my feel for the morning was, despite a little bit of stair step to the upside, that I really liked the short plays because they felt like they were coming in a bit easier. I was a bit wrong about that with Apple. I'll acknowledge that. While being short once and long twice, it should have been a long that I'm still in. Now, that being said, I don't think we need to be done with this one just yet. Apple, it's breaking. I'm not gonna. Can I draw the channel for you? Let me just do this for you guys. We'll go live and try to draw you a channel here, and it'll be a kind of nasty one. So there you go. Like, just drawing a little bit of a trend line on the daily chart, you can see it's breaking this trend above 178. And obviously 180 is the psychological level. But when I see something like that, my first thought is always going to be, if it fails this underneath, you short it underneath that level. I want to see it back underneath 178 if I'm thinking short. If it's breaking it out, like, didn't we just see AMD do this and it went absolutely ham? Well, the fact that we're holding this 179 area tells me that this is a pretty strong one and is trying to break this trend. A lot of people were bearish at 78 like I was. And it kind of worked, and then it turned into immediate support. So I think you just go with both these dollar levels and play those for your long areas on the afternoon. Now, you're at one right now, so you're either bouncing here locally, risking 20 cents, or you wait back in for 178. But as long as it holds that, it's attempting to break out a major channel. And the experience I've seen on most of the other stocks that did this last week was you want to look for the long on that break. An example of what it looks like when it fails, and this is kind of a random one, but it is what it is, was SoFi today. We just go, wait a minute, pop that. I can't pop it back in. Now it's not even doing that. There we go. SoFi was an example of a channel break that did not follow through. And if you wonder why we like SoFi to the short side, very simple. Kind of a similar channel, fail 10, lower highs, failed the break of that channel on Friday, favor the short. If Apple closed underneath 178, then I'm back to thinking it's a short. Based on it failing that top end of the channel. Oh, and SoFi, I think it's a short to pop to the 200-period moving average, which is 730. But that's a trade we were talking about during the morning show, so I don't want to give that one back to you because we already gave it to you. Speaking of, so about Roku. Remember we had mentioned Roku made a few moves on Friday, Thursday. Maybe you remember this. Roku was ripping faces off, yet somehow got outpaced by Lemonade of all things. Well, it got into what was one of two levels for a reverse, and that was 86. The other one was straight up 100. So if it wasn't going to reverse at 86 again, which was a bit of a double top on the daily, it was going to be that 100 level in my books. You did see it reject. There's your press into 86, 85 and a half, came to the downside. I want to favor the stair step here. So it's been a decent trend to the downside, but if you factor in that this was a monstrous move off of that top. This wasn't something small. I think the unwind can give you like a reasonable dip. To me, has a chance to get to 80, if not all the way back into 75, that previous high. So for today, I think there's room to 80 on this move. So the stair step down can get to that 80 level where I think the first level of support might be. And then from there, if it breaks 80, I think you look back to like 75, and that's where it can come in. The last time this happened, it was a big hammer reverse, and it made a nice, almost like $5 move for you. I think it can do something similar to that today. If that doesn't happen, fair enough, but it's giving you that stair-step action where you short the pops into VWAP on something like a Roku. One that got ignored by us, well, it wasn't, actually this wasn't ignored because actually I'm pretty sure at least Sean went over Block. And obviously Block and PayPal, they've been beaten up. They've had a rough time. They were among the names that showed you some strength going into the end of last week. And particularly Square, it was almost as if it had just gapped too far. You look at this hold to 40 level, everything good, but then it just absolutely ripped faces off, gapping through the 50 level, and then just couldn't hold on to it. It's still trying to find a bit of a bid. Well, on the daily, previous high, 47.5. The bounce today, right off that 48 level. I think as this market trends down, I want to have some ideas out there. Okay, well, what were the strong stocks that I could see, despite the fact they've been weak and pulling back in, what has a potential previous resistance level turning into support that I might think has a decent bounce on it. So with a lot of people looking at a 48 level on Square, I look at that 47.5 wick and say, if Square breaks 48 even this afternoon, then I almost want a liquidity grab underneath 48, hold 47.50, and then try the long in front of 50 when you probably rinsed a bunch of longs out at that even $1.48 level. So Block, I know it's not necessarily a strong name, but on the daily chart, it is giving you a potential dip buy opportunity. And again, support doesn't have to turn in resistance and vice versa, but on the way back in, it is a good place to look for something. If you're trying to find a bounce level because you believe a stock just got overextended and it was mostly profit taking, you still think overall the report was good and it can still trend in the other direction, you're looking for that next support level. Speaking of which, PayPal's right here. So I'm not going to talk Block and then not mention PayPal. They were basically the same kind of move, just a little bit more extreme when it came to Block. PayPal ran right into resistance on this daily chart, pretty much as clean as it's going to get at $56. And you had a huge chop zone, 56 to 60, that broke down. Look, this broke out in a very, very nice way. The previous bottom, so the previous consolidation top, 54.5. Well, this is basically, and you can pick your poison here. You might consider this one a little bit more clean because, Square has to break 48 to get there. Well, PayPal already made the plunge, broke 55 even, wicked 54.65, and then is holding higher low. So it's already doing a liquidity grab underneath 55. As long as it holds 54.5, that is that previous level on the daily, and and PayPal's got a chance. Now, if it doesn't hold 54.50, that's obviously not a good sign. I would get out if it cannot hold on to that level. But if this market wants any shot at bouncing off some of the lows and going to the upside, it's worth keeping in mind a couple of names that gapped up, showed signs of strength, and then have been sold off as people take a little bit of profit. This is a very badly beaten up name. That's the other thing to keep in mind here. You zoom out this daily chart, it's where it could go if it starts to get going. That's a little piece of the puzzle too, as well. Like anybody that was considering covering shorts, when I look at this daily chart, does this actually scare anybody? Not really. There's a lot of shorts that are like, okay, where am I getting out of PayPal? Where am I getting out of Square? Because it's been winning so much. And I would tend to think when you hold a higher low like this, you can at least get a little bit of it. Those that have waited for a few days after some reports to come out, they could be the ones starting to get out as you bounce off some of these lows. So I do want to look for bottoms in a couple of those names, specifically those two. Not necessarily a firm, but certainly PayPal and Square. So that is lunch money for you. It is time to go back to the desk with Sharif, who of course is my cowboy loving friend. All jokes aside, we're always having fun with each other. I promise you this much though. If somehow the Bills lose, I will be a man of my word, and I will be doing my burpees on camera for you guys. Sharif, I'm sure, can say the absolute same thing. The good news is he's in much better shape than me, so very clearly when the Cowboys lose, he'll be able to handle it.
I didn't know we were going to have to do it on camera.
That's the entire point.
Man, he's like, that's the entire point. That is, that's a lot of work because I think we have to do 100, but we have the entire day to do them. So I don't know how that's going to work logistically. We'll figure it out. But yes, I will be a man of my word as well, and I will do those 100 burpees. Mark your calendars, December 17th. That is a Sunday, so the burpees will be done by one of us on a Monday. Isn't that just a lovely way to start off a Monday morning, baby? Oh, yeah. I will be at that game, and I will not be drinking that much because then I'll come here and be completely ineffectual if I drink the day prior. So, yeah, that's it. That's what it is.
No, you don't have to do the burpees the next day.
The Katina man just gave me clearance saying that I don't have to do the burpees the next day. Therefore, I can drink and then not worry about it. Nah, you know, we'll probably forego drinking. In case you haven't wondered, my partner in crime, Adara, is not here yet. She is doing something else. She'll be joining us shortly. So we'll wait for her there. Now, let's talk about the trade that I got on at the moment. 15-2 is coming in, and it's coming in fast and furious. We just broke it, got down into that 19950. I got long at 15,202. Now, this trade will be no longer valid if we make a newer low. Where is the newer low? The break of 15,193, and it looks like we may be headed there. So if we break this trough over here, I'm going to end this one for a 9-point loser on the NQ. We were very green on the day. We were moved up into that 15,257. It looks like we were going to touch 15,3. But we've been stair-stepping down, making lower highs, looking for a 15-2 defend. We don't get it. We break that 15,193, and that's the end of the trade for me. CDIO was the other one that I had on. Shout out to Reliable for bringing that one to my attention. That one is still in no man's land at the moment. I need it to come down into 60 to 58 pennies for me to pull the trigger on a new long, but currently there's nothing in this chart pattern that I like. I really need to see it come into that area of support. I'm not going to just take a shot in the dark in no man's land here between 64 to 60 pennies. So we're going to have to wait and see how that one does at the moment. The NQ continuing to trend lower, but definitely not really giving up the ghost with any vigor at that 15-2 level. So we'll exercise some patience there. Jay Lee. Long boil at $59. Yes, I was early going at 60, but I'm leveraged in now. All good. Hope y'all get some. All right. Shout out to Reliable there. I haven't had a look to see what Nat Gas is doing. Nat Gas is absolutely taking it on the chin today. 7 1/3 South UNG taking on the chin as well. That's the one I'm involved in. 6 2/3 negative on the day. Boil really the worst of the bunch, obviously, because it is triple levered, 10.8% negative at the moment. The other one that we've been talking about was Life Dub. Let's bring in that side chart as well. LIFW. You can come to the screen. LIFW. This one was continuing to run at 17.5, bit of a double top there. 17.48 technically is where we held up. We have 3 halts all of them to the high side. The first was at that 583, second was at 7 1/3, and third was at 1112 level, 1110-ish level. And it's been stair-stepping up ever since. It's very widespread though, so for me, it's a little bit of a dangerous one to trade intraday, even though it's presented you with some good opportunities. So we'll keep an eye on that one. Apple, the other one that was very strong on the day, kept my eye on this one. Looks like a 179.43 high we've got on this one, but stair-stepping down, that probably won't bode well for my futures positions, which is now coming right into that area where I will likely have to trigger out, and that's the end of that. We're going to have to probably get out of this one if it breaks at 192. I'm going to exercise a bit more patience here, but if it breaks this 192 and newer low, that's going to be the end of the trade for me there on the NQ futures contract coming right back down. Yeah, that's not what I wanted to see. I wanted to see a general area of 15-2 hold, but this is stair stepping down and making newer lows. So gonna cut that one. That becomes a 10-point loser on the NQ, and it looks like we are trending down here quite aggressively on the NQ. Yeah, on Friday's close is that 15.180, 15.179, so technically we still are green on the day, but definitely retracing quite aggressively. Let's see what else is moving on, what else people are talking about here. Tesla ran out of gas again, says DVD. Tesla for the short, says Edwin. Yep, just broke that 218 and that now 217 and a third low. Boyle will rebound, says In a Pickle. Joe Huang, things will found until the next 6 months. I don't know what found is. Daryl Finch. Okay. People are speaking like in code or something in the chat, man. Don't even know what's being said. But there we go. Should have probably exercised a bit more patience because the NQ coming back into that 15.2. And I literally did get out at bottom wake. But you have to set your stop somewhere. And my stop was a newer low, and it did print a newer low. So sucks to be me. But coming back into that 15.202, yeah, it's always a bit of a toughie with these ones. Now we blast, says Jameson Barna. Yeah, you're probably not wrong. Probably going to go up to 15.257. I'm going to miss the entire move, but you know, it is what it is. Let's bring in some other side charts here and see what's moving. The CDIO I already talked about. TNON, the new one on the block, just took that $2 level and has a 2 1/3 high, 230 exactly on TNON. TNON, I'll tell you what this one is in a second. Tenon Medical, it's a medical device company. It develops an inferior and posterior approach to the sacroiliac joint using a single robust titanium implant for the treatment of the most common types of sacroiliac joint, which is the sacrum, essentially, which is the lowest bone on your spine. So it's like below all the lumbar, and then it's like this V-shaped bone called the sacrum. I think that's what it is. With respect to float, 1.88 million shares, so almost 1.9 million share float on the short float TNON. Let's see what Trade Ideas has to say here. About a 3% short, 2.95 or so. So nothing really too big, but keep your eye on this one. Let's see what it does at $2. Whether or not it holds. Does it have a catalyst? Now, I'm not seeing anything here for today for the catalyst, but I'm looking on the previous days, November 3rd. I'm not seeing anything. Oh, here we go. On November 3rd, Tenon Medical shares are trading higher after the company announced it passed an FDA Level 2 inspection. Whatever the hell the FDA Level 2 inspection is, obviously something that the market took note of there, and it's now hanging up above $2. But now we do have Adara back from her filmmaking. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good.
Yeah, sorry for the late arrival there. I am here. How is the trading going?
It's okay.
Nice. We had some wins, we had some losses. One loss kind of overtook everything, but I'll get into that in a moment. I had this really nice Tesla scalp, just kind of here. Could have gotten out a little bit later, but I'm happy with how we did here. Then we also, I'm considering shorting this, but I want to get a better sense of where the bottom is, although I'm starting to think we might not have one. We also have NVIDIA. So we had a really nice trade in NVIDIA, and then I got in kind of as the NQ started to fall out from under us, unfortunately. So I got out probably, as you can see, a little bit too late. So we did kind of lose all the gains we made earlier. But I mean, I'll talk about this first trade as well, because I'm really happy with the entrance here. We got in on a dip. We got out kind of near where the highs were, the local highs at that point, with the rest of our shares. We got about $1 or more in the money for this last chunk. So I was very happy with this trade. Then we also, what else did I? Oh yeah, I had Roku. This one was a heartbreaker, let me tell you, because with this trade, I got in, and then I meant to set my out for 82.15, which in retrospect I could have gone higher, but that was kind of what I was thinking at the time. And then I accidentally typed 81.15 because we were in the 81s when I set my stop. So I guess my eagerness and my lack of proofreading got the best of me. We did have a bit of a typo trade here. Got out too early, and then it kind of continued to the high side. I also had, I was trading Paramount as well. I was trading a lot of these, Roku's technically still an earnings play, as is Paramount, but I was also interested in these names because we do have continued movement going on with the strike, which I guess the SAG-AFTRA, the Actors Guild, they basically have, this is the last, according to the major Hollywood studios, this is the last contract they're gonna take a look at here. So yeah, so I mean, this short was like 2 cents, probably 3 cents max, but you know, nice short here. Can't complain about this. The long, I was seeing these candles to the upside. I thought we might go higher. A, I got in too high, and B, it looks like it was kind of continuing to the downside. But I got out before it was too bad. Happy I got out where I did. But yeah, I mean, right now I'm just trying to exercise lots of patience before I get into trades, because it is quite the market today, and trying not to be too hasty. That being said, you know, Google of our own VWAP is kind of interesting. I'm seeing that on my side chart, so I'm going to pull it up here. Yeah, I mean, the one thing is we have like slightly higher highs here, but you know, like it's pretty steady almost, this one. But you know, this could be a decent range play. I want to look at Meta as well, because Meta was doing things earlier today. I know that. We had some early strength on Meta. Okay, Meta as it approaches VWAP is interesting. The one thing that concerns me here is we do have the lower lows and the lower highs. But you know, as just like a play up to VWAP, I could be intrigued. I'm going to wait to see what we do at VWAP. Also approaching VWAP is my pal Netflix, another film stock with the SAG news. If we break above VWAP here, this will be of interest to me. I'm going to keep an eye on what we do kind of in this 431 and above area.
Very cool. Okay. All right. Keeping my eye on some other names here. I like Sedge at this level. Now look at the 5-minute here on SEDG, Solar Edge. Look how many wicks we have in the VWAP, all of which have been rejected, and all of which have their closing prints south of VWAP. The only thing that really is preventing me from running and punching short on this name is the series of higher lows that we've made essentially since 11:05. So for about an hour and a half, we've been printing higher lows, but we do have a bit of a flat top, and that is at that 70 1/3 level, which is VWAP. Now, sure, it's wicked into 70.50, but all of the closing prints, with no exception, have closed south of that level, so that is presenting you with opportunities. But the question really goes, for how long? Because of these higher lows here, and you know, it could be a flat top breakout. Now, I don't suggest we close the entire gap into where we closed it on Friday, which was that 75.50-ish area. But we could move at least, you know, a half of the way back, a third of the way back. I'll keep my eye on this name, because if it really does reject that that VWAP area, and then we get a new low, then that'll really interest me. It's already been beat up. It was almost SSR on the day. I'm pretty sure it's not SSR right now. Let me just double check real quick. SEDG. No, it is not SSR quite yet. It was that 9 some odd %, but it did make its way down there. So Solar Edge, possible short setting up here. TNON we already talked about. It's at that $2 level, not holding the $2 level. Let's see if it finds some support at 185, 180-ish. That's where VWAP is, and that's where you had a bit of a consolidation top. On TNON, CDIO, the other one I'm watching, awfully close to my alert there. That's the yellow line on here. I have it at 60 1/4 pennies for that alert to that 60.58 penny level that I see on the chart as a level of support. It also happens to jive with that VWAP area, which is on my chart around 59.5 pennies. So everything seems to be all in that one area bunching in. You do have the rejection top off 77.5, all with a series of lower highs and lower lows, but we really haven't had the test of 60 pennies or 58 pennies. That interests me, and I want to see how we end up materializing there. Life dub, this one continues to go, but just way too reckless and spready for me to be able to do this one correctly. Sedge just broke through VWAP. SEDG, we just finished talking about this. Now, this is not on a closing basis. We have had wicks above the area that we're trading at now. I think we got up to 70.60 on this wick here at 11.55. But what continues to print are those higher lows on SEDG. It would be a counter trend trade long, so I'm not, really enthusiastic about jumping into it. So, going to keep my eye on those two. DraftKings as well. 3% continuing to run from Thursday afternoon's earnings report, which blew everything out of the water. I mean, they're number one in terms of market share now, 31% to FanDuel's 30. They've narrowed the loss, the operating loss on a quarterly basis. Last time this year, it's about $500 million worth of loss. They've now narrowed that to around $250 million. So continuing to chew that up. And also revenues through the roof as well. Not going to relitigate the earnings, but suffice it to say, it is continuing to run off Thursday's earnings. Now, 15-2, I just ended up losing 10 points that quick on the NQ, and look at that, reclaims 15-2 again, but those lower lows continue to come in. We haven't made any higher lows. Pardon me. Those lower highs continue to come in ever since the IB high there at around 9:30 when we got into that 15.257. It's been followed by subsequent lower highs all throughout with no break in that trend. So I am a little hesitant to punch in long again just because we held up 15.2. I need to see something here that proves to me, okay, look, the downtrend is done. These lower highs are done, and we're going to start putting in higher highs. Now, whether or not that's jumping the gun and getting in earlier or waiting for the actual higher high to materialize, which on my chart is a 15.230 break. Yeah, that's just a question of, how you choose to execute it. So, going to keep my eye on these 7 over here, sorry. And before I send it back to Adara, TNON did hold 2, albeit it did break below it by about 8 pennies. But look at that, rocketing up now to that 215 level, looking to take that HOD at 230. TNON, 68% to the good. The small float and a non-negligible short float.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember 10 on from last week as well. Right now, so I decided to get into Tesla long. As long as we stay above 217 decisively, I'm okay with it. Right now, I'm a little bit nervous, but I liked this double bottom. I think even if I can get it kind of in a range play or like a scalp, I'm okay with that. I would just like it to show decisive movement to the upside, which we're kind of waffling around right now. So we will be patient with our friend Stressla. And hope it doesn't turn into a mesla. Yeah, I need to stop with the puns. NVIDIA, also I'm liking kind of at this area of support here, but I want to wait and see with this one, just because the last time in retrospect, this is probably kind of a retracement. I should have gotten involved in the first place. We took that decided dip to the downside, so I kind of want to wait to see a bit more recovery from NVIDIA before I decide to dip my toe into the water. There was also Netflix, which I was really excited about, really looking into. Missed the fill on that as we kind of went above VWAP, so I'm going to wait for another opportunity because it looks like we're almost positive on the day in this one, so I want to kind of wait and see an opportunity here. We have almost like a smiley face or roundy face kind of forming here, albeit with kind of fangs, slightly sharp teeth here. But yeah, I mean, there's certainly kind of this pattern to the upside here on Netflix now that we've broken above VWAP. I'm going to wait and see what happens here. If we can kind of break above this 432, 30-50 area, that would make me a bit more excited, I have to say. What else is going on? Yeah, Tesla's still doing what it needs to do. We also have, what else? I had Mara on my side chart as well, because people were mentioning in the chats that we were seeing some, flush in these crypto names after some strength earlier today. Yeah, I'm considering Mara's the only one I've looked at so far today, but I also want to look at Coin. There's definitely some short opportunities here, I think. Coin as well, like we're seeing this stutter step to the downside. Riot, let's take a look. So shout out to Ryan in the chat, Adara, AKA Big Pun. I will take it. That's funny, I enjoy that. I love puns, I love rap puns, thank you. Yeah, Riot's down nicely. Riot's down like 4%. This actually might be, to me, of all of them, the best contender for a short here. So I am going to take a look here at this one. But yeah, all of these, seeing the same pattern with all these crypto names, I would be interested in kind of shorting any of them. Truthfully, just need to kind of get a better sense of point of entry. What else is going on? Also, Roku I want to look at again because Roku was approaching VWAP, and like Netflix, tried to get in, could not get filled, but I'm keeping my eye on it. But yeah, Roku, I think, is a little bit more hesitant to go over VWAP. Like Netflix, we are crossing over VWAP. Roku seems to be taking its sweet time. I'm still very sad about accidentally getting out of this one early. But yeah, definitely a lot for those streaming names. I can't believe I haven't looked at AMC yet in terms of the theater names we have here. Yeah, so we're kind of pulling back a little bit. I'd like to see what it kind of does at VWAP, but we are seeing these like lower lows, these lower highs. It looks kind of retracey. So I'm gonna wait and see here. How are you doing over here?
I'm good. Just loading up some stuff here. You need to load up this VWAP. There we go. All right, let's look at the. Okay, before I look at anything, we just probably should make an announcement that the Midday show is going to go through some changes quite soon. We don't have an exact day. We'd like to aim for next Monday. We're not going to go ahead and tell you exactly what it's going to be like, but it will be a different format than the way it is right now. So right now, the big kahunas come on 8:30 to 11. They're trading. Neil talks a little bit. Sean talks a little bit. They talk about what their trades are. Brendo comes in with some breaking news, and that's kind of the ebb and flow of that show. To a large extent, the Midday has just kind of piggybacked off the success of the morning show and tried, to sort of emulate it in respect to format. So that will be changing. And again, I don't want to go into too many deets, but do expect a different format come Monday, and it's going to be for a good thing. We hope to, bring on new viewers because we're going to be targeting, different viewers as well with the same ones always. And there's going to be, multiple changes after that as well. It's not just going to be changes to the Midday show. There are going to be other things coming in that are going to, expand the show as a whole and the brand. So stay tuned for that. But changes coming Monday. What is next Monday, by the way? The 13th. That's not lucky. Monday the 13th.
Monday the 13th.
Come on. I don't like number 13. Anytime, here's the thing though. Here's the thing. When I find myself like, oh, I don't like number 13. 13 is a bad number. My mom is born the 13th. So then I was just like, my mom's born the 13th. It can't be a bad number. But yeah,
that's good.
It's a really long-winded way of saying changes coming. So yeah, be on the lookout. It's not going to be a carbon copy of the morning show any longer. Adara.
Yeah, I am in Tesla, which is, I was going to say I was waffling around in Tesla, but honestly, Tesla's waffling around. I added some more shares because I do feel like we are swooping upwards, but it's a very slow burn swoop. So staying patient here, but I mean, we're very much like still around or above my point of entry, so I am not losing faith in this yet. Nice little bit of a support here. Again, I don't probably intend to stay in this very long, but if we can get a little bit of a, move to the upside, I will take what I can get on that because I do think we did have this kind of double-ish bottom situation here. We weren't going any lower. Like I saw some of the support at 217, and I was like, you know what? Looks like it could turn out at least very, very short term. So I'm going to look at that. Nvidia still trucking along over here as well. I'm still tempted to get into Nvidia now that we're seeing kind of more movement to the upside here we did have this big retracement that I unfortunately got involved in here, which was, in retrospect, very much a mistake. But yeah, I mean, I like kind of what's happening over here. Yeah, we'll have to see what happens. I'm going to wait here, and I kind of want to deal with my friend TSLA first. But then we also have Netflix dipping back below VWAP, which is also interesting to me because, like I said, I'm very interested in our friend Netflix at VWAP. I'd be more interested, like I said, if we can kind of break above this area that we're kind of seeing a bit of a ceiling at this 432.50-ish area. But it looks like we could be testing that. So I'm going to keep my eyes open. What other stocks did I have on my list earlier today? Oh, yeah, I want to look at Starbucks. Because Starbucks was an earning play from last week, and then they also had some news about, I'm going to look up the specific headline of this just to make sure I have the wording right, but I know they were, I think it was 3% raises for part-time staff. Yes, okay, so yeah, so it was 3% incremental pay raise for retail hourly partners. So yeah, Starbucks is actually looking very nice. We're having these higher highs, no signs of stopping. Volume's just under 2 mil. I might dip my toe into our friend Starbucks. We also have a super chat for you from Kyle Burdett.
Oh, okay. Let me just scroll back up and have a look. My man Kyle, shout out to Kyle Burdett.
Oh my God.
Big Chief. Short ES from failed retest of VWAP at at 1210, 200 period EMA on the 5-minute, now holding as resistance. Target low of day at 43.70. I think you're gonna get that print, Kyle, because I think we just touched break even on the ES. I was just looking at that, ironically enough, as you messaged. Look at that. This right over here, 43.76. That's Friday's close on the ES. We are now only up 0.02%. Been a very consolidative day, but there is a very distinct lower high trend that we've made since the IB high at 9:30 when we got up to 43.89.5. It has been a sequence of lower highs, and then you could say we even started we put in the first lower low when we broke that 43.78 trough and got into that 43.76. I know we're only really talking about 2 points here, so very much a very tight day on the ES, and you could make the argument a very tight day on the NQ as well. Yeah, especially with Apple was up 1.25%. You don't typically see the futures contracts diverge so much from it, but here it is in any event. All right, I'm going to have to go ahead and use Friday's close as I typically do as the better level that I'm going to chart off. I see what you're saying, Kyle, about that 43.70. The overnight low, I believe, is 43.74, and that was made around yesterday at 7:30 or so, after it opened up at around 5 p.m. Chicago time, 6 p.m. Eastern time. But yeah, 43.76, 76. That's going to be my line in the sand for the ES. That denotes the red to green move. But yeah, keep an eye on that. The other ones that I'm really watching like a hawk, though, are TNON and SEDG. TNON just broke into that 247 and is now into that 250 area. 247 HOD continues to print. It held to really well. I feel like I should have been jumping in this one like I did with CDIO, but in any event, SEDG continues to do well as well. Let's bring that back. We were talking about this one could be a rejection of VWAP, but it's continuing to print higher lows here on SEDG. Coming back into VWAP, this might be an interesting area to get in with a 70 out, right? So you risk about 40 pennies or so. It is a counter trend trade, which makes me, not like it as much, but that higher low with a flat top breakout through VWAP definitely got my attention. So SEDG continuing to be the gift that keeps on giving. If you were to take that one off the bottom, let's load up TNON on a trading screen here. Have this one ready. Should have been punching in long here at 2 with at least a 10 penny stop. It held 2 very nicely here on that move down. This is a 5-minute on TNON. Up at 90% now, guys. A couple of good runners on the day, Life Dub and TNON. Some TNON, we're going to get into triple digits real soon, but some good names on the day.
Yeah. So Tesla, we got up a little bit, then we fell back a little bit. I tried to get out. I wasn't able to get out there. I was like a couple cents away from my out. So I'm kind of staying in here as we're still staying very much in my area of entry. I'd like to get out. If I can get like 30, 40 cents on this, I'll be pleased as punch. So I'm waiting for that to occur. We're just going to let him do his thing, 21. In the meantime, I'm really happy he didn't get into NVIDIA because it sank like a stone over here, like swoop to the downside. Could have shorted that. I'm going to wait and see what we do from here, though, because it looks like we've just kind of failed this area of support around that, 453.26 area. So going to keep an eye on this for maybe a short, but we shall see what we shall see. Also just got into Netflix, but unfortunately that one is kind of dying a little bit as well. Not too much lower than the point I got in at, and I'm hoping we'll recover from this little baby flush in the NQ, because I do think we can continue to go higher in Netflix. If I can even get like 50, 60 cents, I will be interested. So we're gonna kind of wait and see here, because I find like I've been trying to stop myself from getting out too early when we see this one red candle to the downside, and then just not, you know what I mean, not like completely freak out too early, because, you know, sometimes things can come back from this. Although, as I'm saying that, Tesla's still holding on strong, but Netflix is decidedly kind of breaking down. If we break down decidedly below this 431.4, I guess we already did, but if we continue much lower than this, if we break like 431, I am probably outie. But I want to be patient. I don't want to act too quickly, though. Also, Meta is, let me see Meta. Yeah, Meta's still heading to the downside. Might get in on this as a short. I am very much intrigued, but I think, yeah, probably first we need to deal with what's going on with Netflix and Tesla. Although Tesla, actually, I'm surprised, is breaking down much more slowly than our friend Netflix. That being said, I probably want to get out of both these positions, especially maybe the Tesla, because it seems a skosh more volatile as I'm speaking. Yeah.
Okay. TNON is a $5 million market cap, by the way. Just to refresh your memory, 1.88 million share float. With respect to the short float, TNON 2.95. So not negligible, but definitely something to note there. Probably more shorts. And now I'm looking at my platform here. It's not easy to short, at least for me. So I'm assuming it's probably not as easy to short as for other people as well. But yeah, we're having trouble breaking through that 250. Some size showing up here at that $0.50 level. But yeah, I think we probably easily break through this. But I'd like something much more around that 215, 220-ish area. I'm not going to chase this. If it means losing out on the trade, I lose out on the trade. I couldn't care less. But what I really want to see is a dip trade to a key level, and then I'll get more interested in it rather than just punching anywhere randomly and thinking, you know, I'm going to get lucky while I chase it. So that ain't my style. 215 to 210, we're going to set up a dip trade in or around there, with the ultimate break of that 193, which is the trough over here, being my out on TNON. I like this one. The chart pattern's a hell of a, it's a hell of a looker. I gotta tell you, this is the 5 minute here on TNON. If we can switch to the 1 minute, it becomes a bit more noisy and requires me to zoom out just a smidge, but there you go. You see the move back into 2 after that 2 1/3 touch, and that 2 level, while not holding strictly, holds in the general area, and that's what you want to see. It's, you know, I would say, I don't want to say 9 times out of 10, it's not going to hold the strict level. I don't have the data. But the majority of the time, it's not going to hold to exactly your level. It's going to be a general area, and therefore you have to be cognizant of that and place your stops accordingly. So, TNON? Cognizant.
Cognizant.
Too fancy, says the Katina man. Not on this show. Maybe on next week's show, it'll be more appropriate. Hint, hint.
Oh.
Oh.
Hint, hint.
Yeah,
Dropping.
people were quite displeased with my vagueness there.
Yeah, I saw
about,
that.
Yeah, but I couldn't care less.
Yeah, I mean, we have to. You go to like tease, right? Like foreshadowing, right? I think it makes sense. I think it tracks. Yeah, Tesla's still like dancing. I was gonna get out, and then we recovered above 217. So I am very confused by what it would like to do. I would hazard a guess and say Tesla's also very confused about what Tesla would like to do. So kind of hanging in there. But yeah, we're gonna kind of let it run as long as we're kind of staying steadily above 217, because we're not far from my point of entry. Netflix though is a little sketchier looking. We recovered a little bit and then we pulled back a little bit. So I think I might just try to get out here. Actually, no, never mind. I say that and then we shot up. So I'm gonna try to stay patient. I think the biggest thing today, I've been trying to kind of work on my patience, and I think we've mixed results so far for that, I think, but it's hard too because I think the market today especially is moving very, very quickly. So I'm just trying to like, be patient, but also recognize that things can change. You might get out too early. So I'm trying to kind of deal with that currently. I think that's my big test of the day. Speaking of tests, Tesla is testing me. So we might, I think we're just going to get, that pun worked better in my head, but I just think we're going to get out of our friend Stressla because I'm getting Stressla. But yeah, so that happening right now, though, I'm going to be patient with Netflix. I want to look at, Starbucks I mentioned entering and then I didn't, and I actually do want to enter it. So let's think cognitively. Let's be combo with this. Yeah, I mean, we're still seeing higher highs, so I think maybe like 103.5. I'm going to keep my eye on 103.5 once I exit my current problem child positions, just so I can have, breathe a little bit easily. But yeah, I very much interested in this kind of movement for Starbucks. I also want to check on Roku as well, because I haven't checked on Roku in a while. And I also I was curious about Roku around VWAP, but we dipped down a little bit here. Yeah, I'd like to kind of see what we can kind of do, how far we retrace on this before I decide if we're going to go back up towards VWAP or continue to be a short. Just because we don't even really have VWAP to use as a kind of point of decision making right now. We're below VWAP. If we continue to retrace, I might short, but it looks like this could be a potential floor, so I want to keep my eye on that level. In the meantime, very much needing to get out of Tesla, but Netflix holding on by a thread right now.
What isn't holding on by a thread is 15.2. It's come and gone. 15.2 is in trouble now as we are almost negative now on the NQ. To go negative, we're going to have to break that 15.179. We were well clear of that level. The Friday close, we were at 15.257, but that's the best we could do. That was the IB high. It was right at the opening print, 5 minutes subsequent to the opening print. We made that, and we've been making newer lows since that time. But I got to tell you, I mean, if this is what's going to be, if this is what's going to count as a retracement day, and then we run up again tomorrow, I'll take that all day. Let's go here and look at the daily, see what, oh, wow. Can't even see the dang daily because of all the inputs here. Now, let me get in a different chart because this is not going to be any good. Let's go over here, and let's go NQ, and we'll go futures contract. There we go. Now flip the daily. This is the chart that I was talking to Obi about right at the top of the show. If you were to take the July 18th high, and that high was 16.264. Okay, we have not made a higher high, and we have been making consecutively lower lows all throughout since that day, July 18th. And we haven't breached this downward trend line on the daily chart, you guessed it, since that day. So if we can get above and close above this level, and we're awfully close. Now let's extend this trend line here. Move these horizontal things out of the way. There we go. We are right at that trend line. This is resistance. This is daily resistance now if this downward trend line is to be respected, and it has been valid since mid to end of July. So, the more times it gets touched and the longer that it presents itself as a valid level of support, the more respect you have to pay for that trend line. So here it is. We're right at that level. So what I was trying to say is if we're going to get this kind of, inside indecisive day only to get a nice run up tomorrow or the day subsequent, I'll take that all day, because what I want is an eventual breach and a close above this trend line here for us to be able to run into November, right? So that's kind of what I'm looking at on the NQ, knowing that in the back of my mind, I don't have to jump into the short today, or to try to, take 15.2 and dance with it. If it's going to be an inside day, it's going to be an inside day, and we'll definitely have some sort of direction tomorrow, whether it's a rejection off the trend line to the downside or a breach and a close above. And I want to participate in either of those because both of them present more opportunities. So right now, if we're going to have a tight day, so be it. That's no problem. Many more trading days to come. I'm talking about the future, by the way. All right. TNON, I've set up my dip trades on this one. Okay, so this one, we talked about it making a $2.49 high. This was an accident over here where I got short by accident. I flattened out immediately. There we go. Now I'm long. So now I got that dip into 220. I have another dip at 211. Okay. I'm looking for the general area of here to hold. So far, nicely in the money, about 5 pennies or so. Let's see if we get this general area as a support level. The trade is no longer valid if we make a newer low and we breach that 192 low. So if it breaks through 192, that's the end of the trade there. So let's see if we get a run up. I've got another dip trade set up at 211. We're taking smaller-ish size on this one. But yeah, let's see if we get that $2 general area hold. If we don't, 192 breach and a newer low. End of the trade on TNON, up 72%. We'll let that one do its thing for now. CDIO was the one we had the nice winner on this morning, and literally the only stock that I've traded until TNON. And this one has been quite consolidative for a little bit now, ever since making a series of lower highs. It's now found its footing. Oh, look at that. It did dip into 60, like 60 and a half pennies it did dip into, but I was not aware of that. And how come I didn't get the alert? Oh, because it didn't. I put it at 60 and a quarter pennies on my side chart. This one dipped into 60 and a half pennies. That's why I didn't get the alert. But this one, you know, quite consolidative, and it is holding above VWAP, which is the nice part. So this one could really get going if it has that VWAP hold and we start curling, doing the smiley face or the roundy face, and breaking through 65 and 67 and a half pennies. So keeping these two on watch, TNON and CDIO on watch.
Nice. Yeah, it's definitely like a smaller cap day, I think, because as someone who's been in the mega caps, they've been a little a skosh unpredictable, even for them. So I want to talk about this NVIDIA short because I don't think I got in at the right place. But I'm looking here, and I think even if we go a little bit green, like if we go like 50, 60 cents to the upside, I think I'm still good, because if we're noticing, we kind of had this pattern, at least kind of to the downside, where we'll go up a little bit and then have this really nice flush. So I'm staying in this because I do stand by my reasons for entering, even if I don't necessarily stand by the point of entry. Because I know I had the same thing last week with Tesla, where the short was a good idea. I just got in a little bit too early and then left before it got really good. So I'm trying to be patient because I do stand by the point of entry here. Or not the point of entry, but I stand by, you know, why I entered here. So I'm going to let this kind of do its thing, 21. I also have the Netflix long, which is slowly but surely coming to fruition. We're about at my point of entry right now. We're dancing over VWAP. I have my outset just below that kind of local ceiling of 432.50. So hopefully we kind of get that, because it looks like that could be pretty realistic. Staying fairly strong here, even with that pullback in the NQ, so I'm staying in. I did get out of Tesla. Let me pull up Tesla. So I got out of Tesla probably a bit too early. Now we're kind of back above my point of entry, so this was unfortunate. I got a little bit freaked out, and I kind of bailed on this one early. Gonna keep an eye on it. I probably honestly should have gotten back in where I got out and then just kind of had like a clean start with the trade. But you know, it is what it is. I'm trying not to have too many regrets and just kind of learn from the trading experiences. So that's what's going on right now with the trades currently that I am in. NVIDIA though still kind of picking up, making me a little bit nervous, almost $1 up from my point of entry. So we might have to cut this one short because it's showing a bit more strength than these other pullbacks had. If we go like over, so I got in 452.50. If we get to 453.50, I am out. But I'm going to keep my eye on this because I do think we still could have this pullback. It's still following the general pattern we've had to the downside so far. We're far away from that point of support. So I'm gonna stay in this, I think, for the time being, trying to be a little bit more patient and waiting for things to happen. Also, I have my side chart. I was looking at this initially for a short, but now it looks like it could be doing a bit of the smiley face recovery, but I want to wait and see. We have Mara here. This one, we had the crypto name stronger earlier in the day, as we did have a lot of Bitcoin strength this morning, crypto strength in general. If we continue to start a step to the upside, I might dip my toe into the water here. But right now, I definitely clearly need to deal with the trades I currently have going on. How is Tenon going?
It's not bad. Got the
Nice.
dip trade at 11. And here we go. Let's see if we can get a higher print. It's dancing with 220 right now. The stop is already instituted, so the break of that 190 area, which is this lower end of the range over here, that will be where the trade is no longer valid. But ideally, I would love to see it hold up at 2 if it continues to move down. Obviously, I want it to move up from where I am right here, but 2, I'll be watching it quite closely. But the ultimate, like the hard stop, is at that 190 area. So right now we're long 216s. I'm showing 17s here on the ask, so nothing really to report. Wasabi MX, Sharif, there's a downwards trend line on the NQ daily. We're almost at that point. I just finished talking about that, my friend. So either you weren't watching at the time, but I'm not going to re-litigate that issue. Just finished talking about it right now. We talked about the downward trend line on the NQ, started with the top on July 18th. None of the lower highs have been breached. We haven't made any higher high since July 18th. Just recapping that for anybody who wasn't following along. All right, let's continue to talk about some of the other ones that I've been watching. Here goes CDIO. Okay, so now we just made a newer high on CDIO, and now we have a smiley face going here. I want to say roundy face, but there we go.
That's my fault. I feel like I put the roundy face now.
That's fine. This one's going here, guys. 67 pennies, and it's starting to curl. You can see it a lot better on the 5-minute chart. Here's the CDIO look. You come into 60 pennies. Why is 60 pennies important? Well, first of all, it's VWAP. Second of all, it's the top end of the range that we were dancing with before we broke it on the 3rd attempt. Multiple attempts to break 60, finally breaking it at 11:30, 11:25. We come back into that resistance level, now support, and it's holding like a charm, and we're curling back up. I should have been more present on this one, but there we go. I missed it for now. But CDIO, nice trend up. Now, I'm probably going to get involved in this one when I send it back to Adara, but I'm going to get in with a lot smaller size, and I will have a hard stop right below that 60 penny area. If it breaks any part of 60 pennies, I no longer want it. But what I do like about this is the higher low, and the hold of the 60 penny area. That really is what I'm looking for in this type of name. So despite the fact that it is sub $1, the chart pattern and the price action looks awfully good. Let's look quickly at some of these big cappers, because I haven't really been doing too much big cap charting today. The NQ coming right back down. I gotta tell you, the lower highs on the NQ is really, really very obvious. I mean, we really can't make a higher high if our life depended on it right now. It's been that way since essentially 9:30, and now we're past 1 o'clock. Lower highs all throughout, possibly with a flat bottom break maybe in the power hour. Big kahunas will bring you that, but yeah, that's where we closed out 15,179. We haven't made our way down there. We've been green the entire day after the bell, but we've been awfully close to getting to that break even on the NQ. The ES has gotten negative at times. In fact, the ES is negative right now. It's down 0.05. So yeah, not too much of a divergence between the ES and the NQ. I've seen a lot worse lately. All right, back to TNON. Looks like we're holding that general area for now. So, you know, not pleased this punch, as Adara would say, but keeping my eye on this one. More disappointed in myself for not having jumped into CDIO before the roundy face started to go there. What else we got over here? Higher hope, says DJ Dubs. Okay, whatever that means. Calvin Francis, I don't think my Google short is ever going to be profitable today. Let's have a look at Google. Is Google, wow, Google is so consolidative. This is kind of like the worst situation you'd want to be in, if whether you were long or short, because
yeah, I was gonna say I feel like you can't go either way on it.
No, every time you feel like you're making strides, like you get into VWAP, you get bought up. Every time you come into that high 129 area, you're being sold off. So yeah, I feel for you, man. I mean, I hate when the market's like that, but that's how she works sometimes, and you gotta go with the flow. So keep in mind, TNON. What do you got, Adara?
Yeah, I'm a skosh torn on this NVIDIA short. Because we were, you know, at one point we were kind of, I decided to stay in. I'm happy I stayed in because we are still very much around the level at which I entered. We went a little bit lower, and then we kind of pulled back to the high side. Honestly, at this point, I might just kind of enter or exit where I entered, because I think we're kind of struggling going any lower. But I want to, you know, I still want to try to be patient. Happy I didn't exit high here. I'll put it that way, because I do think we are still headed to the downside on this. So I'm going to give it a couple more minutes. I don't want to be too hasty because NVIDIA does still look pretty weak, even though we're positive on the day. We are seeing this very clear, I think, pattern of retracement. So and we're still around my point of entry. So I want to be patient here. I got out of Netflix probably a little bit too early. Here we go. Yeah, we were kind of dipping below where I said I was comfortable. Like we were below that 431.30 area. So I was kind of like, you know what, I'll dip. I probably should have waited till we broke 431, which I will admit was my bad. But yeah, so we'll see if we go in your VWAP again. I'll look at Netflix again. But also I think this we had this dark pool wick here too, which kind of made it a little bit harder to see the chart as well. I'm going to keep an eye on it though as we hit VWAP, as we kind of go closer to the positive. And I think my issue too is my point of entry is probably too high. So we're going to work on a better point of entry and consider getting back into that trade. Tesla is still very much waffling between that 217.40 area, 217.50, and then just slightly lower. We could be seeing a smiley or roundy face here, but I want to kind of wait and see what we do beyond this point. This could be kind of our local bottom here, this area where unfortunately I exited my long. But yeah, I want to kind of wait and see, because the market in general has been doing a lot, and especially these large caps have certainly been kind of behaving in their own unique ways. With that in mind, I want to revisit Meta, because I keep looking at Meta and then I keep waffling on Meta. You know what? Honestly, once I get out of NVIDIA, which it looks like the short might actually be doing its thing right now, I might look into a Meta short, as I said earlier, just because we are still seeing these lower highs, slightly lower lows. I'd like to see if we can break below 316, then I think I'd be more interested. Right now, we are still dancing around 316. I also saw some mentions of AMC in the chat, and I want to look at this one again. Okay, buy AMC. AMC would have been a beautiful short, kind of below VWAP here. Let's see if we can kind of, it looks like we might be breaking below this earlier area of this 11. If we break steadily below 11, I think that's where we'll get really interesting. We could close negative in AMC, but it is still up about 2.7% on the day. And also, this one has earnings this week. So along with Disney, which I'm going to pull up too. Disney, we had the new CEO news. So Disney also, or CFO, sorry, thank you, CFO and
That would have been huge.
CEO would have been crazy.
Yeah, because last year we got a CEO change. I'll give you a quick story update, because I know you're just you're getting involved in the market. So there was this, so Bob Iger.
Yes, Bob Iger, yeah.
He was the former CEO before his kind of predecessor / handpicked lieutenant, Bob Chapek, came in.
I've heard of him, yeah.
One was known as a good manager, Chapek, being he knew how to run things, keep the boat afloat, sort of thing.
Okay.
Bob Iger was kind of known for his connections with Hollywood and being able to bring in.
So he was more like the physical, like the outside. Okay, that makes sense.
Got it, exactly. Yeah. So Bob Iger wanted to kind of leave, and he did his thing. He left. They brought in Bob Chapek. Bob Chapek ended up getting into a fight with DeSantis over.
Oh, I did know about this.
Yeah,
okay.
Don't say gay bill, and there was all this other stuff that got involved as well. And I mean, obviously, he's sticking up for his beliefs is one thing, but you got shareholders that you need to report to here.
Yeah, I know shareholders were not happy.
No, they weren't.
Yeah.
And so what Bob Chapek ended up getting the boot, and Bob Iger came back, right? So if we had another CEO,
that would be,
it would have been a bit of a
CFO, my apologies there. But no, I want to read more into that, because when I was like following it, albeit pretty distantly when this was all kind of happening, I found it interesting. So now that I have more knowledge, I love to.
Always.
So I appreciate the lesson there, kind of contextualizing some stuff I had read. Also, though, Disney looks like the shareholders aren't happy today either, because RIP. We were kind of chopping around a little bit stagnant here earlier for about, like, I want to say it's about an hour and a half, and then we took a big swoop to the downside. What will we do here at 84.40? It's anyone's guess, but I assume probably go lower. This one reports at the end of day on Wednesday. Also, update on NVIDIA, RIP NVIDIA, and live long my short. Yeah, I was gonna say the Star Trek saying
Right.
But yeah, so I set to get part of my position out at 452. So that's like half will be like 50 cents in the money there. I want to keep the rest and kind of see what we do here. But I hope we can break 452, because I will be, to use a phrase I use way too much, pleased as punch. We might have to take everything out earlier.
You're setting up here good.
Yeah, I'm hoping we keep breaking,
You have lower highs and lower lows.
Right, so that's why the 5. I'm on the 5.
So bring it in the middle.
Oh, right, okay, yeah. There we go.
Oh, geez.
Oh, yeah, this looks nice. Okay, so I'm going to be patient here and wait. to see if we get a little bit lower. I'd love to see us break below 452. Then I would get even more excited.
People keep asking about the red flowers. You want to give them a quick 411?
Yeah, so the red flowers are poppies. They are for Remembrance Day. They have to do with Flanders Fields, which is this, there was like a poem written about it as well. This really well-known poem for kind of Remembrance Day, but it's basically a remembrance of soldiers during, I believe, the First World War.
Yes.
So now every year, at least in Canada, and I think some other places, it's Remembrance Day. And so that's kind of like through a whole month of November. Someone was explaining in the chat really well last week as well. So you wear them for 11 days. It starts November 1st or I think October 31st, depending. And you wear it until November 11th. So it's for 11 days, 11th day of the 11th month. And then there's a moment of silence usually around 11/11.
Yes.
So 11 is a really symbolic number. And yeah, that is my quick, you can look up Flanders Field. It's like a really powerful poem.
Yes.
That I think kind of sums up why we wear the poppies as well. But that is my quick history lesson on World War I and why we wear the poppies.
All right, guys, it's an absolute print factory over here, baby. On TNON, we get that to hold, and there we go, baby. Here we go to the top. Are we going to knock on that 250? There's clearly a seller at 40s. Oh, baby, we are running. 250 incoming, question mark, 248s. Let's see some sellers coming in here. Not surprised. Let's get another little beak wetter through the level. Oops, gotta fix that. I was going long there. There we go. We'll take out another one there. What's the cost basis now on this bad boy? 13s. Okay, we're dancing in the low 40s. I was really looking for a 50 break here. TNON, it's set up real nice. Right, it's set up real nice in the fact that you had wicks into that support level, and then the closing prints. This is on the 5-minute. I'll show it to you in a second. The closing prints all north of that support level, and that's kind of what I wanted to see on this name. I wanted support to actually be respected. Show me that the buyers are going to step in there, not just because there are some bars on a chart, but because in actuality, the buyers are stepping up there, and that's exactly what happened. Holds that general 210 level, and then boom, we shoot up another 40 pennies or so. Something tells me that this is not going to be the smoothest trade, that we will likely have resistance at that 250. We couldn't break above it right now. This wick right now, the one that we just made, is a 248 high. Previously at 249. Now it looks like I may be nitpicking. Oh, Sharif, you're nitpicking a penny. It's essentially a double top. No, it's a lower high. Okay? And I've seen this before. Yeah. Like I'm arguing with myself.
No, it does look like a lower high.
It is a lower high, right? And with these $2 stocks, like a $1 name, a $2 name, it really does make a difference, right? So I don't anticipate, the kind of aggressive move through 250 until, it's made me sweat a little bit. In any event, we've taken off almost 50% of the position, not quite. Have a little bit more. It's more towards 60% of the position here, but we got a better cost basis as a result of having taken some out. Now we're long 13, so nice 30 penny buffer at the moment on TNON, up 86%. Good move. Now, the one that's not printing at the moment, we're long 66, is on CDIO, and there we go, up to 67. Okay, so as I was complaining, all you really got to do is complain, and the guess, and this one hears you. We're doing good here on CDIO. I'm looking for the roundy face to materialize. And guys, we're joking when we say roundy face. I mean smiley face, and essentially it's a rounded bottom, which is a bullish pattern. I'm looking for that to materialize here. I would like an ideally a 70 break so we can at least make 4 pennies before we wet our beak here. I'm gonna go. I've got very small size on CDIO because I had a good trade on it and I don't want to give back anything. But I'm gonna go ahead and put out a quarter out on CDIO at 70 pennies, and there we go. We're gonna sit there. We're gonna live around there until we get the beak wetter, and then we'll see what happens. We'll reassess at the time. TNON coming back down into the mid-30s. I'd really like a 50 test here, but all the while knowing we got a 48 high on this last peak with a 49 HOD high. So in order for the trend to continue, we have to break that 49 peak. Otherwise, it's a lower high. No two ways about it. Adair.
Yeah. So Nvidia was almost $1 in the money, and then we kind of look like we might be trying to be a little bit strong at 451.50. Sorry, which would be about $1 from where I got in. But you know what? Like honestly, the pattern here is still very bearish, I think. So I'm gonna stay in for now. We're still in the money. We're still doing okay. I'm really happy I didn't take out half my position at 452. I'll tell you that, because we are still printing. I would look to maybe take out about half at 451, just so then we have like $1.50 in the money for half our shares. I'm also considering reloading. I'm just trying to kind of wait and see what this market gives us. But right now, Nvidia is printing and it smells lovely. I don't know what I'm saying, but I'm very blinded by the happiness of this short, I have to say.
Blinded
By the light.
Love it.
We're always singing over here.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, let's see. Mara also took a nice little nosedive.
Oh.
R.I.P. Miss Mara. I was looking.
Yeah,
are we gonna
call it Mr. Mara?
Yeah, I have to call it Miss Mara.
Yeah.
So we're kind of, I was wondering what we were gonna do here because we had this nice green candle, and then we kind of swooped to the downside. So very happy I didn't look at a long here. Can we break 9? I'll see. I'd like to see if we can break 9. I would be interested in getting in on this. I don't know why, but I just remembered another one I had on my watch list, Palantir. This was a recent earnings play, down about 5% now, 4.5. Kind of chopping around. If we can decisively break above these local lows here, with these 18, because it looks like we kind of have a descending wedge. So we could. I'm seeing a little bit of a descending wedge here.
Absolutely.
I think. So I mean, yeah, I could be. I'd love to see us break 18. I would be very intrigued indeed. But yeah, I think for now I am super swept up in the pure, unadulterated bliss of my Nvidia short. So I'm probably going to see what happens here because I don't want to get too distracted from planning my points of exit here. I'd love if we can break 451. What else am I looking at here?
You're
Mara.
money?
I am. Yeah. Oh, remix. Thank you. Yeah. Very happy with this. Super happy I stayed in it. Let's see how this goes. We look like we might want to go back up at 450, 150, but then again, I mean, like this one just keeps going to the downside. So I'm gonna kind of let it run and do its thing. 21 here. How go your longs?
They're good. They're both good right now. A small cap gapper world. We came down a little bit here on TNON, so we're long 13s now. We're I'm seeing 24s on the ask. That's off that 48 high. I am concerned about this trade. I got to tell you the truth. I'm debating here whether or not to move up my stop from that 192. I don't want to get back money on this trade, and that's the thing, right? Once you lock in on the cash, you don't really want to give up the ghost on the profits, but I'm trying to exercise some patience. So it looks like a gnarly double top here. That could be bad. Now, quickly, let's go to CDIO. CDIO is the gift that keeps on giving.
Oh, they're up nicely
Yeah.
now. Yeah.
But, this is a very small position, to be honest with you, on CDIO because we already had a good trade on it and I didn't want to give back any money. So we go long 66s. We get the beak wetter at 70, up 85%. To break the high a day, we got to break above that 77.5 pennies that we made around 11:30, 11:40 or so. So right now, the roundy face materializing, moving back up higher, that 60 penny area that I denoted as a level of support, absolute money. That was the bottom wick there, trough. Sucks to be me, didn't put in the buy order there. Was too busy listening to Lunch Money, and Neil teased me about the Cowboys and their recent plight. But yeah, there we go. We're keeping an eye on CDIO, looking for that 77.5 penny break. Back to TNON. We're getting awfully close into my entry now. Not really. 24s was the last time I saw here. $2.24 here on the ask. 223 on the bid. You guys come to the charts. Yeah, there we go. And my last entry was, so the initial entry on this one was 221, and then we had the ad at 211, and then we got all the way up into that 248 area, but weren't able to print anything higher than that. I do realize the NQ is in an absolute state of flush. I did anticipate that this would happen. Should have been short. For some reason, I'm just a long bias trader. But these lower highs just really were yelling at you here. Flat bottom break through yesterday's close. I don't want to belabor this again, but there you go. There's the IB high at 15,257. The other crest here, 15245. The other one, 15240. You're printing there on your NVIDIA trade. I think you're really excited, so I'm going to send it over to you.
Yes, I'm a little too excited. We broke 450 on NVIDIA. We're below 450. I took out half my shares here at this, where was this, 451? 451. That was $1.50 in the money, but now we're continuing to go lower. As long as, you know what, I'm going to stay in this and kind of see what happens, because it doesn't look like we want to go really much higher. If we kind of decidedly break back above 450, I might, you know, consider taking my toe out. But right now, I mean, we're staying fully, you know, waiting around in this trade here, because this is a very beautiful trade. Thank you very much to the chat. You hit that Lambo trade. Thank you. Very happy it worked out, because you know we had this nice NVIDIA long earlier, and then we had a unfortunate, you know, long later. So I'm happy this one has decidedly worked out. Ooh.
See the Lambo trade? That's
I like
Max,
that one.
but it's okay. We can put your head on top there, Max.
Yeah, no, it's a fun button. Yeah, but yeah, very happy with this one. I'm not going to continue belaboring this point, but it is a very, very pretty trade. Also, I was considering looking at some of these other NQ names that kind of said RIP a while ago, but I probably, you know, could have entered earlier. So like Tesla also dying. If Tesla breaks 215, this could be very interesting, and it looks like we might. We also have Meta, which I said I'd be interested if it broke 316. Broke 316 a while ago, and I didn't notice because I was swept up in the NVIDIA sauce there. But yeah, I mean, I'm honestly, like, we're far below any kind of support on Meta. So if we get up to like 314, like 70, and we continue heading down, looks like we kind of did there, I think I could potentially take an entrance into Meta. I also haven't looked at Apple in a while, so I want to look at Apple.
I hope you have good news there.
Apple?
Yeah.
We're positive on the day. We're just dipping below VWAP. Honestly, holding up a lot better than a lot of these NQ names, I have to say. Like to see what we do at VWAP. I will keep an eye on this. For now, though, NVIDIA broke below 449, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, so we just came back above 449.
Are you still holding?
I'm still holding half my position, yeah. So I'm gonna we'll see how, maybe I'll reload. I'm trying to like figure out how to exit this guy, because honestly, my strategy did not intend for how far this would go.
When are you gonna start loaning out money to those in need? Like, what is this? What's going on here? You got a dollar winner, a multiple dollar winner.
Yeah, I'm so happy. Yeah, I mean, we'll see how this goes. I mean, like, it looks like we kind of want to break back to 450, but I'm gonna wait and see here. I'm trying to be patient. Really happy with this trade. Happy that something materialized.
Really
I was a little bit down after, you know, that Netflix and the Tesla fails earlier, but, you know, staying positive and just trying to find strategies that really work, because this was a good point of entry, and I'm really happy it paid off. How go your small cap
Really good.
land?
Really good. Nothing to report yet. Haven't got any more beak wetters since the last one. But we got Zion Lala in the chat. Shout out to Zion. Man, is Sean still long on Meta? Did Aunt Kathy call him yet? The Katina man, his chair is empty, so there's nobody to ask at the moment. I don't know. I will tell you as soon as he comes back. I will ask him. Katina man, are you still long Meta? And I'm sure he'll have an answer for me. But
So I just noticed an old super chat, from Kyle. Dump it, ES target acquired. So thank you very much for the super chat, Kyle.
Nice. Kyle's been killing it on the future lately a lot. Every day he's giving me levels that are bang on. We're going to have to set up Kyle and Dan the Man Emmons there in the chat. So a couple of futures traders.
Nice.
Yeah, definitely. Pumped
awesome.
about that. All right, we got another beak wetter here. A partial fill at $2.34 on TNON as I look to de-risk a little bit here as a result of that move back down. But I do like the fact that $2.20 held. What I don't like are the series of lower highs, but it's a bit of a compression pattern here because we did make a higher low. So you know how these compression patterns usually work on small cap gappers. They usually resolve in the direction of the trend. So I'm trying to be patient here. And not take everything out. I've got another profit taker at 42s. We'll see if that one gets triggered, but there we go. I get the full fill at 34. And if you're wondering what the hell I'm talking about, what is this compression pattern this psychotic guy is talking about? Here it is. It's basically when you start getting lower highs, but you also have higher lows. So the price action continues to narrow, and it looks like Is that an isosceles triangle or is that an equilateral triangle? I'm going to have to look that up, man.
Oh, I can say it's a triangle confidently. I do
Oh.
not. I'm not super up on my triangles. I'm very sorry.
Well, I'm going to find out. Isosceles. I can't even spell, bro. There it is. Isosceles. Show me. Yes, it is an isosceles triangle.
Nice.
Yeah, good.
You knew.
I'm not out to lunch. Yeah, so essentially what it is, put it on its side. So it's not, it doesn't put it like this. Flip it so that it's not like this, but it's like this. And obviously the price action is narrowing there. TNON coming right back down after giving me that fill. Let's see how my friend CDIO is doing. There we go, baby. Right back at that 71 penny area. And it's time, well, the thing is I only have a small amount of shares on this one, so I don't want to beak wet too quickly here. But I'm going to go ahead and sit at 73. We're going to put a profit taker around 73. If we get it, fantastic. If we don't, we're going to have to set up something else. Clearly, there's a hidden seller at 71. Now the size comes in at 71. There was nothing there reflected on the book to prevent us from moving up. Now it's some people adding in there. Going to try to exercise some patience on CDIO. I don't want CDIO and TNON to run counter to one another, and that's what I'm concerned about. There we go. So see, look, TNON coming right back down. I'm going to cancel this one. I'm going to flatten it as it comes in to my entry. I'm going to give it like one more second here as it comes right back down into my buy area. We'll see what this one does. Typically, one of them runs and the other one flushes, as you know, the small cap traders choose one or the other. You know, in reality, the algo should be able to trade as many of these as they want, but that's what I've noticed, at least, that when you have one small cap gapper running, the other one seems to give up a bit of the ghost. We don't have a newer low quite yet. The newer low comes in at 207, 206. So I think I'm going to try to exercise some patience. And even though it breaks my entry at where am I long now? 212 on TNON, the trade is invalid if it makes a newer low. And the newer low comes vis-a-vis the break of 207. So I'm trying to pack my patience on this one. CDIO still not moving back up and haven't been triggered, but TNON causing me some anxiety here as it comes into my entry.
Yeah, I got out of NVIDIA, so I reloaded a little bit here at this 450 area, and then we took everything out at 450, 950 because I was noticing we were, as you can kind of see here, we were holding up a little bit around 450. I could have gotten out earlier when we actually were kind of decisively breaking below 449, but you know what, it is what it is. This was still like a really good trade. This was still an almost $3 trade for like the end point of my shares, so I'm very happy. I'll take profit where I can get it. Looks like if we continue to go lower, maybe I'll consider point of reentry. And you probably should have stayed in, but you know what? I'm super happy with how this short went. This is definitely the short that I've held on to the longest and had the most success with. So I think that in and of itself is a win. I'm going to be happy for how that went. Let's see how now that I'm out of this position, I want to take a look at some other things. Looks like we might be catching a little bit of heat to the upside for some of these NQ names. Neta looking like it's trying to recover, although I think recovery will be a little bit difficult. But it's interesting. It looks like we actually held up the support from earlier kind of nicely. Where is this? This just below 315 area. Yeah, I don't want to get in on this just yet because it could be, we have kind of a retracement-ish looking pattern. I'm worried we're going to keep going to the downside. But yeah, kind of interesting to see that so far it looks like the support from earlier is holding out decently. We also have Tesla, which I have not looked at in a good while. Tesla forming sort of a bottom here at 415 like 6, 415.5. We're gonna have to wait and see how this goes. I'm gonna keep an eye on this to see if we kind of go long or short here. And then also Starbucks, which I keep forgetting to look at again, which is very much my bad. Oh, Starbucks retracing a little bit. Okay, you know what? I don't see this one going much higher, just the pattern we're going. Could look at it as a short, but I want to get a better sense of levels here. Also, another one, I'd like to see what the volume is on this. Ferrari. We had an upgrade from this one last Friday, and we also had...
and today.
Oh, and today too. Yeah, thank you.
Barclays today.
Barclays today. Okay, nice. Yeah, let me pull that up.
Equal weight to overweight.
Yes, yeah, and then we also had Morgan Stanley on Friday. So a lot of these, yeah, thank you. Because I remember the one from Friday, but I forgot the one from this morning. Yeah.
It's
so
the easiest ticker too.
Right, race. I love it. Race and cake. And they reported like the same day too, so that was fun. We had a very strong retracement here. Now we're kind of trickling off to the downside. This would be intriguing for a short, except the spread. I don't mind, like I'm getting more comfortable with larger spreads, like through trading stuff like Netflix. But with the volume such as it is, like below 300,000, I would not necessarily be intrigued. The pattern here is interesting, though. It looks like a pretty strong kind of Christmas tree retracement, looking like a short here. Yeah, and then I'm really happy I got out of NVIDIA when I did, actually, because it looks like we might be doing okay over 450. We'll see if we break down further from this. But yeah, super happy with this trade. Excited to look at some other options as we head into the rest of the midday.
All right, out of TNON for the, I was holding about 50%. Yeah, about 50% of the position left on TNON, break even the last 50%, which is not what you want to see, obviously, because that means you've left a lot of money on the table, which is fine. This trade is still valid to me if it stays above 2. I'm going to be watching it in the same way that I was watching CDIO at 60 pennies. I'm going to be watching TNON at $2 and even a smidge below, because TNON's VWAP is like 197. So, you know, may not hold the whole dollar level. It may come into VWAP, whatever the case may be, but I don't want to let this go any more against me. It's already 10 pennies lower than where I got out. So I'm already very pleased that I got out at that level. CDIO, though, is the gift that's not giving at the moment. I was almost certain, you know, that we would start trending higher here, especially because of the roundy face pattern and the fact that we did break above the 70 penny area. But 70 pennies looks as if it's a resistance level for now, as we break into about 71 2/3. And here we go, right back into 66 pennies, 67 pennies and a half. I'm long 66. So I've got decisions to make here, to be quite honest with you. Now, where's the trade invalid? The trade, in my opinion, is invalid if it breaks through this trough over here. This is obviously a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10-minute downtrend, so not negligible. If it breaks that 65 penny area, so I only needed to really give it like 2 pennies. The thing is, I only have one out on this. It's a very small size because we went and give back the profits that we made on it earlier, but I'm going to give this one 2 pennies. It comes into 64. I'm out of this one. All right, back to TNON. Sorry to keep talking about these two, but these are the ones that I'm looking at the moment, and the ones that are occupying me. Now, it just dipped nicely here on this chart, right south of $2. In fact, it made a 199.06 low, finding support at the whole dollar area and the VWAP, which also happened to be in the same vicinity. Do we find some support here at TNON? Do I punch in long here and then give it like 5 or 6 pennies south of that level? I don't know. I don't feel good about it. I'm gonna wait. I'd rather leave money on the, leave some profits on the table than try to guess as to where it's going. But yeah, this one a bit of a toughie. TNON, we take about half the position out and then break even the other half. CDIO coming awfully close into my entry at 66 pennies there, 67 1/3 now, 80%. 3 5-minute red candles in a row on this bad boy. I hope we haven't made a new lower high, because that higher high was 77.50, 77.5 pennies, I should say, not $77.50. And then we get up into that 71 2/3 pennies, and now we're coming right back down again. So keeping an eye on that. The other thing I want to talk about, and I saw some tags in the chat, I'll get to those in a sec. 15,150 on the NQ. Look at that wick. Look at that wick. Immediately south to 15,150 goes to 15,138. And then all the wicks here, look at this. This is what I mean when you look for a level of support. Look at these wicks. All of the bodies of these candles, 4 5-minute candles, north of 15,150. And the dips were aggressively bought. So do we find a second wind here on the NQ, possibly moving back into that 15,179 Friday close and maybe going back green on the day? I'm not going to guess, but I'm definitely going to continue to watch. But I do like these wicks because they usually show me that buyers have overtaken sellers, at least at that price level, 15,150. Not, you know, I don't really usually look at 50-point levels as areas of support and resistance. Usually the 100-point level it is, but in this case, it seems to be the 50-point level. All right, guys, we're getting real close here into our entry on CDIO. I'm going to exercise patience on this one. I'm going to give it to 64 pennies because if it breaks this low, it's no longer valid. And it looks like I'm going to be hitting the flatten button real soon here, Adira.
Yeah, I got in this Microsoft long because I was noticing on the side I have, you know, I have like the 3-minute for a lot of my side charts, some of them the 1 minute, but I was noticing a lot of kind of nice slow forming support to the upside on my friend Microsoft. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to look at the book. I'm going to see where, or the tape, and see where I feel comfortable entering. I'm about 40 cents in the money on this one right now. Very happy with this. Don't know how long I'm going to stay in it, but I think, you know, if we can get this to 355 and I take a portion of my position out at 355, I will be pleased as punch. I will be happy as a clam. It looks like we're kind of breaking above this. I mean, I think we'll have to see if we can decisively. I thought we were going to break above this, and then we kind of didn't. But you know what? Let's take out half of my position at 355. Let's do it. There we go. Yeah, I mean, I think this one looks pretty strong, especially compared to some of these other NQ names that are a bit more kind of waffling over where they want to go. Google actually also, although this one has been super up and down kind of all day within a very specific range, we kind of flew above VWAP. I think we'd kind of, it's hard to see because these dark pool wicks here, but we have, yeah, like we went slightly lower here, but other than that, super defined kind of highs. Like the range for this one is interesting, and I'm sad I kind of didn't look at this earlier because I like looking at ranges. But yeah, it looks like our high might be like 129.85, just below that 130. The lowest we've gone was 129.34, so we're within like a 50 to 80 penny range. So very interesting here. Also, I'm happy I got of NVIDIA where I did because it looks like NVIDIA might actually be recovering to the upside. I might do some, you know, some scalps here. I want to keep an eye on that. But for now, looks like Microsoft might be taking out part of my position very soon. Yeah, I'm trying to kind of like, you know, trade different stocks, kind of see what's presenting itself. But right now, I find like a lot of these NQ names have been treating me pretty well today, just as long as, you know, paying attention to levels and what have you. Looks like we're continuing to fly over 355, so I'm going to have to decide where I want to take out the rest of my position. If I can get $1 in here, I'll be very happy. If we get even closer and we go to VWAP, I might have to reevaluate. Microsoft long, people are saying in the chat, yes, yeah, I definitely agree here. Looks like this one is shaping up really nicely. Very happy I got in where I did. We were seeing, you know, these slightly higher highs, these slightly lower lows. Now we're really picking up, so it looks like a good point of entry. Happy with how it went. If we can decisively break above this 355, I think it'll get even more exciting. People mentioning AMC giving it back. Let's see where that was going. Yeah, okay, yeah. I mean, the last time I checked it, I think we were up like 2.7, I want to say 2.5. Now we are about 1.5% to the upside and kind of waffling around this point. We'll have to see. Looks like we're kind of testing this 1086. So we could be able to recover here because we're not really making much lower than these little quick wicks to the downside. Also, I saw someone say I'm wicked in the chat earlier. If that was a wick pun, I really appreciate that. But yeah, we'll see. We'll kind of see what happens here. It looks like we kind of don't want to break much below this 1088 or decisively below that 11. We're going to have to see there. But yeah, also NVIDIA having a nice little comeback here. Now we're well above that 452. I'm going to have to keep an eye on this one. And if we can kind of break this area of my entrance for the short, which is at 452.50, this could be shaping up for a nice long-term long. How goes CDIO?
Yeah, it's still holding here, but I'm looking at this nice bounce that we made here on the NQ, and we're now at an interesting resistance level. And it's not just a random level. This is Friday's close. 15,179. Come to the chart, Ram. 15,179. That's where we closed out on Friday. We dip all the way down to 15,138. We make our like a U-shaped, V-shaped retracement right there, and you get the wick right off Friday's close and a move back down. Let's see how we trade here. Are we going to move above this? Are we going to get back to Evansville, Greensville, whatever you want to call it? And if we do, how far do we run? Do we get back into 15.2 or maybe 15.207, which is where VWAP is? Do we make a newer high? Right? I mean, there's so many questions here that we have to ask, and I guess we're going to find out the answers real soon as we go along here into the afternoon. We'll see what ends up happening. Yeah. We'll have to wait and see. Some people telling me in the chat, Life Dub is in a full state of Huadunk, and they could not be more right. 1748 HOD, and it's been stair-stepping down ever since then. It gave up the ghost at VWAP. VWAP was at that 9 1/3. It tried to hold the level. You could tell there was a lot of tug and pull here between buyers and sellers at VWAP, but it looks as if, for the moment, sellers are winning out, as we did get the first closing print here below VWAP at that 872. We're now at 874. That 850, though, seems to be an interesting area of support for now, at least getting bought up for now. There probably is a buyer around there. We'll see whether that holds up or not. But the lower highs are coming in fast and furious on Life Dub. Now up 217 1/3%, was up much, much, much more than that. Tenon, TNON, this one is still showing me that it's holding $2. But it's, you know, setting up for like that flat bottom break. I'm not going to try to guess what this one's going to do. I'll just react, but I'm waiting to see what it does, how it resolves around that $2 area. Clearly an important area going back into earlier price action. Now repeating again here, TNON around $2. Let's move back into the trade that I've got currently on at the moment. CDIO doing bupkis at 67 cents. I've already put in my out on this bad boy. Break of 64 pennies ends the trade for me there. What else? That chat's not talking about much here. All right, so we'll just, yeah, we'll go on from there. Let's see what else we got here. Yeah, the NQ. The NQ is doing its dance, man. Right, that 15,179. I really want to see how this is going to resolve. Nice move back up, but yeah. Let's see what else is moving here. Let's bring in the big tech names. Your NVIDIA found lots of support. Now, I don't want to say at 450 because that's not fair. It dipped all the way into 448.99. So dropped $1 below that 450. But look where the wicks are. They're all right at that 450 level. Sorry, the closing prints. The wicks are the ones that go well south of 450, but the closing print showing you that buyers are really trying to keep this one above 450. We were at $400 not that long ago. Remember the big drop? Let's go to the half-an-hour chart. You only need to look at that. Look at this.
I think we were below 400.
We were
at one
below
point
it.
too.
Look
Yeah,
at this
that was
on
the China chip swoop.
Yeah, I wasn't here. I was sick that day, but what's it called? On October 31st on Halloween, Adara, we got to 392.30.
I forgot that we went that low.
Dang.
And that was the same day that Tesla was below 200, so that was a bad day for the mega cap side trade.
Yes, everything was
wild times.
I was trying not to look at my long-term account that day because, wow.
Keep your eyes closed, shield yourself.
It's only a matter of time until you build up a long-term account if you don't already have one, and you start feeling the everyday stresses that we feel. And I bet you it's just a matter of time because you're going to become so well-versed in the market. You're going to be like, yo, I got to wet my beak on some profits, baby.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm already kind of looking into it, so I'm just getting that set up now, actually.
I love that.
But yeah.
Good for you. Good for you.
Thank you. Yeah, in terms of the short term, we have this Microsoft long that's kind of heating up, getting a little spicy here. We were kind of dancing around, you know, $1 from my point of entry, which would have been that 355.45 would be $1 up. I'd like to still see if we can get that because it looks like we're holding pretty steadily. We don't want to break below 355, which has me very confident. I took out half my position here at just over 50 cents in the money. And if we can continue kind of moving higher, then I will continue to be confident in this long. Also, like I said, I was looking at NVIDIA to see what we do if we break beyond my point of entry initially for the short, which is 352.50. If we can break below that decisively, I was like, you know what? I could be interested in the long from this point. It looks like we don't want to wick above that. So this could be another short, but I want to wait and see what we do at this 452, 450 range. I said 452 way too many times in that last sentence. I apologize. But yeah, I mean, I'm kind of keeping an eye on where this range goes here. But for right now, very comfy in the Microsoft long, so I'm going to let him run. Also running is Meta. Someone in the chat was mentioning Meta could get to 318. I think Meta definitely first. I'd like to see Meta go above this 316.30 because then we would be seeing higher highs. To me, that would be of interest. And I mean, to be fair, like we already had this kind of dip below here, but if we can kind of stay above this 315 area, if we can break above 316 decisively and then 316.30, then I think we could see 318. Because 318 was almost, like that's above kind of the highest that we got decisively. We wicked above 318 earlier. We weren't kind of really just staying decisively above 318. So I think 318 on Meta would really depends on what we kind of do beyond that 316.30, which would be, to me, I think a local high. But for now, Microsoft's continuing to run. Let's see what it does at VWAP. Super happy here, and also NVIDIA continuing to truck along here as I decide what I would like to do.
All right, I love the amount of people asking what the bullseye on our chest is. That's hilarious. Shout out to you,
yeah,
Ingrid
I love
Bear.
that.
No, but I am really surprised that people don't know what it is because Canada's not the only country that wears
Someone
it.
was saying the UK Commonwealth as well. Yeah.
Yeah. The English, the British, they have it a little bit different than ours. It doesn't look the same. Ours, we evolved here in our own country, so we have our own traditions. But this is the poppy, guys. It is for Remembrance Day. Remembrance Day is essentially an equivalent of Veterans Day, and it is for us to kind of remember all the soldiers and the individuals in the past who have put their life on the line and to defend democracy. And so we celebrate them November 11th at 11:11 a.m. You get the theme here. There's a lot of 11s, November being the 11th month as well. So that's what it is, and we wear them for 11 days prior to November 11th. So that's what that is there. They are not bullseyes, guys. They are poppies, and it's a flower that grows in France, which had something to do with a big battle that took place on Flounders Fields, and it was a beautiful poem. Google it if you'd like. It's called Flounders Fields. Classy move, guys. Shout out to Ryan. Thank you for that. Mr. Longshorts used to be in Air Canada, in Air Cadets as a kid. So was I. Really? As a kid, and used to hand those puppies out this time of year. Remembrance Day, Flanders Fields. Shout out to Mr. Longshorts. Appreciate that, my friend. I was in Air Cadets too as a staff sergeant, or not the staff sergeant. What was it called? Air sergeant, flight sergeant, flight sergeant. Remind me of what it was. There was sergeant, there was flight sergeant, there was cadet, there was corporal, there was sergeant, flight sergeant. Remind me, Mr. Longshorts, how high did you get into that, by the way? I ended up quitting in grade 11 because it was no longer cool being Air Cadets, but
I know it's really time consuming too, because my friend was a cadet
Right?
and she had to like spend all the summers doing the training stuff.
It was.
Yeah, I know, it's like
there
a
was
lot.
of good stuff, like not us, but the class before us or before I joined, they got to go on like cargo airplanes.
They go on paid trips too, yeah. It's
and
like
they got to
sweet.
like hang from the net in the back. Anyway, it was like probably stuff they couldn't do anymore because of insurance purposes.
Yeah, no, I know when my friend was doing it, it was they got to get up to some pretty cool stuff. She really enjoyed it. They basically had like the whole summer where they'd get paid, and also it was all covered, so it sounded like a pretty sweet time. But yeah,
Yes, ma'am.
also a pretty sweet time for a horrible transition. I apologize. Is the Microsoft long? But as we're kind of breaking down below 355, I would like to make my exit, if you will. Actually, no, but now we're higher again. So you know what, Microsoft, please make up your mind, so I can make up my mind. But I think right now, if I can get to 355.20, I'll sell it. Because if you can kind of notice here, we're having a hard time getting wicks above for 355.30. So if I can get out 355.20, I will smile. I will be happy as a clam, pleased as punch. What have you? Also, yeah, Meta, because I was, back to the people mentioning 318 Meta. Meta, again, making another lower high here. Having trouble again breaking above that 316.20. It looks like Meta could be a short for kind of the rest of the day here, because it looks like we really do not want to get any higher here. Meta failed VWAP. We haven't even really gotten close to VWAP since. We had this kind of chop around VWAP, so very interesting here. Just got out of Microsoft also. Could have gotten higher, but you know what? I'm not going to complain. We made some profits, and I'm not here to cry over spilt milk or missed 10 cents. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
How goes CDIO?
It's okay. What am I? I'm about to get stopped out of that. But here it comes. There we go. We're out of that completely. Come on. The stop doesn't trigger there. I don't know why. So I had to use a flattened key. I had to stop for 63 pennies, but it is what it is. You just got to go along with it. So how much of a loser was that? Let me just make sure here. Oh, wow. Yeah, that was nothing. That was okay. Because this was a very small position. The one that I'm back into and I'm more worried about is this $2 hold. So I like this $2 hold on TNON, and then we go up and we make a newer high above this trough at 212. and all of a sudden we're coming right back down. It's holding view up, it's holding the whole dollar level, which made me like this kind of double bottom setup here for a nice move back up. But we're going to have to wait and see. I got in at 11s. Now we're showing 8s on the ask. So we'll see how that one ends up panning out. We had a really good trade on it earlier for about half the position, with the other half position being a flat break. Now, this one, it's going to be a lot easier of a decision to make. We're going to give this one 11 pennies exactly, because if this breaks 2, that's the end of the trade for me. And especially with what it's done already at $2, it's shown you that, you know, it's a level of support, so I don't want to go back and testing it for a third time. That won't be my gig there. So if it breaks 2, I'm out of that one. Mr. Long Shorts was a troublemaker as a kid and didn't make it very high, but I did do a 6-week survival instructor course through the Air Cadets, and I loved it. That's what I didn't get to do, man. Never got to do the survival stuff. Would have loved to do it, especially now with my absolute obsession with survival shows. Get a pen and paper handy. Here are the following list of survival shows that I watch. First of all, we're gonna go with Survivor Man because he's Canadian, and we gotta give love to the Canadian dude. Awesome guy. He's from Ontario as well. Cool. I got to meet him at a camping, what's it called, convention back in the day at his little booth.
I did not know there were camping conventions.
Yeah, there are.
Learned a new thing today.
There you go. Welcome to Toronto. But yeah, there we go. I met him there. He's awesome. So it's Survivor Man. And then it's Dual Survival, with the original being Cody Lundeen and Dave Canterbury. I don't like the other two that they brought on. Not my cup of tea. And then after that comes Man vs. Wild. Shout out to Bear Grylls. He has a different way of surviving. He's not my favorite. He's more of like a special operations survival rather than like a naturalist. And then number 4 is Man, Woman, Wild, with this individual called Tony Hawk, who brings his wife on, and he has to survive with his wife. Now, his background is in special forces, but he has a more holistic approach to surviving. So I like him a little bit better than Bear Grylls, but I don't like the aspect with the spouse. It complicates things. Yeah, whatever. But anyway, he's got a lot to offer. So those are my favorite survival shows. You got Survivor Man, you got Dual Survival, you got Man vs. Wild, and then you got Man, Woman, Wild. Those are the best. And yeah, there's a lot of talk about some of them not being real. The Dual Survival one, people people said, they get help, they get this, they get that. Survivor Man, he doesn't get no help.
He's on his own.
Dude is on his own.
He is a Survivor Man.
Yeah, he has to do all the camera.
Did you see Neil's chat as well?
He has the cameras, bro.
Okay.
He has the cameras. Don't make comments if you don't know about the show, man.
This got really intense really fast.
Yeah. No. Don't upset me here, Neil. The man, he's a good dude, and he's a Canadian dude, too. So.
Did you see Neil's chat here as well?
I would really love to do that. Neil just said, we should drop you in the middle of nowhere.
And he says Algonquin Park specifically in the chat. He says Algonquin Park.
All right,
He's
let
thought
me know
about
when
it.
we're ready to talk.
Yeah.
So I would absolutely love to be trained to go into a survival situation with a couple of modern tools. The one that I would love the best is I think it is made, what is it made out of? Magnesium. Essentially, it's like a flint thrower. So the spark is around 2,000 degrees, and you can catch a spark with even mildly wet tinder. So that would be the tool that I would insist on having, as well as a knife. I would want a knife, and I would want a fire starter. Everything else I could make. I could make a lean-to, I could make a wiki up, I could make any of these, what's going on back there? I could make any of these sort of improvised, shelters. That would be it. And then what I would really like to learn is how to set up traps so that I could catch game. That would be very interesting. That's what I have no idea how to do. Those guys are fantastic at setting up traps. It takes a lot of patience and a lot of skill to be able to set up traps. It's not easy. You got to find the right locations. You have to use the right bait to catch the right animal. It becomes a very complicated process. But anyway, yeah, I'm all about that kind of life. And if I could do that, that'd be great. Let's see what some of the people are saying here in the chat. Do you not watch Alone? No, I don't watch that. I don't like that Naked and Afraid crap either.
People mentioned Naked and Afraid
No,
here as well.
Not interested in that at all. Alex Davis, would you be able to survive? The Katina man likes it though. Would you be able to survive, or would all your gains wither away? Good question, man. I wouldn't want the gains to wither away, but yeah, that would be absolutely. None of your biz. Sharif will be on Naked and Afraid, not in your lifetime, bro.
Woo.
Chris RML, look out for the Brit Ray Mears for survival. He's 100%. Thank you for that. I will be writing that and Googling him. Let's see what else is. Tane. They literally have that show. It's called Alone. Not interested in that show. Just finished saying. Kyle Burdett. How would Sharif press his shirts in the wild? Yes, Kyle Burdett coming in hot there.
That's solid.
But can you fight a bear, says Neil. No, I can't. I'm not Fedor Emelianenko. But anyway, Alone isn't a naked show. So but you weren't here. I was going through my 4 favorite survival shows. What was the one? Dual Survival. There's the one that I told you to watch, right? Yeah. The Katina man watched it once time with Miss Katina as well.
It's with that one guy's an army guy, one guy's a natural.
Exactly. Yeah. There's a couple of other ones as well. Icky, Alone is Canadian, says Icky. Come on, bro. Let's go. Knife is really all I need, says Ponzi Fonzie. All right. FTTB will only be taking workout videos in the wild.
There's some good comments too here. Oh my God.
Man, yeah. The Hayes record. Shout out to Hayes. 199 super chat. Thank you very much, my friend. All I need is you know what, to get dumped in the jungle. Hey, do you, bro? Whatever makes you happy, as long as it's legal and you don't have a problem.
Yep.
Ponzi, come on, bro. I saw that comment before. Come on, bro. Get it together. Ryan, Sharif binged Naked and Afraid when he was sick. We all know it. I've never watched that show once, at least not knowingly. Maybe like
not knowingly.
Or something like that.
Yeah.
Not my cup of tea, gotta tell you the truth. It's just so gimmicky. Show me how to survive. You don't have to be naked. I'd give Sharif 2 hours alone before he quit. Well, you obviously don't know me, my friend, but yeah, thanks for your support there. 3 hours, says the Katina man. Katina man knows me even less, to be quite honest. I would absolutely be down for that. I need to be trained. I don't want to just go alone and do it. Someone has to. Well, I'm not as good as you, Neil, so I need to be trained.
I would die in 5 minutes. I'm not afraid to admit I will die. Like, I'm not surviving shit, dude.
Neil says he would die
Hell
quickly.
no.
He would not survive.
It's not even happening.
Okay. I didn't know that.
Crazy?
Yeah, no. I need to be trained appropriately first before that whole thing. Lori Stroud, look up Ultimate Survival Alaska. Oh, I have actually seen that one. And you know what I do like as well? Those, what is it called? North of, what is it called? Below zero? No.
North of
something.
I know what you're talking about, but I could not think of the name.
It's like it's like an Arctic show. It's not technically a survival show because like they live on a homestead.
I know what you're talking about,
yeah.
but I'm sorry, I do not know the name.
Ozan, shave cool in the wild? No, come on. Meat eater? Thomas
Life
Johnson?
Below Zero, some people are saying, or
Life
North
Below
of Nowhere.
Zero. That's it. Life Below Zero. That's the one. I love that show. It's very cool.
Yeah.
North of Nowhere. Come on, I just forgot the name. Jimbo Slice. My wife convinced me to sell our house and rent a 1900s tiny farmhouse on a few acres. Our 2 boys love the gardens and chickens, but it's just chaos all the time. You learn with time. Man, that sounds amazing. I gotta tell you the truth. As much as I do love, the niceties of modernity, as much as I love that kind of, seclusion and relying on yourself and your wits. So I gotta tell you, I do love it. Let's see what else people are saying here. Me, Sharif, you, Jane, says none of your biz. Okay. The Skips 8. You seen Alaskan Bush People? No, I actually haven't seen that one. That's another one that I gotta keep on the lookout here. All right, but I've been talking for a long time, Darren. We've got 1 minute left.
Yeah.
I'm gonna let you close out the show.
Cool. Okay. So I was just looking at Uber because some people mentioned it in the chat, and earnings are coming up for this one. Super choppy, very much kind of playing within a range. We were dancing around VWAP. Now we kind of dip below. It looks like we have lower highs and lower lows. In other news, I was in a legitimate 7-cent meta short. I kind of got in probably a little bit early. I like where I got out. The most recent trade of the day, but still very happy with the NVIDIA short. That was my big trade. Also, Microsoft is taking off around 356, so just heads up on that. Yeah, quite a crazy day in the market today, and thank you as always for being with us here on the midday. And now we will, is it time? We're good? Let's throw it up to the big desk. Thank you so much for being with us today for the midday.
Hey guys, welcome back in. Yeah, 2 o'clock on a Monday afternoon here as we head through a bit of a choppy equity session here. We're back to the downside overall for the S&P and the NASDAQ. A bit of a consolidation underway overall as far as the market is concerned for, what has been coming off of